Chapter 412, Chapter 412. If he couldn't learn it, then others shouldn't either. Chapter 412. If he couldn't learn it, then others shouldn't either. Looking at the junior, Jiang Hao was unsure how to proceed. Blood Wish Path. He had considered the various problems this rumor brought him, but he had never anticipated that someone would come to ask about how to cultivate it. He had never even seen the cultivation method of the Blood Wish Path. He only knew that the early stages were extremely cruel, especially the refining of the Blood Wish gourd. It was abhorrent. To walk this path, one had to trample countless lives. Even if one succeeded, their aura would be unstable. It was far less stable than conventional cultivation methods. The only benefit was faster progress. But the junior brother before him had a strange aura. It seemed his eagerness for quick gains was causing frequent issues. "I would be immensely grateful if you could provide me some guidance," senior brother Jiang, Pei Yuan said, and added 10 more spirit stones. "It's not that I don't want to help you, but I am not knowledgeable about the Blood Wish Path," Jiang Hao said. Rumors were just rumors, after all. The day he admitted to it would be the day he couldn't find any other choice. That day hadn't come yet. But such rumors could influence others. "You really don't know?" Pei Yuan was surprised. It seemed he had come here for another answer. "But many people have said that only you practice the Blood Wish Path, and you do it well," Pei Yuan said. "Perhaps they are just rumors," Jiang Hao said. "I must take my leave." Jiang Hao walked towards the spirit herb garden to continue tending to the spirit herbs. Pei Yuan stood still for a moment, hesitated, and turned around to leave. He thought that Jiang Hao just didn't want to guide him. The more people practiced the Blood Wish Path, the fiercer the competition would be. So, those who knew it claimed not to. However, he had been unable to make a breakthrough. If he continued like this, it would deplete his lifespan. Originally, it wouldn't be a problem, but several failures had left him in a desperate situation. At the thought of his impending death, his eyes turned hostile. If he couldn't succeed, then others shouldn't either. The Blood Wish Path was extremely crucial and required a lot of effort. The loss of 1 or 2 people wasn't very significant, but what if everyone died? Pei Yuan had a crazy idea, but he wouldn't take extreme actions until the end. In the spirit herb garden, Jiang Hao glanced behind him and looked in the direction where Pei Yuan had left. He frowned. Did his lack of knowledge bring him trouble? Those who cultivated the Blood Wish Path were inherently cruel and bloodthirsty. After that, Jiang Hao continued with his own affairs but made some preparations. He just had to wait and see if the bait would be taken. Unfortunately, 2 months passed without any incidents. What surprised him was that he encountered the junior brother again this morning. However, this time, the junior brother's aura was no longer chaotic. It was solid and pure, and the scent of blood was even stronger. Someone experienced had guided him. Jiang Hao knew it. "Senior brother Jiang, I came to seek guidance regarding the Blood Wish Path again." Pei Yuan smiled, gone with the previous humility and respect. This was a change brought about by power. Jiang Hao saw this and understood his thoughts to some extent. With someone experienced guiding him, his progress was swift. A promising future awaited him. Thus, he was confident and assured of his success. Jiang Hao had also encountered such situations, but he managed to control himself. Initially, he suppressed such thoughts to prevent any slip-ups, and then he got used to it and treated things calmly. He believed in growing stronger and acting when the time came. Facing his junior brother, Jiang Hao responded as he had before. "Junior brother, you've really got the wrong person. I don't know anything about the Blood Wish Path. How about we compete to see who reaches the Golden Core realm earlier?" Pei Yuan said. His eyes were icy. It was as though anyone who didn't make it fast would die. Jiang Hao praised him. "Who is Yinwei?" Jiang Hao thought that it would be senior brother Chen guiding Pei Yuan, but he didn't expect it to be someone he didn't know at all. However, he didn't make a fuss. He just shook his head and told Pei Yuan that he was far from reaching the Golden Core realm. If this person wanted to act against him, he'd have to wait until after reaching the Golden Core realm. For now, there was no need to pay him any mind. He was more concerned about someone watching him. The appearance of the blood wish path had thrown him into a vortex. He was sure that Qianshun had pushed him out to avoid other influences. Pei Yuan was likely a pawn as well. However, this Wei seemed strange. Jiang Hao didn't think much of it for now. It was already November. The immortal peach tree was once again full of fruits. He kept some and gave the rest to Cheng Chou and Lin Ji. At this moment, Jiang Hao felt the stone tablet vibrate. It was a call for a gathering. It would be tonight at midnight. There wasn't much time left until Tune. This gathering would probably discuss the upcoming Bright Moon Sex Dao conference. Late at night, Jiang Hao took out the stone tablet and entered it. There were the same 4 people present with Dan Yuan. Are there any issues with your cultivation? Dan Yuan asked as usual. Once again, no one had any cultivation-related issues. What about the Saint Bandits? Asked Dan Yuan. When I was in the southern region, I heard some rumors about them, but I was in a hurry, so I didn't investigate further. It seems like the influence of the Saint Bandits has started spreading to various regions, Gu said. I haven't heard anything overseas. Liu shook his head. Because of the upcoming Bright Moon Sex Dao conference, people have been arriving one after another. The members of the Saint Bandits have gone quiet. They are most likely relocating to other areas, Xing said. Jiang Hao remained silent. He hadn't come into contact with members of the Saint Bandits. Moreover, the information was spread out too thin. They only informed everyone about the situation and warned them to be cautious in their approach. It didn't amount to completing the mission. Dan Yuan nodded. He didn't dwell much on the topic. After all, this gathering wasn't for that. Has the date for the Bright Moon Sex Dao conference been set? Asked Dan. Yuan. It should happen in June next year, so there are still 6 months left, Xing said. Then, Xing turned to Gui and Jiang Hao. I've already arrived in the east, not far from Tianjin continent, Gui said. I'm almost there too, Jiang Hao said. He hadn't actually set out yet, but if Xiao Li and the others arrived at the Bright Moon Sex soon, he could just arrive there. They might be almost there. My people have reached the eastern region too. Friend Xing, you can try to contact them, said Dan Yuan. Then, the stone tablet appeared in front of Xing. It was offering a communication method. All right, Xing nodded in gratitude. Then, he began to explain the new mission. There are a total of 3 locations. They are unpopulated and not very important. They are in the south, north, and west. You can choose where you want to go, Xing said. I'll go to the south, Gui said. She then looked at Jiang Hao. In that case, I'll go north, Jiang Hao said. He wanted to keep a distance from Gui. That left the west for Dan Yuan's people. He didn't know if Dan Yuan himself would appear there or someone else. Chapter 413. Chapter 413. Another Tooth. Chapter 413. Another Tooth. If it was Dan Yuan, it would be dangerous. If it were others, that would be fine. However, having Hong Ye with him this time was a big help for him. As long as they didn't confront him directly, there usually wasn't much to worry about. This time, they weren't going to take action anyway. They were there to just help with the conference. Everyone knew that those who could appear within the stone tablet were not ordinary people. Their influence far surpassed others. That's why Xing assigned them this mission. If they did what they had to and went their separate ways, there wouldn't be any problems. All right, I'll inform you about the location. It's quite a large area. You can pay attention to it. If you want to change your position and enter the Bright Moon sect, you can do that too, said Xing. The stone tablet appeared in front of Jiang Hao and the other 2. Liu stood aside and observed. He couldn't participate for now. Soon, the stone tablet disappeared. Jiang Hao received the location from it. It was a mountain peak in Twin City. As for the exact situation, he would need to find out when he got there. But the mountain peak was indeed a better choice. The place would provide him with a good view and less possibility of getting ambushed. With the location confirmed, they checked whether there were other tasks. Gui had no tasks as she was rushing on the road. Jiang Hao had never issued tasks before. Everyone looked at Liu. I heard that Mi Lingyue has returned, but her cultivation has greatly decreased. Mu Longyue is paying a high price to find a method for her recovery. Do any of you have it? Liu asked. How did her cultivation decrease? Gue asked. Some say it's because of the lawless tower. I don't know what that tower is, Lu said. I know. It's where the Heavenly Notes sect detains prisoners. Their cultivation is absorbed and their realms shatter and weaken, Gue said. Indeed, I've heard that Gu Qing was in a similar state. Restoring her cultivation isn't so simple, Xing said. Several people looked at Jiang Hao. Don't look at me, Jiang Hao sighed inwardly. He then turned to look at Dan Yuan. Dan Yuan smiled. Any decrease in cultivation won't be able to affect the original foundation. If there's nothing wrong with the body, with spirit stones and pills, recovery is possible. However, most people require a process. They need to keep nourishing their cultivation one realm at a time. If they are overseas, using blue clear coral is the best. Seeing Lu nod, Dan Yuan said, "This will serve as the previous reward." Lu had a few questions in mind. He decided to use the rest of his questions carefully. Recently, I heard the news about Shang and Xing said. It said that Bright Moon's sect invited him, but his master refused for the sake of advancement. Advancement? Dan Yuan was surprised. Did people from the Bright Moon sect go? They did. Xing nodded. If this person truly possesses the sage's heart, once he advances, he will draw a portion of the luck of the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment. Dan Yuan was quiet for a moment. He then smiled. However, if he really possesses the sage's heart, he definitely won't advance at that time. Shang En's advancement would affect the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment. If his reputation dominated the East, it would be the same. So, the Bright Moon sect's people had gone to meet him. If he could advance a little later, it would be better for all of them. If both their disciple and Shang En advanced at the same time, it would affect the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment. The Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment would benefit the entire world, so the Clear Sky School would definitely take it seriously. Jiang Hao recalled Shang En in the corpse realm. He was indeed a good person, but he had suffered a lot. He had even deceived him once. Shang En intended to save the charm goddess. Jiang Hao had agreed to help him, and then had hurtled him out of there. After that, it was hard to find him. Shang En also had no hope of entering the corpse realm again. The eastern region had no corpse realm flower. I wonder if I can see Shang En this time and witness just what an extraordinary genius looks like. Gue chuckled. Jiang Hao didn't really want to see Shang En. He would have some grievances against Jiang Hao. After that, Lu talked about the overseas situation. It was about a small island, which seemed to have gotten involved in conflict. It was causing losses on both sides. But it wasn't clear who was driving this conflict. Jiang Hao didn't pay much attention to it. The gathering ended. Back in his room, Jiang Hao took out his notebook and started jotting down the things he had learned. First, Dan Yuan's task was still ongoing. The Saint Bandits were hiding in the east and had appeared in the south. Secondly, the mission for the Bright Moon sect was confirmed. He needed to head to the Twin City Peak in the north. Thirdly, the cultivation loss from the Lawless Tower could be recultivated. It required some kind of nourishing process. Finally, Shang was about to advance. It was highly probable that he was taking a different path, and perhaps he had given up on the charm goddess. Previously in the corpse realm, Jiang Hao saw that Shang En had used the mantra of oblivion to advance. But Shang En couldn't possibly forget the charm goddess. She should definitely take a different path. After that, there was the matter of the overseas small island. Looking at these records, Jiang Hao felt that the second point was the most important. It was also the most likely location where he might encounter unexpected situations. He relied on Xiao Li and the spirit beast to enter the Bright Moon sect. But if those two caused any trouble, it would take Jiang Hao forever to reach the Bright Moon sect. Jiang Hao closed the book and decided to take a nap. He felt it would be good for his state of mind. In the eastern sky, a huge ship moved forward. On the ship's deck, Chu Chuan was sent flying backward. His face was swollen and bruised, and his body was covered in injuries. Xiaoli descended from the sky. Her fist slammed down. Bang! Chu Chuan coughed up a mouthful of blood, and his aura weakened. Junior brother, you should get up. Let's continue, Xiao Li said excitedly. Xiao Li was now at the Foundation Establishment Realm. Chu Chuan was at the 9th stage of the Lifeblood Refinement Realm. He had asked for the fight. They were about to arrive at the Bright Moon Sect, and he still hadn't advanced to the Foundation Establishment Realm. So, he had asked Xiao Li to help him. "Here, I have a delicious treat for you," said the spirit beast, and fed Chu Chuan a healing pill. Chu Chuan's injuries were somewhat healed. "Let's continue," Chu Chuan said defiantly. Xiao Li appeared even younger than him, as if he were being beaten by a child. How could he accept that? Bang! Another punch, and a tooth that had been just fixed flew out of Chu Chuan's mouth. Ku Wuchang was standing at the edge and watching everything. He had become accustomed to it. Mu Qi and Han Ming were both by his side. "It seems that junior brother Chu is also about to advance," Mu Qi said with a smile. Xiao Li had now become a true disciple. No one had expected Xiao Li to reach the Foundation Establishment Realm within the year. There were no signs. They only realized it when Xiao Li woke up the next day and complained about hunger. Han Ming looked at Xiao Li and felt the pressure. However, he had his own goals and didn't need to pay much attention to them for now. Ku Wuchang sighed softly. It was useless to try to instruct Xiao Li, as she would fall asleep after listening for a moment. And whether she understood the cultivation method or not didn't matter. He stopped trying to teach her. Xiao Li excitedly ate a few more bowls of rice. Ku Wuchang walked inside and didn't pay attention to it anymore. Mu Qi led Han Ming toward Chu Chuan. "Junior brother Chu, would you like to spar with senior brother Han?" Mu Qi asked with a smile. Chu Chuan nodded. Senior brother Han would give him some pointers. The people from other sects nearby were no longer surprised when they saw this. "I heard they're from the demonic sect. It seems like they enjoy bullying their fellow disciples. Stay on guard. Who knows when they might suddenly become aggressive." Han Ming didn't even bother listening to them. They were just a bunch of small fries. Chapter 414. Chapter 414 became the team leader. Chapter 414 became the team leader. While Jiang Hao was waiting for Xiao Li and the others to arrive at the Bright Moon Sect, he received a sect mission. This mission was different from the previous ones. It involved clearing the Sea Fog Cave beside the mining site. The cave produced poisonous mist, and their goal on this trip was to use magical artifacts to clear the mist. The sect would provide talismans, pills, and tools to disperse the mist. As long as they were careful, there wouldn't be much danger. What was unusual this time was that he, as someone who had achieved the peak of the Foundation Establishment Realm, became the leader of this mission. The only good thing about this mission was that they didn't need to stay in the toxic mist for a long time. Staying inside for too long would lead to poisoning that would affect their cultivation. Therefore, they usually went during the day and returned at night. They could come out whenever they completed the task. After handing over the Spirit Herb Garden to Chang Cho, Jiang Hao headed to the law enforcement hall. On the way, he visited the task hall. It was still the same senior sister from last time. "Want new missions?" She smiled. "Let me check." After flipping through the mission book, she said, "There are relatively simple tracking missions. It's to find out about a Foundation Establishment trader and a Golden Core trader. There's also a mission to recruit new disciples, plus a mission to eliminate traitors." She looked at Jiang Hao. "Junior brother Jiang, you can accept them now. The weather outside is snobby. It's inconvenient to travel. We've also eased up on compensation. Just 1,200 spirit stones, which can be paid off within 5 years, with no additional interest. You earn 50 spirit stones per month, which is more than enough." Jiang Hao was speechless. It sounded quite reasonable, but it wasn't the right time to go out yet. Each expedition had a time limit of 3 months. It was already December, and they would have to pay the spirit stones before Xiao Li and the others even arrived. "Maybe next time," Jiang Hao said. He left it hanging so that his refusal wouldn't seem abrupt. "Are you really not taking even one mission?" the senior sister asked. "No." Jiang Hao shook his head. These people were eager for others to accept the missions so that they could get spirit stones. Anyone who returned alive from the missions would eventually have to pay off the debt. They would even help introduce missions to put people at ease while doing their work and earning spirit stones. Jiang Hao didn't think about it further, because in a while, he would have to come back to deliver the spirit stones. After more than a year, he had saved up to 12,000 spirit stones. Among them, he had given 3,000 to Xiao Li and the others when they left, and he earned 9,000 over the past year. With his current skill in making talismans, he couldn't even earn 1,000 in a month, mainly because the sect had entered a period of rest, so there were fewer people using talismans. They weren't selling well since there were many other talisman makers. Although his quality was better, the difference in these talismans wasn't significant, and he couldn't lower the price either. That would offend many people. It was better to take the middle ground. Jiang Hao headed to the location where they were supposed to gather. He faintly heard people mentioning him. I heard that the senior brother from the Cliff of Broken Hearts is leading the team this time. He practices the blood wish path. We need to be careful, said a woman. She was the only woman among the three people. She was Qiao Xiu from the Hundred Bones Forest and was in the middle stage of the Foundation establishment realm. What is the blood wish path? I prefer senior brother Zhang Shurjiu from the Ice Moon Valley to lead the team. I heard he's been at the peak of the Foundation establishment realm for a long time and is on the verge of the Golden Core realm. If he leads, there shouldn't be any issues. Jiang Hao could tell that the one speaking was Wu Shi from the Thunderfire Peak and was at the late stage of the Foundation establishment realm. He was in his 30s. Senior brother and senior sister, it's almost time. Senior brother Jiang might be arriving soon, said the other person. He was an outer sect disciple from the law enforcement hall, Jibian. He was at the 9th stage of the lifeblood refinement realm. He had exceptional talent. Once they quieted down, Jiang Hao walked over to them. He didn't want them to worry that he might hold grudges against them. If that happened, it would affect subsequent missions. Since he was leading, he wanted to complete the mission quickly and continue earning spirit stones. The immortal peach tree would undergo incarnation this year. The spirit stones he had saved weren't enough. He could only hope that he could sell everything he had on this trip. He should be able to gather enough spirit stones. When he arrived, the three greeted him. Greetings, senior brother Jiang. Jiang Hao nodded. Have you received the items provided by the sect? We did. The three nodded. Let's go, Jiang Hao said. Then, he flew up on his sword. However, he suddenly thought of something and snapped his fingers. Ji Bian flew along with him. He hadn't reached the Foundation establishment realm yet. Ji Bian bowed and thanked him. This mission only had 4 people. It was one less than usual. Jiang Hao was fine with it. More people meant more trouble. This mission wasn't difficult. They just needed to be careful. They only had to push the toxic mist a few hundred meters away. Then, they would have a safe period of 3 to 6 months before the mist returned, which would become the next sect mission. Many places in the sect were like this, and disciples were responsible for handling them. Places like Devil's Dens, mining caves, and the Sea Fog Cave were common. There were many more places like these. After a short while, Jiang Hao arrived at a barren hillside near the mining site, which had been heavily excavated. It is said that the Sea Fog Cave was accidentally uncovered during mining. After that, it required annual cleanups. Take an antidote pill and follow me in, Jiang Hao said as he casually swallowed a pill. He could see the toxic mist here, but it didn't seem to affect him. Xiao Xiu had her hair in pigtails. She followed behind Jiang Hao cautiously. More than the toxic mist, she seemed more afraid of the person in front of her. The other two kept watch on their surroundings. Jiang Hao didn't pay much attention to them. The toxic mist in the Sea Fog Cave was white, and it was easy to distinguish when encountering the poisonous mist from the normal mist. Although there aren't many dangers here, there are still some formidable creatures within the toxic mist. They're said to be extremely fast, and once they catch you, you might not be able to return, Jiang Hao said. As the team leader, he didn't want anything to happen to these people. Xiao Xiu didn't take it seriously. She had heard about these things, but she knew that the probability of encountering a dangerous creature was very low. It wasn't that terrifying. She assumed that Jiang Hao was just trying to win them over so that he could use them for his blood wish path. Ji Bian and Wu Shi had similar thoughts. They didn't consider the danger here to be that great. If they stayed a little further away, they could easily avoid it. They could evade the dangers if they were quick enough. They also had defensive spells, so they wouldn't be caught off guard. Jiang Hao was unaware of their thoughts. Even if he knew what they were thinking, he wouldn't have cared much. There was a chance that they would encounter such a creature. It was better to be cautious. Soon, they encountered a white mist that was unusually dense. It was expanding outward like cumulus clouds. It wasn't spreading very fast, but it was still creepy because they didn't know what was inside the mist. "Let's begin," Jiang Hao said. Some lightning talismans shot out. Boom! The talismans exploded within and thinned the mist. At this point, Jiang Hao held a transparent gourd and activated his technique. The toxic mist was rapidly absorbed. It doesn't feel too difficult indeed. The only issue is that the toxic mist can easily infiltrate the body and cause subtle changes with prolonged exposure. The others maintained their distance while using magical artifacts to absorb the toxic mist. By evening, Jiang Hao was done with the mission and led the group away. They couldn't continue. He could clearly see that if these people continued, their cultivation would decrease. Leaving now was the best choice. However, they seemed somewhat dissatisfied to leave so early. How long would it take to complete a mission like this? But faced with someone who was at the peak of the Foundation establishment realm, they dared not say anything. Chapter 415. Chapter 415. The Light in Despair. Chapter 415. The Light in Despair. For half a month, Jiang Hao continued the mission with the group and returned home in the evening. The others felt that they returned too quickly. Sometimes they wanted to complain that a task that could be completed in 2 months was taking so long. It was uncertain if it could even be finished in 4 months. However, no one dared to voice such complaints to Jiang Hao. They could only nod along. They began to doubt whether Jiang Hao was really someone who practiced the blood wish path. If he was, then it seemed he had no intention of turning them into sources of blood for the blood wish path. Come to think of it, not everyone can become a source of blood for the path. "We've been overthinking," Xiao Xiu said. "I wonder how much longer this will take. Should we talk to senior brother Jiang?" Wu Shi asked. But what if senior brother Jiang has his own reasons? Saying anything might just delay him, Ji Bian said. Everyone fell silent. It might be better to delay a little rather than offend a senior and become the next target. Being targeted in this place might mean never getting out again. That would be a real disaster. A delay of 2 more months wouldn't cost them their lives, and they could still cultivate at night. It wouldn't waste too much time. Let's pick up the pace during the daytime, Xiao Xiu said helplessly. Now, I'll have to endure the ridicule of my fellow disciples when I return. It took 4 months for a task in the Sea Fog Cave. They finished theirs in just 2 months. Wu Shi and Ji Bian could only nod in agreement. Junior brother Ji, you're from the law enforcement hall, right? Wu Shi asked. Why don't you go and talk to them? The law enforcement hall holds considerable influence. Ji Bian quickly shook his head. Senior brother, please don't put me in a difficult position. Senior brother Jiang is someone famous in the law enforcement hall and also ranks high in the mayor hall. I'm only an outer sect disciple. Even the seniors in the law enforcement hall and the merit hall respect him. I heard the senior in the task hall saying that senior brother Jiang hasn't accepted any missions from them so far. The 3 sighed in defeat. It seemed there was no other choice. They could only endure it for as long as they could. Soon, Jiang Hao walked over to them. Although he didn't hear what these people were saying, he could understand their feelings. Some matters were inconvenient to say aloud, so they remained silent. This was the demonic sect where some seniors who led teams were capricious, and others had no say. He had encountered this before, and now he was becoming that kind of person. Many people exchanged ideas and discussed matters, but he didn't want to participate. It would waste his time. He needed to finish things here quickly. They went deep into the sea fog cave. The surroundings grew damp, and there was no light. They could only rely on magical artifacts for light. Another half a month passed, and Jiang Hao's group pushed forward bit by bit. The deeper they went, the smoother the walls became, as if they were artificially carved. I heard there are ruins here, and fierce creatures inhabit this place, Wuxia said. I heard there's nothing inside, except for some ancient relic from who knows when. The Sex people have explored this place long ago, Xiao Xiu said. Jiang Hao looked around. Be careful. We're quite deep now. There might be demonic beasts around. The others nodded, but they didn't treat the matter like a big deal. They weren't ignorant of these things. Afterward, they continued to push forward using magical artifacts and talismans. Once they ran out of sect-provided talismans, they would need to rely on their own spells. They would have to use lightning spells. Otherwise, their progress would be slow. As Jiang Hao looked around, he suddenly spotted some inscriptions on a wall ahead. Although curious, he didn't approach it immediately. He waited until they had pushed the toxic mist forward before going to inspect the inscriptions. He made sure he was within a safe zone. Jiang Hao was slightly taken aback when he saw the inscriptions. It wasn't ordinary text. It was the language of the Heavenly Spirit Tribe. Why was it always the Heavenly Spirit Tribe? He had heard that tribe's language in the corpse realm before. He thought he would be able to translate those words quickly, but unfortunately, he hadn't been able to decipher them to this day. However, the text on this wall was understandable. It looked slightly distorted, as if it had been scratched by claws. These are special characters. I've heard some seniors say there's nothing special about them, Ji Bian said. Jiang Hao nodded. There was indeed nothing special about them. Still, they made him feel strange. The inscription read, "You watch me. Watch me sink to the depths of the sea. Not only are you not in pain, but you're also laughing at my failure." The depths of the sea. Jiang Hao looked at the white mist. Could this place lead to the depths of the sea? It didn't seem very likely. As for whether anyone had investigated this possibility, he had no idea. But he wasn't in a position to investigate. He should just complete the mission and leave as soon as possible. It had been a month already, and another half-month would be enough to complete the mission. The cave grew even larger, as if they were entering a ruin. At this point, Xiao Xiu noticed something emitting golden light in front of the mist. She was surprised. She sensed that it wasn't an ordinary object. She had heard that valuable treasures could be found in places like these. Senior Brother Wu, keep an eye on our surroundings. I'll go pick it up, Xiao Xiu said when she noticed that Wu Shi had also spotted it. Junior sister, wait until we've pushed the mist forward before picking it up. Senior Brother Jiang reminded us to be extra careful this time, Wu Shi said. He also wanted to retrieve the object, but he couldn't act rashly. He mentioned Jiang Hao in the hopes that she would give up. This way he would have a chance. If she found it, she would own most of it even if she shared some of it with them. However, Xiao Xiu had already moved forward. Wu Shi could only give up with a sigh. As for danger, there really wasn't much to be concerned about. They had been here for a month. If it was dangerous, they would have encountered it long ago. Xiao Xiu felt the same. Soon, she reached the object and picked it up. To her surprise, it was only a piece of stone. The stone was emitting a golden light, but she had no idea what it was. Just as she was about to put it away, the white mist suddenly surged. As she stood up, Xiao Xiu saw a tentacle slithering toward her. In a split second, she was ensnared by it and pulled inside. Everything happened too quickly. She hadn't even had time to react. She looked at Wu Shi in fear and hoped she would be rescued. She was instantly pulled into the white mist. She felt terror and despair. Xiao Su felt helpless. She trembled in fear. The icy cold robbed her of her strength. Just then, a streak of blade light shone through. Boom! The entire tentacle was severed by a single slash. While she was still puzzled, a hand grabbed her and pulled her away. However, she felt numerous tentacles emerging from a mist. Demonic sound slash. Boom! A tremendous sound rang out, and the tentacles were blocked. Xiao Xiao felt the person pulling her away urgently. It seemed like the person was leading her away from the abyss of death. The next moment, her vision cleared. The white mist vanished, and she was left lying on the ground. She turned to see a figure beside her who was swinging his blade. Moon slaying. At this moment, massive tentacles appeared. Moonlight flashed. With a thunderous crash, the blade collided with the tentacles. For an instant, the tentacles recoiled in pain. Xiao Xiao felt as if she had been pulled away by this person from falling into despair. He had saved her. She felt fear and relief at the same time. Jiang Hao turned to Xiao Xiao. "Rest for a while before we continue," he said calmly. He didn't say anything more. Jiang Hao no longer paid them any attention. Instead, he looked at the white mist. He wasn't sure if it had been an illusion. He felt there was something inside. This place wasn't safe. Chapter 416. Chapter 416. Isn't this too fast? Chapter 416. Isn't this too fast? In front of the ruins, Jiang Hao lowered his head and thought about what had happened. The presence of figures within the sea fog cave was something he hadn't expected. He had never heard of such a thing happening anywhere. Beasts were common, and he knew that the beasts weren't particularly strong. But a human, this was beyond normal. He didn't know if this figure had just appeared or had been there before. If it had been there before, then it wasn't a big deal. But if it had just appeared, the possibility of other unexpected surprises was high. Currently, there didn't seem to be any issues, but he couldn't afford to let his guard down. "Continue pushing forward," Jiang Hao said while looking at Wu Shi and Ji Bian, who were still in shock. Only then did the two of them snap out of it and begin working. This time, they didn't dare to slack off in any way, and they avoided getting too close to the toxic mist. The speed of the tentacles was too fast, and they couldn't keep up at all. A small mistake could lead to being completely devoured. Wu Shi wasn't someone without insight. He could sense just how timely Jiang Hao's intervention had been. His strength, action, and timing had been impeccable. He had a feeling that if it had been any other Foundation establishment realm cultivator, it wouldn't have been as easy to rescue Xiao Xiao. Jiang Hao didn't make any further discoveries. He didn't see any more inscriptions either. Everything was progressing smoothly. "Let's head back. Be here on time tomorrow." This time, no one had any complaints. They even breathed a sigh of relief. Over the next few days, no unexpected incidents occurred. It was mid-January when Xiao Xiao and the others were waiting at the cave entrance as usual. "Something strange happened," Ji Bian said. "I've got something strange to report too," Xiao Xiao said. "What strange things?" Wu Shi asked. Ji Bian quickly said, "Senior Sister Qiao, you go first." After thinking for a moment, Xiao Xiao said, "Remember when I said that, Senior? Brother Jiang practiced the Blood Wish path and warned you to be careful?" "I remember, but you also said he didn't actually want us to become Blood Wish path practitioners, right?" Wu Shi asked curiously. "Yes, that's right. That's the strange part." Xiao Xiao sighed. "I suddenly feel like it's not a big deal to offer my blood for the path. You may not understand, but the impact of escaping death has deeply affected me." Wu Shi and Ji Bian thought about it. It would make anyone feel like returning a favor, but they would probably feel unhappy after a while. If they were only good enough to be a source of nourishment for others, they might as well die. "What about you, junior brother Ji?" Wu Shi asked. "I asked some seniors, and they said that our current situation is where they arrived after almost 2 months," Ji Bian said seriously. Xiao Xiao and the others were stunned. Could they be mistaken? Wu Shi asked. "No, I asked very clearly. I didn't believe it at first, so I described our situation in detail. They said this is already near the completion of the mission," Ji Bian said. "But we've only been on the mission for a little over a month. Moreover, we constantly took a break. Shouldn't it take 4 months to complete? How is it possible that it's already near the end? How do we do it quicker than normal?" Xiao Xiao exclaimed in surprise. Before they could continue discussing it further, Jiang Hao arrived. They had no choice but to follow him into the cave to complete the mission. Jiang Hao looked around. He felt that they could complete the task today. As long as nothing went wrong today, they wouldn't need to return to this place again. He could also avoid unexpected dangers. The closer it got to the last day, the more he needed to stay calm. He didn't say anything more than usual and didn't mention that they would complete the mission today. He treated it like any other day. When evening arrived, Jiang Hao saw a stone tablet. He didn't rush over to it, as it was still in the mist. He waited until the white mist was pushed far enough back before he approached the stone tablet. 3 words were written on it, Heavenly Notes Sect. Jiang Hao breathed a sigh of relief. When he turned around, he suddenly noticed a line of text at the corner of the stone tablet. It was written in the language of the Heavenly Spirit tribe. It was unclear who had left it there, but it seemed like it was something intrinsic to the stone tablet. The meaning of the line was, "Do you want supreme talent? Come find me, and I will grant it to you." Jiang Hao ignored it. He had no intention of exploring it. He simply turned around and led the group away. "Let's go back." He didn't say it was over. He was worried that someone might be eavesdropping. Jiang Hao didn't leave in a hurry either. He did feel that someone was spying on him. Even so, he didn't dare to speed up recklessly. They left at a normal pace. If they sped up, it might appear as if they were afraid, and whoever it was would pursue them. After safely leaving the sea fog cave, Jiang Hao let out a sigh of relief. It's over. He looked at Xiao Xiao and the others. You can go and report the completion of the mission. You don't need to come here tomorrow. With that, he left on his sword. The 3 of them stood in place. They were stunned. They exchanged curious glances. We agreed on 4 months, but I didn't expect it to end this early, Xiao Xiao said in disbelief. Since they had arrived here, everything had progressed at a rate beyond her expectations. It was too fast. They couldn't even understand why it had gone this quickly. Other seniors struggled for 2 months to complete this task. Their group had taken constant breaks, and they still finished the task earlier than expected. They had prepared themselves to be mocked, but now they were the envy of others. Wushi was also shocked. He had heard this morning that the mission would be complete, and now it was done. He couldn't believe it. Ji Bian chuckled. Did we stumble upon the quickest method? Maybe it's been simplified. Regardless, once they got back, they could use this news to exchange for some spirit stones. Oh, I forgot to ask. Xiao Xiao flew on her sword amidst the surprised gazes of the 2. One need to ask. In the surprised gazes of these 2, Xiao Xiao rose on her sword, saying, I need to ask senior brother whether he wants a blood vow. The next day, at the 100 Flowers Lake, petals gently fell on the lake's surface. Whoosh! There was a rustling sound as numerous petals fell from the flowers. Hong Ye stood at the edge of the lake as her red dress swayed in the wind. Hong Ye watched as the petals fell into the lake. Then, she returned to the pavilion. After she sat down, a white figure arrived. Secmaster, Baiji said. Speak. Hong Ye looked at Baiji indifferently. Today, the people from the law enforcement hall went to inspect the mission at the Sea Fog Cave and found a line of text on the stone tablet, Baiji said seriously. What's the content? Hong Ye asked. It's a prophecy from the Heavenly Spirit tribe. Our people don't understand it very well, but the sentence was translated. It seems to say, do you want supreme talent? Come find me, and I will grant it to you. I'm still trying to find someone to check if the sentence has any other meaning, said Baiji. Is there anything strange? Hong Ye asked. The person leading the team this time was Jiang Hao. Apart from completing the mission at an extremely fast pace, there were no other anomalies. However, there must be someone behind Jiang Hao. He might not have noticed that the person behind him could also sense it. Of course, it's possible that he's aware, but feels that it exceeds his current capabilities. Therefore, to avoid drawing too much attention from us, he chose to conceal it. Our people have started investigating, and there might be some information soon, Baiji said seriously. Chapter 417. Chapter 417. The One Who Erected the Monument. Chapter 417. The One Who Erected the Monument. Hong Ye was silent for a moment. She didn't immediately give her opinion on the matter. Then she said, "Go on." Recently, there have been rumors within the sect concerning the Blood Wish path, and the central figure in these rumors is Jiang Hao. It's being said that he's practicing the Blood Wish path, Baiji said. "What's the truth?" Hong Yuye asked. "He is definitely not practicing the Blood Wish path. However, he hasn't offered any explanation or response to these rumors. I suspect that he didn't spread the rumors, but he might have intended to use the rumors to his advantage to justify his advancement. If he does that, then no one would notice the person behind him," Baiji said. Hong Yuye poured Ursula a cup OTT. "Not else. This situation might actually benefit us, so we've been waiting for it to be more evident. We might find some flaws in his actions, and it might lead us to the person behind him," Baiji said. "Then, is he a traitor or a spy?" asked Hong Yuye. "We're still suspicious. He hasn't betrayed the sect so far in any aspect. He seems to be a decent person and isn't reckless or impatient. It's not without reason that someone powerful would take a fancy to him," said Baiji. "What about the heavenly fragrance Dao flower?" Hong Yuye asked as she put down her teacup. "Apart from Zhuang Yuzhen, no one has meddled with the flower," Baiji said. She then hesitated. "The person behind Jiang Hao remains hidden in the shadows. It's not out of the question that he might also have his sights on the heavenly fragrance Dao flower." "Continue the investigation," Hong Yuye said. Baiji nodded. She understood that the sect master intended to uncover the person behind all of this. Once Jiang Hao's accomplice was exposed, he would find it hard to leave the Heavenly Note sect, and there was no need for him to do so. After that, Baiji briefed Hong Yuye about the end of all things. According to the information so far, they seem to be plotting something on a small island using the Earth Extreme Heart Devouring Pearl. But we're still uncertain about the person in contact with Azure Mountain. The investigation is ongoing. The team heading to the Bright Moon sect has already arrived in the eastern region and is on their way to the sect. She then went on to explain some other matters. After Baiji finished her report, the sect master didn't immediately respond. Baiji felt puzzled. When she looked up, she realized that the sect master's mind wasn't focused on their conversation. However, it didn't take long for Hong Yuye to snap back to the present. Who was it that erected the monument in the Sea Fog Cave back then? "It was Lady Qingyu," Baiji said. Her. Hong Yuye's tone softened. Baiji understood why. This was because the sect master was brought into the sect by Lady Qingyu from the outside world. It was said that Lady Qingyu had only a short time left to live back then. She was merely in the early stage of the primordial spirit realm. Although she was strong, she was getting old. Her position within the sect wasn't high, but no one dared to provoke her. At that time, she had brought back a young girl during one of her trips outside. That young girl was the current sect master. The event had occurred over 100 years ago. Nobody in the sect dared to disrespect Lady Qingyu, even though she had passed away nearly 100 years ago. "Keep an eye on those who practice the Blood Wish path within the sect, especially those close to the Sea Fog Cave," Hong Yuye said. "Understood." Then, she recounted the earlier matters once again. With that, she left the 100 Flowers Lake. She needed to make arrangements. The depths of the Sea Fog Cave must hide something, so we need to be careful. As for Jiang Hao, we can give him some more time. The sect master wants him to be investigated further, but she also doesn't want to restrict him. The sect currently needs to recuperate and can't afford to deploy too many people. However, based on the sect master's intentions, even if there are issues within the Sea Fog Cave, it wouldn't be a problem. Someone is trying to achieve their goal by using others. It's important to involve as few people as necessary for this. Once these things were settled, Baiji knew what to do next. Jiang Hao completed his mission, but still felt uneasy. The figure he saw in the Sea Fog Cave and the feeling of being watched didn't seem like mere illusions. Should I inform Elder Baiji about this? When he was reporting the completion of the mission, the senior had asked him about it, but he hadn't dared to say anything. There was a danger if these things were revealed recklessly. It might not be safe for him to make any noise regarding the figure in the cave. He felt helpless when considering the female disciple who was on his team. She had caught up with him yesterday and offered her blood to be used for his blood wish path in exchange for saving her life. She seems to think that I'm practicing the blood wish path and that I saved her only to get blood from her. He had thanked her for her goodwill and then politely declined. After he did that, she seemed relieved. That was to be expected. Those who weren't involved with the blood vow path wouldn't understand what it was all about. It could potentially impact their cultivation or other aspects. Jiang Hao didn't know how this would play out because he had never seen the techniques of the blood wish path. Putting these thoughts aside, he began to consider how to pass the message to Elder Baiji. Then, he went to the Lawless Tower. Inside the tower, he met the black-robed woman. "It's been a while since you visited Junior Brother Jiang," she said. Jiang Hao smiled. "Yes, I was on a mission at the Sea Fog Cave. It's strange, but once when I was in the white mist, I thought I saw someone. However, no one was there the next second. I don't know if it was just an illusion or if the poisonous fog was to blame." "You saw a figure?" asked the black-robed woman in surprise. "What did it look like?" "I don't know." Jiang Hao shook his head. "I've recently received an assignment from Elder Baiji to investigate the Sea Fog Cave. Junior Brother Jiang, please let me know if you have any unusual experiences," the black-robed woman said. "Investigate the Sea Fog Cave?" Jiang Hao was taken aback. It seemed that Elder Baiji had already caught wind of something. At that moment, he felt even more uneasy. It appeared that the figure he encountered was indeed unusual. Besides the figure, I also felt as if I was being observed. I can't pinpoint it, but I just felt like we needed to leave the cave as soon as possible, he said awkwardly. "I apologize if it sounds silly." "No, Junior Brother Jiang, you've done well. This is very important information. If you ever have any doubts, feel free to come and ask me," the black-robed woman said. Jiang Hao nodded in gratitude. He was relieved that his words were taken seriously. He wouldn't have said anything if it hadn't felt unusual to him. After that, Jiang Hao went to find Zhuang Yuzhen. Without Mi Lingwei, the place was much quieter. Zhuang Yuzhen rarely spoke. Even when King Hai Luo wanted to engage in conversation, there was no response. So, Jiang Hao talked casually with him. He discussed topics related to the northern region, overseas matters, and even the blood wish path. It appeared that the blood wish path was mainly practiced in the southern region. There were no practitioners elsewhere, but there were similar cultivation methods. 3.5 months later, it was already early May. While watering the heavenly fragrance Dao flower, Jiang Hao sensed the activation of the communication talisman. It was the spirit beast and Xiao Li's talisman. "It seems they've arrived." He headed to the task hall. "Senior sister, do you have any new missions?" Jiang Hao looked at the familiar face of the senior. "We do," said the senior sister eagerly when she recognized him. "There are 2 missions. One is to recruit a disciple who our sect initially showed interest in, but was snatched away by the Black Heaven sect. So, the task is to bring him back. The other is to track down a Golden Core Realm trader. Both of these missions are suitable for you, Junior Brother Jiang. What if I fail?" Jiang Hao asked. "The compensation is 2,500 spirit stones," said the senior sister with a chuckle. "With more people taking on missions lately, we've been under more pressure. That's why we've increased the price. But don't worry, Junior Brother Jiang, there's still a 5-year deadline. 50 spirit stones per month should be enough to pay the fine. The first 5 months are interest-free. Only the later period will incur an interest." Jiang Hao was speechless. Chapter 418. Chapter 418, Golden Core Demon. Chapter 418, Golden Core Demon. Jiang Hao received a mission from the task hall and then turned to leave. It was the task of recruiting disciples, with a compensation of 2,500 spirit stones. The deadline hadn't changed. It was still 3 months away. 3 months. With his foundation establishment realm, if the other party returned to the Black Heaven sect, the round trip would take more than 3 months. Jiang Hao didn't think much about it. Anyway, he didn't intend to complete it. The more people he brought back, the greater the impact on him. This time, he didn't plan to delay his journey. Xiao Li and the others had just settled down. It might not be long before they entered the Bright Moon sect. If he didn't go now, he would miss the opportunity. Back at the Spirit Herb Garden, Jiang Hao informed Cheng Chou about his departure. The Outer Sect's Spirit Herb Garden was now on track. As long as there were no unexpected incidents within the sect, there wouldn't be any major issues there. Those who used to harass and cause trouble in the Spirit Herb Garden had become much more self-aware because of unexpected deaths and injuries. However, it was uncertain how long the peace would last. But by the time Jiang Hao ascended to the Golden Core realm, none of these people would dare offend him. As for the dangers in the sect at the moment, only the Sea Fog Cave was the most prominent one. Jiang Hao felt that there was something unusual about it. However, 3 months had passed, and it seemed like there was no progress. Going out now would also provide a chance to avoid whatever was there. If there was danger, he wouldn't need to get involved. Cultivating the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment seemed to be even more perilous. "How long will you be gone this time, Senior Brother Jiang?" Cheng Chou asked. He felt uneasy without Jiang Hao around. Han Ming, Miao Tinglian, and Mu Qi were all absent. If he wanted help, there was no one to turn to. The most harrowing thing was the fact that even the Spirit Beast wasn't around. With Lord Beast present, he felt much more at ease. After instructing Cheng Chou, Jiang Hao went to where Lin Ji was. Since he might be away for 3 months, he needed to give Lin Ji some guidance. Lin Ji wasn't the same little kid he used to be. He was now an 18-year-old youth. He was cutting bamboo in the bamboo forest. Despite being in the sect for several years, he was still at the first stage of the lifeblood refinement realm. "Senior Brother Jiang." Lin Ji stopped his work when he saw Jiang Hao. "How's your progress?" Jiang Hao asked. "About the same as before," Lin Ji said. "I heard that both of your friends have already reached the Foundation Establishment realm." Reaching Foundation Establishment realm at 18 years old was a formidable achievement. Their talent was comparable to Han Ming's. Unfortunately, they weren't a match for Han Ming yet. They could only compare in terms of the speed of their cultivation, but they wouldn't be able to catch up in the later stages. Of course, it didn't rule out the fact that they had enough opportunities and put in enough effort. It was just extremely difficult to catch up to Han Ming. In the past, Han Ming participated in the war with Azure Mountain and the Heavenly Saint sect. Whenever there was a battle, he was ready to march. Moreover, he managed to survive every time with considerable achievements. Luck, strength, talent, determination, and execution. Han Ming had them all. Also heard that Lin, Senior Brother Lin, reached the Foundation Establishment realm first. Senior Sister Zhao should be close too, Lin Ji said. "Are you in a hurry to reach the Foundation Establishment realm?" Jiang Hao asked. Lin Ji lowered his head and then smiled bitterly. "I'm hopeful, but not in a hurry." Jiang Hao nodded. "Practice diligently, read more books, and observe others more. Read the Book of Sages." Apart from the hardships he faced, Lin Ji would have to face 2 more difficulties. If his progress was slow, it would lead him to despair. However, if he progressed rapidly, he would think himself invincible and lose himself. He had overcome the former, but the latter still needed time to come to fruition. After giving some more guidance on cultivation, Jiang Hao left. Later that night, he glanced at his interface. 30 years old, Jiang Hao felt quite emotional when he looked at his age. Lin Ji was 18, Xiaoli was 19, but somehow he had already turned 30. The time had passed so fast. He still felt like he was only 19. That was the first time he had seen Han Yuya. Except for that single trip, he hadn't gone out since then. He had wanted to find his stepmother and his family, but now it seemed he might not have the chance. He still didn't know where they had gone. He had searched through all the nearby cities, but there was no news of them. If he had younger siblings, maybe he could hear about them in the future. If not, his past remained frozen at the time he used to be a 5-year-old child. Sometimes he wondered how things would have turned out if he hadn't been sold. Perhaps he would have died in famine, or maybe he would have survived and then been sent to work by his stepmother once he reached a certain age. When he got a bit older, he might have chosen to leave them and start a family. He could have found a wife and lived a peaceful life. If his luck was rotten, he would have suffered throughout his life. Maybe his 10-year-old self would have rebelled and run away to the Heavenly Notes sect anyway. Unfortunately, he could only speculate. Jiang Hao looked at his cultivation and lifeblood and didn't pay attention to his wandering thoughts. Nearly 2 years had passed, and they were finally full again. Without hesitation, he began to advance. Late at night the next day, Jiang Hao used the Heaven Secret's hidden talisman and disappeared. In Tiansheng Prefecture in the east, the night sky was filled with stars, and disciples occasionally soared through it. Not far from the Bright Moon sect, there was a city. The city was brightly lit and was adorned with flowers. Most of the people passing through had an extraordinary aura, as if there were no ordinary people among them. This was a city mostly inhabited by cultivators. It was called Star Moon City. The inns and lodgings in the city were almost fully occupied. The inn named Eternal Traveler was also fully booked. At this moment, most of the people in the inn were cultivating, while the occupants of one room were sound asleep. Inside the room, the furnishings were simple. A young girl smacked her lips in her sleep as if she saw something delicious in her dreams. A spirit beast was sprawled out on the table, asleep. A puddle of drool formed beneath its mouth. A faint light appeared on the ground. A figure surrounded by purple energy silently materialized in the room. The person looked at the beast and realized that it had already reached the golden core realm. Then he glanced at the girl on the bed. She had reached the foundation establishment realm. Indeed, neither of these two stayed the same for long. Shaking his head silently, he extended his hand, and 2 golden rings appeared from the ground and fell into the hands of the girl and the beast. He no longer needed them. Jiang Hao turned to leave. However, just as he took a step, he felt a sudden burning pain in his chest. He opened his shirt to look at his chest. The one heart palm that was imprinted on his chest flashed briefly and disappeared. When it disappeared, a figure in red appeared beside him. It was a familiar shadow with a familiar fragrance. Hong Yi, just as he was about to turn around, the beast suddenly shot into the air and dropped back down to the ground. The beast, which had been perfectly fine before, now had a swollen face. Looking at the beast with a bruised and swollen face, Jiang Hao sensed that it was a warning. Chapter 419. Chapter 419. Demonis explains one heart palm. Chapter 419. Demonis explains one heart palm. Jiang Hao let out a sigh as he looked at the beast, which was in a very bad condition. The beast still had some dignity. Hong Yi never targeted anyone but the beast. It was admirable that it survived the encounter every time. Senior. Jiang Hao turned and respectfully bowed. Hong Yi was dressed in a red and white gown. Her hair fell down her shoulders and chest. She looked elegant and classy. She was just about to say something when an urgent voice sounded from behind. Beast, my meat bun. Xiaoli even kicked her blanket away, and it flew away from the bed. Jiang Hao sighed helplessly. Did she only even dream about food? Hong Yi looked at Xiaoli and took a step forward. Then, she covered Xiaoli with a blanket. In her sleep, Xiaoli sniffed. Senior's sister, she was half awake and in a daze. How old is she this year? Hong Yi asked. She's supposed to be 19, Jiang Hao said. The age of dragons differed from that of humans. Xiaoli had never changed even after all these years. She was the same as when she first entered the sect. She hadn't grown at all. She hasn't grown mentally nor physically, Hong Yuye said. Jiang Hao was helpless. He had only requested Xiaoli to stay out of trouble and not cause any commotion. More importantly, it depended on the beast. Currently, Xiaoli was growing well. She was fearless in the cliff of broken hearts. The most important thing for her was food. Jiang Hao looked at his chest and realized that the one heart palm had disappeared. The purpose of this palm technique was for Hong Yuye to travel long distances. From the south to the east, the distance was great. Even Hong Yuye found it difficult to cross it. That's why the one heart was left on him. It allowed them to travel together. However, it seemed like this palm technique could only be used once. Suddenly, Jiang Hao thought of something. If he was married to many people across the north, west, east, and south, would it be easier for him to travel great distances with the help of this palm technique? Would it be even more convenient than the golden rings? He wanted to learn this technique. Just as Hong Yuye was about to turn away from the sleeping Xiaoli grabbed her hand in her sleep and hugged it to her. Mom! Jiang Hao was a bit worried. Even if Xiaoli didn't do that intentionally, it was easy for Hong Yuye to get riled up. Are you worried about her? Hong Yuye didn't pull her hand away. She just turned to look at Jiang Hao. Xiaoli is young. She didn't mean to offend you, senior, said Jiang Hao. Has she remained by your side after her parents died? Asked Hong Yuye as she looked at Xiaoli. Jiang Hao thought for a moment. Not exactly. After Xiaoli's parents died, the beast stayed with her and comforted her. I'm not good at that, so I couldn't do much for her. Xiaoli tightly clung to Hong Yuye's hand and didn't let go. Hong Yuye moved a bit closer to her. Why would someone like you stay in a demonic sect? Hong Yuye gestured for Jiang Hao to stand beside her. Senior, you must be kidding, said Jiang Hao. That doesn't have anything to do with where I am. You're easily influenced by emotions, Hong Yuye said calmly. Emotions? Jiang Hao thought of Xiaoli's old parents, who were struggling with their health. They held on and waited for Xiaoli to return home every time. He also thought of Lin Ji's mother. Even though she was suffering from serious illness, she traveled dozens of miles to get a protective talisman for her child. She bore the burden until she heard the good news. After that, she finally let go. He thought of his stepmother and his family. Though his memories of them weren't very vivid, he was determined not to forget. Regardless of whether they were kind or harsh to him, he wanted to see them again. He didn't even know why he wanted it, but he wanted to see them one last time anyway. Jiang Hao shook his head. Senior, you must be joking. His weaknesses were too obvious, and for him, that was a disaster. Hong Yuye glanced at him in front of her and didn't think much of his lie. Were you just thinking about the palm technique on your chest? She asked. Jiang Hao didn't answer. He was thinking about it, but he didn't dare voice his thoughts. The technique is called the one-heart palm. Do you know the conditions for activating it? Hong Yuye asked. No. Jiang Hao shook his head. The one-heart palm requires a relationship between a man and a woman for it to activate successfully. To use it, you just need to leave an imprint on the body, like I did earlier, Hong Yuye said. Jiang Hao didn't respond. He already knew all of this. Are you thinking that once you learn this technique and have a relationship with many women, you can go anywhere? Hong Yuye sneered. Why do you think it's called the one-heart palm and not the many hearts palm? If you have a relationship with a second person, the one-heart palm can't be used. So, once you've mastered it, you can only use it on me. Do you still want to learn? Hong Yuye smiled sinisterly. Jiang Hao lowered his head and didn't answer. He didn't want to learn it. If there was danger, he could immediately go to Hong Yuye. Even if she was too terrifying and might be unpredictable, she was his safe bet. If he was on the brink of death, going to Hong Yuye would undoubtedly provide a way out. However, earning it was one thing. Leaving an imprint on someone else's body was another. Hong Yuye had left an imprint on his chest. He didn't dare do the same to her. That would turn out to be deadly. With a sigh, Jiang Hao also gave up on the idea of learning it. Red Ye didn't say anything either. She just watched Xiaoli. After a while, Xiaoli finally let go of her hand and went back to dreaming about food. Hong Yuye pulled her hand back and disappeared with Jiang Hao. Ah! The spirit beast wailed and held its face in pain. Then it looked around. Beast, what's wrong with you? Xiaoli was startled awake. I thought the master was here, said the beast. Where? Xiaoli looked around but didn't see anyone. She sniffed again but didn't smell anything. She looked at the spirit beast. Your face is swollen again. That is a favor from an acquaintance. The master must be nearby. Jiang Hao had already arrived at the street. The place was brightly lit. It was a city that never slept. Star Moon City. It's near the Bright Moon sect. It's said that many sects gather here, Jiang Hao said. It's busier than the cities you visited before, Han Yuye said. Indeed, it was bustling. Jiang Hao was amazed. The streets were paved with jade and stone, and towering pavilions filled the area. Everything looked beautiful. The entire city seemed to have formed naturally, and its grandeur was impeccable. It looked very festive. The city was truly remarkable. "Where do you plan to go, senior?" asked Jiang Hao. "Go where?" Han Ye looked at him with a smile. "Haven't we hung out before?" Jiang Hao was momentarily stunned. "Were they just going to observe and not get involved?" That was fine too, as it wouldn't affect his plans for later. However, her sudden appearance had disrupted his arrangements a bit. He needed to find a place to buy some tea first. Chapter 420. Chapter 420. You know how to bargain? Chapter 420. You know how to bargain. Jiang Hao walked into a pavilion somewhat helplessly. He thought he would find a place for Hong Yuye to stay and go out alone to buy tea. Unfortunately, Hong Yuye came along with him to the city. He had no choice but to take her along to buy tea leaves. The pavilion didn't look very big, so Jiang Hao dared to explore it. He was worried that the price for the tea would be too expensive here than at the Heavenly Notes sect. The place was filled with spirit tea. No one was there to welcome him, so he explored the place alone. Soon, he saw the 1,000-flower tea. It was priced at 181 spirit stones. It was unexpectedly cheaper, but the minimum purchase was 25 grams. If he bought and resold it, he could make a decent amount of money. Then he saw Snow Queen Spring, which was priced at 70 spirit stones for 5 grams. That was 20 spirit stones more expensive than what he bought at his sect. If he could set up a stall here, he could sell it for 60 and still make a profit. He could fully utilize the golden rings and come here to sell things. Leaving the sect wouldn't be too difficult either. He could take on a mission from the law enforcement hall and set aside 2,000 or 3,000 spirit stones as compensation. But unfortunately, nothing was that simple. Tea leaves weren't easy to sell either. "What would you like to buy, fellow disciples?" asked a young woman. She was at the early stage of the Golden Core realm. Was this all a Golden Core realm cultivator capable of? It made sense somehow. The city was crowded, and there wasn't much opportunity. Competition was fierce. "Help me get." The moment Han Yuye spoke, Jiang Hao felt anxious. "Ancient spirit tea," he said hurriedly. He had seen that tea in the Heavenly Notes sect before. It was priced at 500 spirit stones for 5 grams. "All right, please follow me." The young woman was quite surprised, but she nodded and smiled. Jiang Hao felt a chill run down his spine. He didn't dare to turn around. If Red Yuye had just asked for red azure tea, he would have gone bankrupt. He could only cut her off. Fortunately, it seemed that ancient spirit tea still met her standards. The woman prepared to brew a pot of tea. "Please have a taste and check the quality first." Jiang Hao and Hong Yuye sat down and waited. Only after they were seated did the young woman sit down. She was very polite and professional, which surprised Jiang Hao. She was at the Golden Core realm, while they only displayed their cultivation at the Foundation Establishment realm. Hong Yuye must have suppressed her cultivation to be on par with his. After a while, a pot of ancient spirit tea was ready. The woman poured them each a cup. "Please try it. If you like it, you can buy the tea. If not, then this pot of tea can be considered a gift from the pavilion." Jiang Hao's attention wasn't on the tea, but on the brewing process. It was rather complicated. He picked up the cup, and the fragrance wafted into his nose. He took a sip. It was slightly bitter. As it cooled down, he felt the spiritual energy surge into his body. It gave him the feeling of being among the mountains and rivers. This tea was good. Jiang Hao turned to look at Hong Yuye. At this moment, the cup had just left her lips. "This is average quality." The young woman was surprised. She smiled. "Your assessment is similar to our pavilion masters. I can lower the price by 30 spirit stones. It'll be 450 spirit stones now. What do the two of you think?" Hong Yuye didn't say anything. The woman turned to Jiang Hao. He hadn't expected her to lower the price. In the end, he bought 50 g of ancient spirit tea and 50 g of red sleeve tea. He got a discount of another 80 spirit stones. In total, it cost him 5,300 spirit stones for everything. The tea should last until the end of the trip. Now, he was left with 11,168 spirit stones. All the spirit stones he earned over 2 years were spent here. After getting used to the surroundings, he decided to find a place to set up a stall and sell his goods. He hoped to accumulate enough spirit stones for the incarnation of the immortal peach tree. He had one concern. His cultivation realm was in the middle stage of the soul ascension realm. He didn't know if it would be enough to set up a stall here. After all, this was a city near the Bright Moon sect. If someone were to cause trouble, they might be at the soul ascension realm or higher. He needed to be prepared. When they left the pavilion, Hong Yuya looked at him. You know how to bargain. It can save some spirit stones. Jiang Hao nodded. But what if she had refused to sell it? Hong Yuya asked. That's all right. We never know until we try. After all, Jiang Hao said, I never saw you take a gamble before. Well, it's different. Gambles include risks. I just want to be careful with certain things, said Jiang Hao. How old are you this year? 30. Hong Yuya fell silent. She seemed deep in thought. Jiang Hao didn't know what she was thinking. But it meant that the two of them had known each other for 10 years, and soon it would be 11. 11 years had swiftly passed by. Where do you want to go next, senior? Jiang Hao asked. Hong Yuya was silent for a while. Then she said, Let's go to the riverside. It was nighttime, and the stars and moon were radiant in the sky. At the riverside of Star Moon City, the reflection of the stars fell on the water surface. Jiang Hao rented a boat. Hong Yuya stood at the bow of the boat, while he ferried the boat at the stern. In the darkness of the night, Jiang Hao gently sailed the boat through the river. A gentle breeze rustled Hong Yuya's hair, and her robes swayed lightly. She looked ethereal. Ha ha! A sudden voice echoed. Jiang Hao turned to see a man standing on another boat nearby. He was drinking wine and laughing merrily. However, he seemed somewhat puzzled. When did I find myself on the sea of stars again? Ha! The stars on the water are quite something, though a bit dizzying. This is good wine. Ha ha! The man was a bit incoherent. He seemed to be drunk. Hong Yuya also looked at him. She heard a resigned voice behind her. Unaware of the heavens while drunk, and sound asleep while crossing the Milky Way. She looked at Jiang Hao in surprise. How do you know that? My father was a scholar, so I learned some things, said Jiang Hao. His memory of his father was quite vague. He only remembered his father occasionally going out to sell calligraphy. Now that he thought about it, the business must have been good. The family had lived well, although his meals were quite plain because his stepmother didn't give him much. At this moment, a figure descended from the sky and stood on the surface of the river. He gazed at Jiang Hao. Apologies for the interruption, said the middle-aged man politely. May I ask if the poem you just recited was composed by you, fellow disciple? Jiang Hao greeted him politely. Then he shook his head. Senior, you've misunderstood. That was a line of poetry I heard somewhere before. I'm not knowledgeable about such matters. The person's aura was restrained, so it was difficult to discern their cultivation realm, but he emanated a certain kind of pressure. This was definitely not an ordinary cultivator. Even the drunk person from before was the same. Many powerful cultivators had gathered here. If it weren't for the Bright Moon sect monitoring the place, things might have gotten out of hand. Chapter 421. Chapter 421. We were tricked. Ha ha ha. Chapter 421. We were tricked. Ha ha ha. Isn't that so? The middle-aged man expressed some regret. I wonder who composed it. Could you introduce me to the author? Jiang Hao shook his head. He probably passed away. I see. The middle-aged man didn't press him further, but raised the wine bottle in his hand. Would you care for some wine, fellow disciple? Thank you for your kind offer, but I don't drink, Jiang Hao said. It seems it really wasn't your poem. What a pity, the middle-aged man sighed in disappointment. Jiang Hao didn't say anything. Well then, sorry for bothering you. The middle-aged man turned and walked away. Jiang Hao paid no mind and moved away from the area and continued downstream. Hong Yu didn't turn around, and he didn't dare to look at her either. The wooden boat didn't need to be returned, so they left it downstream. The middle-aged man watched the boat leave and stood beside the drunken man. Such a shame, really a pity. The intoxicated man lay at the bow of the boat and gazed at his reflection in the water. He chuckled, unaware of the heavens while drunk. Sound asleep while crossing the Milky Way. I like it. Ha ha. His hair was disheveled, and his eyes were unfocused. He was pretty good looking. The middle-aged man beside him had a bit of stubble. He looked wise. Let's see where this poem came from. With a wave of his hand, the starry river surged, and the constellations shifted. Soon, he was left dumbfounded in place. Where are we? The middle-aged man asked. The man at the bow of the boat suddenly burst into laughter. Right here. We were tricked. Ha ha ha. He laughed so hard that he couldn't stop. He found it amusing that they were deceived. He trembled with laughter and suddenly fell into the water. The middle-aged man paid no attention to his cries for help. It really is him. It seems he doesn't like us. No, I should go see where they are and pay them a visit. First, Doug, save me, please. The drunk man struggled in the water. Early the next morning, Jiang Hao walked out of the inn. After returning from the river yesterday, they found an inn. It cost 3 spirit stones for one night. They had taken 2 rooms. The location was a bit secluded, and it was not a popular inn, but the facilities were decent. It cost them 6 spirit stones a day for 2 rooms. That was about 180 spirit stones a month. The sex resources for 3 months wouldn't be enough to cover 1 month's stay here. In places with more people, some things were cheap, while others were expensive. Lodging shouldn't be a necessity for cultivators, but the prices were still steep. The entire inn was covered by formations. That morning, he brewed tea for Hong Yuya and bought some pastries. After that, he wanted to go out and attend to his own matters. First, he needed to find a place to set up his stall. Then he wanted to visit the Twin City Peak. It was already May. In another month, the Tao Conference would take place. He had to be present then. Otherwise, the mission would fail. In a few days, the gathering would likely begin again. Xing might inquire about their location to make sure they could arrive on time. The Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment wasn't a small matter. No one dared to be careless. During the day, the streets were bustling with more people than at night. People roamed the streets in groups of 2s and 3s. Everything seemed normal. After a while, Jiang Hao found a spot for his stall, which required spirit stones to activate. After getting a rough idea of the prices, he spent 10 spirit stones to open the stall for the day. This time he displayed spirit herbs, pill formulas, pills, magical treasures, and talismans in his stall. He didn't bring out the blood gourd. It might come in handy, so he wanted to keep it. Before long, a woman appeared at his stall. She looked at the pull formula. How much is this? 3,000 spirit stones, Jiang Hao said. He wasn't sure about the value of the pill furnace in other places, but here it wasn't worth much. 3,000 was the average price. Others were selling it for less. This is too expensive. The woman took a quick look and put the furnace down. It seemed she didn't even intend to negotiate. Jiang Hao was speechless. He could only wait. How much for a healing talisman? Asked the young man. After hearing the price, the person walked away. Too pricey. Jiang Hao had priced the items according to the standards of the Bright Moon sect. He had also asked around about the prices here. While they might be a bit cheaper, the difference wasn't that significant. He didn't know why these people found his things so expensive. Helplessly, he could only continue to wait. By afternoon, Jiang Hao hadn't sold anything yet. Doing business was proving more difficult than he had anticipated. Although many people asked about his products, they didn't buy any. It was either too expensive or the items were too ordinary. It wasn't until evening that he finally understood what was happening. He lacked competitiveness. His items were commonplace and abundant in this place. Anybody could find cheaper options at another stall. Even if the prices were similar, the other vendors had a variety of the same product. There was simply no reason for anyone to choose him. Looks like I need to lower the prices. But he wasn't in a rush. He closed his stall and walked around. He asked for items and their prices to compare them to his own. He couldn't set the price too low, after all. At the same time, he wanted to assess the strengths of these vendors, so he could prevent them from retaliating. In the end, he decided to raise his cultivation to the middle stage of the primordial spirit realm and lower the prices for his items. He would only lower the items for the products that weren't available here. And by leveraging these lower prices, he could encourage people to buy other things as well. After bringing some food back to the inn, Jiang Hao once again set up his stall. At night, with more people around, he didn't slack off. Luckily, the stall was reserved for the whole day, so he could use it any time. "How much is this pill furnace?" asked the woman. 2,300, Jiang Hao said. The woman was about to put it down when she caught herself. She didn't voice her thoughts, but picked up the pill furnace again to examine it more closely. This time, she was looking at it with great interest. After making sure the quality was decent, she doubted that she had heard wrong. "How much for this in spirit stones?" 2,300, Jiang Hao said again. He had seen similar pill furnaces before. The lowest price for it in this area was 2,800. Initially, he had priced it at 3,000, which was a fair valuation. Now, he was offering it at a cheaper rate than the market price. Anyone who knew the market wouldn't change their vendor unless they got a better deal. "What about these pill formulas?" The woman didn't put down the pill furnace this time. 500 for one, Jiang Hao said. The pill formula was of the gold core realm. It was ordinary but still worth 500 spirit stones. "What about these spirit herbs?" she asked again. In the end, the woman spent 7,000 spirit stones in purchasing the pill furnace, some spirit herbs formulas, and pills. With 7,000 spirit stones in hand, Jiang Hao sighed in relief. He realized that the items in Yu Xian's storage treasures were very valuable. There was also a spirit sword. At the very least, it could be sold for 4,000 or 5,000 spirit stones. In the sect, it would fetch 5,000 or 6,000. Prices for magical treasures were generally lower here. In the end, he sold the spirit sword for a lower price too. Unfortunately, the person only bought the sword and nothing else. Fortunately, 3,500 spirit stones for a spirit sword wasn't much of a loss. He now had a total of 21,600 spirit stones. At this point, even though he still had spirit herbs and pills to sell, Jiang Hao wanted to find a place that traded in magical treasures. He still had a fair number of spirit swords to get rid of. "You want to sell magical treasures to us?" The woman at the counter of one of the pavilions that dealt with magical treasures was amused. "We don't buy regular magical treasures here. What kind of magical treasure do you have?" Jiang Hao took out a spirit sword. It was just an ordinary one. "This spirit sword is priced at 10 spirit stones here, but we're not interested." The woman shook their head. "I can sell it to you for 4 spirit stones each, and I have several thousands of them," Jiang Hao said. The woman at the counter was taken aback. "Several thousand? Fellow disciple, please come this way," the woman said politely and led the way. Chapter 422. Chapter 422. True Harmony. Chapter 422. True Harmony. "Esteemed guest, please take care," said the woman as she bid him farewell. "Next time you have magical treasures, please consider us first. The prices are negotiable." Jiang Hao gave a simple nod in return and turned to leave. This time, he had sold all the spirit swords, spirit sabers, and spirit spears. He had over 4,000 spirit weapons. He sold them all and earned around 16,000 spirit stones. Accumulating a lot of spirit weapons over the years wasn't without benefits. He still had a few daggers left, but he kept them for sneak attacks. Now, he had over 37,000 spirit stones. The immortal peach tree would cost over 20 or 30,000 spirit stones for the next incarnation. He would still be left with several thousand spirit stones after that. For a moment, he didn't know how to spend it all. Since he had reached a higher realm in cultivation, some spirit herbs no longer produced enough bubbles to help him in his cultivation. The further he went, the more he needed divine and sacred items to trigger blue bubbles. Even high-grade spirit herb seeds, which had a high probability of producing blue bubbles, had a much lower chance now. After returning, I need to find a way to get the Candlelight Pill Pavilion to send me some high-grade seeds for nurturing. If I somehow display a golden core, realm cultivation, they might agree willingly. It was already late at night, and he should be heading back. However, on his way back, two people blocked his path. One was a disheveled-haired youth, and the other was a middle-aged man with a scruffy beard. Jiang Hao remembered these two. He had met them both during that time on the boat. Their strength exceeded his expectations. Fellow disciple, we meet again. It seems fate is at work. The middle-aged man smiled. I am Wan Xiao. I'm just a commoner who enjoys poems. The disheveled youth hiccuped. Si Chung. I am Jiang Hao Tian. What can I do for you, seniors? Jiang Hao asked. It was clear they had come looking for him. We want to ask, does the poet you mentioned have any more verses in that poem? Wan Xiao asked politely. I only remember that one verse, Jiang Hao said truthfully. Just one verse. Wan Xiao sighed. Will you be able to remember the rest of the verses? Jiang Hao frowned. The person seemed to be implying something. Does he think I composed the poem? Jiang Hao felt troubled. Such powerful individuals couldn't be easily fooled by a cultivator like him. It would be best to clarify the situation as soon as possible. Senior, you might have misunderstood. I didn't compose the poem, Jiang Hao said. Then, is it the young woman from yesterday? Si Chung asked. Young woman. Jiang Hao's heart raced, but he remained calm. Not quite. It was composed by a deceased senior. Wan Xiao and Si Chung exchanged a glance. They felt that Jiang Hao wasn't being dishonest. How they made a mistake. The two invited Jiang Hao to their loft for a drink. When an expert extended an invitation, he could only go along. With Hong Yi not around, he needed to be cautious in the presence of such seniors. Provoking them wouldn't benefit him in any way. Indeed, the city was brimming with formidable experts. At the riverside loft, Jiang Hao and the two sat by the window. It overlooked the boats sailing on the river. It was quite lively tonight, with many figures bustling about on the largest boat. It's a wonderful thing to be young. I heard that there's a young woman on that boat, and she is exceptionally talented. I wonder if any of you will get to meet her, Wan Xiao said with a smile. This wine is just average. Si Chung shook his head. Jiang Hao focused on his food. As for the bustling boat below, he wasn't interested at all. In his eyes, even the most extraordinary woman was no different from an ordinary one. Aren't you curious about this young woman? Wan Xiao asked. She's just the alchemist from the Bright Moon sect. She shows off a little magic here and there. Her talent isn't that remarkable, Si Chung casually said. Oh, then who would you consider truly remarkable? Wan Xiao asked. Could it be that you fancy that newly recruited young woman? She's still young and can't be considered truly remarkable, mainly because she lacks her own opinions. Without unique ideas that leave an impact, she can't truly be called remarkable. Si Chung sipped his wine. You should just focus on your drink, Wan Xiao said. Don't be so critical. When you're young, that doesn't apply. It's impressive to be exceptionally talented to astound their peers. He looked at Jiang Hao. What do you think, fellow disciple? I think both perspectives are valid, said Jiang Hao. Wan Xiao burst into laughter, but didn't press him further. Instead, he looked at the large boat outside. At that moment, a figure flew out from the boat. The first to emerge was a woman dressed in white. She appeared ethereal under the moonlight. Following closely behind was a scholarly-looking man. The two of them seemed to be comparing their movement techniques. Soul Ascension Realm. Jiang Hao was surprised. They were weaker than he had anticipated. He had thought the majority of experts on this boat would be at the return to Void Realm. It seemed that wasn't the case everywhere. This made him feel safer. At least he wouldn't easily encounter those above the Soul Ascension Realm. If they were at the Soul Ascension Realm, he could afford to escape. After all, with the 9 heavens battle armor and the golden rings, he would have some means to flee from danger. However, he couldn't be reckless. A moment of carelessness might mean severe injuries that he wouldn't be able to recover from. Is that young woman playing games with someone? Her movement technique is quite impressive, Wan Xiao said. Siqing squinted his eyes and glanced outside. Her thousand-dragon step isn't bad. As for the person behind her, is he using the light and dust technique from the Astronomical Academy? Light and dust, Jiang Hao asked. You don't know? That's normal. Few people practice light and dust after all, Wan Xiao said. Jiang Hao squinted and looked at the man more carefully. There was indeed a vague resemblance in the technique he used. However, it was just a faint similarity, and everything else was completely different. He could barely keep up. The reason why the man was able to keep up with the woman so far was solely due to his cultivation advantage. The thousand-dragon step was quite formidable, while light and dust from the Astronomical Academy was rather ordinary. So, this is light and dust technique, Jiang Hao sighed. This technique was different from the one he practiced. Speaking of light and dust, according to the people from the Astronomical Academy, it's an extremely powerful body technique, but no matter how their people practice it, it ends up like this. It's not too bad, but it's not outstanding either, Wan Xiao said. Is a lost technique? Jiang Hao asked. Not exactly. This body technique was learned by a relatively senior disciple of the Astronomical Academy while he was outside. It was a fortuitous encounter. When he returned with it, he claimed it could astonish the world. Unfortunately, he spent his whole life without achieving much with it. In the end, he left it within the Astronomical Academy for others to learn. He hoped someone would fulfill his last wish and achieve true harmony with the light, said Wan Xiao. Unfortunately, after so many years, it's still the same. No matter how one learns it, it remains like this. Maybe he didn't learn it fully, or perhaps he created it himself. Either way, the end result is the same. That person was so sure when he spoke about it. It didn't sound like he was lying. I'm also quite curious about the light and dust technique that he envisioned, said Siqing. I see. Jiang Hao nodded. It seemed that he had learned the complete light and dust technique. Just a moment ago, he was worried about being accused of stealing the Astronomical Academy's technique. Now, it seemed they had learned it from outside their academy as well. In that case, there was nothing to worry about. Chapter 423. Chapter 423. Don't you feel an impulse to compose a poem? Chapter 423. Don't you feel an impulse to compose a poem? Jiang Hao and the two seniors watched the two people chasing each other in the sky. They didn't use any other techniques. They just flashed by in the sky like stars. It was breathtaking. Boom! The two figures suddenly clashed. Immediately after, the man from the Astronomical Academy fell. With a thud, he crashed into Jiang Hao and the others. Thankfully, the loft wasn't damaged. Fellow disciples, did you lose? Wan Xiao asked with a smile. Isn't it obvious? Siqing munched on some peanuts. Jiang Hao remained silent. The opponent was at the middle stage of Soul Ascension realm, which was roughly equivalent to his own strength. It was best to avoid unnecessary interactions. However, he was quite curious about how he appeared right now. Had these two seniors seen through him? Hong Ye hadn't given him any indication that she had seen through him. The young man looked at them. Apologies, seniors. He hesitated for a moment. It was probably because he noticed that one of them was at the late stage of the Foundation Establishment realm. Jiang Hao understood the young man's hesitation. He always displayed his cultivation realm at the late stage of the Foundation Establishment realm. At first, he had displayed his cultivation at the peak of Foundation Establishment realm, but Hong Yuye seemed to prefer it when he was at the late stage. So, he lowered his realm. It was probably because Hong Yuye might have set her cultivation at the peak of the Foundation Establishment realm. If he set it at the late stage, then he would be the junior and she would be the senior. He didn't mind this arrangement. Your talent is not bad. Why are you so determined to be just like everyone else and cultivate the light and dust technique? Wanshio asked. The young man sighed. I think it was my arrogance. I wanted to be the one to surpass everyone else who had failed at this. At that point, the woman also landed in front of the loft. Apologies for disturbing you, seniors. No problem. Si Chung waved his hand. We three just happened to be sitting here. Don't worry. Hua nodded. She was quite puzzled as she looked at Jiang Hao. She didn't understand why someone at the late stage of the Foundation establishment realm was present with the other two seniors. Then, she respectfully said, Then, I won't disturb you anymore. Wait a moment. Since we're here anyway, it would be stingy of us not to give you some guidance. Wanshio looked at Si Chung and Jiang Hao. Which one of you will come with me? My abilities are limited, Jiang Hao said. He couldn't guide these people. These people were in the Soul Ascension realm and were from immortal sections. What authority did he even have to provide them with guidance? These two might have a slightly better impression of him due to Hong Yuye's influence. My abilities are also limited, Si Chung said. Huahan thought Jiang Hao was being honest, but when the other senior said the same, she was confused. She wondered if this Foundation establishment realm cultivator could really provide her with some guidance. The disciples of the Astronomical Academy remained silent. Wanshio looked at Huahan. All right then, you can choose one of us at random. If they're willing to guide you, it's your fate. If not, then it's not meant to be. Wanshio's casual approach made Jiang Hao feel that the strong were often unpredictable. It would be best to choose Senior Wanshio. After all, he was the one who initiated this. Huahan fell silent for a moment. Then she looked at Jiang Hao. Following that, her white sleeves flicked, and she whisked away the half-moon blade Jiang Hao had placed at the side. Senior, please pardon me. Instantly, she activated the myriad dragon travel technique and left. Jiang Hao was speechless. That blade had cost him 3,000 spirit stones. He hadn't expected his saber to be snatched away. This kid doesn't know her own limit. Si Chung sighed. Fellow disciple, do you want to intervene or should I? Asked Wanshio. I'll handle it, Jiang Hao said helplessly. The opponent was at the early stage of the Soul Ascension realm. Luckily, he could keep up. Then, his cultivation changed. He was now also at the early stage of the Soul Ascension realm. This surprised Higu from the Astronomical Academy. Wanshio and Si Chung were not surprised. They seemed interested in seeing how Jiang Hao would retrieve the item. Under the moonlight, a faint light radiated from Jiang Hao's body, but it quickly became as insignificant as dust. Soon, he vanished from his spot. Higu didn't know how it was possible, but Jiang Hao seemed to be everywhere in the moonlight and nowhere at all. Higu felt deeply moved. He felt that he was looking at something extraordinary. Yet, he couldn't put a finger on it. At this moment, Si Chung opened his mouth in astonishment. Light and dust. Indeed, light and dust. Wanshio was also surprised. They suddenly understood why Jiang Hao had asked about the light and dust technique before. It turned out this was how light and dust was supposed to be truly used. To comprehend the heavens and the earth with one state of mind, to merge with them and borrow power from them. Impressive. I wonder how it will be at its peak. Wanshio looked at the drunk man next to him with a smile. Weren't you just saying you wanted to witness what true harmony with light and dust looks like? Walking through the world while hiding among the crowd. Su Chung chuckled. It is no wonder he seemed extraordinary. At this moment, Higu was filled with excitement. This is what light and dust is supposed to be like. Just a glance told him it was real. To be in harmony with the light and the dust at the same time. The reason he couldn't learn it properly was because he couldn't enter the right state of mind. In the next instant, Jiang Hao was back. The blade was at his side again. Huahan, who was still flying in the sky, felt puzzled. But when she noticed the blade was missing, she knew that Jiang Hao had already taken action. Returning to the loft, she assumed the two seniors had done it. However, before she could speak, Higu suddenly bowed to Jiang Hao. Thank you so much, senior. It was an honor to see you do that. Jiang Hao didn't know what to say. He had two movement techniques that he used. One was demonic sound 1,000 miles, and the other one was light and dust technique. Demonic sound 1,000 miles was too obvious, so he had chosen to use light and dust. Huahan was astonished. She didn't even know what had happened. All right, that's it for today. Si Cheng waved his hand, and the two people returned to their boat. Fellow disciple, what are you doing at the Bright Moon sect? Wan Xiu asked. I am here for the Tao conference, said Jiang Hao. Do you know the purpose of this conference? Wan Xiu asked. Jiang Hao shook his head. Being too truthful might lead to trouble. Wan Xiu didn't mind. He looked at the beautiful scenery below. Don't you feel an impulse to compose a poem at such a beautiful scene? They still don't believe that I didn't write that poem. Jiang Hao felt helpless. Afterward, they pulled Jiang Hao onto a boat. In the end, he still didn't compose a poem. They were a bit disappointed. After that, Jiang Hao bid them farewell. This way, they probably wouldn't bother him anymore. Even if they really believed that he wrote that poem, he was truly out of ideas. Take this with you. Si Cheng tossed him a jade pendant. This item will allow you to enter the Bright Moon sect and participate in the Tao conference. Thank you, senior. Jiang Hao was a bit surprised, but still nodded in gratitude. Then he turned and left. In the Eternal Traveler Inn, Chu Chuan felt restless. He looked at the beast before him and sought its advice. Lord Beast, what should I do tomorrow so that Chu Jia won't think I'm poor? Chapter 424. Chapter 424. Lord Beast is influential. Chapter 424. Lord Beast is influential. The spirit beast stood on the table and said solemnly, as long as you are spiritually rich, your Chu Jia won't ever see you as a poor wretch. Spiritually rich? Chu Chuan asked. He didn't understand. Clothes, Shaoli said. My mother used to tell me not to wear torn clothes, or else people would think our family can't afford clothes, which means we're very poor. But my parents never bought clothes for themselves. They always bought them for me. Her voice trembled as she spoke. Chu Chuan felt that Shaoli was still like a child. After all these years, she hadn't grown much taller. He was now much taller than Shaoli, but unfortunately, he still couldn't match her in strength. Now that Chu Chuan had advanced to the Foundation establishment realm, he was excited. However, as he got closer to his goal, the only thing that worried him was seeing Chu Jia again. He couldn't quite imagine what Chu Jia might look like now. The next day, Chu Chuan said, Spirit Beast, I'm setting off. How about you come with me? He was dressed in some decent outfit that he had bought yesterday. It had cost him 2 spirit stones, and he felt a bit reluctant. Only the spirit beast and Shaoli could afford not to care about spending spirit stones on unnecessary things like these. Don't worry, Chu Chuan. Although I don't have much else, I do have many friends. Just mention my name when you're out, and it will be fine, the spirit beast said in assurance. Really, Chu Chuan couldn't believe it. However, the spirit beast had no reason to deceive him. Seeing Shaoli nodding, he suddenly thought that maybe it would really work. But for such matters, it was better not to use it unless absolutely necessary. After saying goodbye to the spirit beast and Shaoli, Chu Chuan took a deep breath and headed to the location. On the way, he straightened his clothes and fixed his hair. He was afraid of embarrassing himself if he appeared messy. Why am I so nervous? Chu Chuan wondered. After all, he was just meeting Chu Jia. There was no need to be so nervous. Perhaps it was because of his imagination. Chu Jia had become something of a prodigy. They were supposed to meet outside the city on the way to the Bright Moon sect. There was a large tree there. When Chu Chuan arrived, he didn't see anyone. That was expected since he had arrived early. He thought that coming early would help him prepare mentally, but waiting made him feel even more anxious. He kept wondering if Chu Jia would be disappointed and if he would embarrass himself in front of her. Besides these concerns, he also wanted to make a good impression. After some time, Chu Chuan saw a figure approaching. It was a young woman wearing a light blue robe. In just a few breaths, they were less than a foot apart. Her hair was tied into a bun. Her skin was as fair as snow. She was beautiful. Although her robe was simple enough, she still looked radiant. It was like she was a moon among the stars. Chu Chuan couldn't believe his eyes. Despite Jiang Hao's repeated warnings that Chu Jie was extraordinary and she might have changed over the years, Chu Chuan was still taken aback. Her presence was too captivating. It made everyone else feel insignificant. Chu Jie? Chu Chuan stammered. She opened her mouth as if to address him as young master, but she couldn't bring herself to say it. Just call me Chu Chuan. He smiled awkwardly. Young master, Chu Jie said hesitantly. Chu Chuan smiled softly. Have you been well? I almost didn't recognize you. I didn't recognize you either, Chu Jie said. She approached Chu Chuan somewhat awkwardly. You're different from what I imagined. What did you imagine? Chu Chuan asked curiously. Like some of the seniors here, elegant and refined. Chu Chuan chuckled. He had always been on the receiving end of beatings. How could he be elegant and refined? Have I changed a lot? Chu Jie asked. Well, yes, in a good way. You stand out like a blossoming flower, Chu Chuan said. Chu Jie nodded absent-mindedly, as if she had heard similar compliments many times before. By the way, since we rarely get to see each other, how about we go shopping? I'll buy you a gift, Chu Chuan said. Sure. Chu Jie nodded and smiled. I know a place with beautiful hairpins. Then, let's go, Chu Chuan said. A hairpin was something he could afford. After a while, the two of them arrived at a quaint street with few people. However, Chu Chuan could sense that this place was extraordinary. He couldn't quite put his finger on what made it special. It's up ahead, Chu Jie said. Chu Chuan nodded and followed along. There was no turning back now. He had over 500 spirit stones on him, so he should be able to buy something nice. Soon, they arrived at a shop that sold wooden products. There weren't many customers there. Behind the counter sat a young woman. This is it. The hairpins here are the most beautiful, and they don't have duplicates, Chu Jie said and smiled. Chu Chuan nodded. Then I'll buy one. Chu Jie looked at some of the things and showed them to Chu Chuan. In the end, she picked a light blue hairpin. Chu Chuan looked at it carefully and realized that it was just an ordinary hairpin. It wasn't a magical treasure. He felt relieved. However, when the receptionist told him the price, he was taken aback. 600 spirit stones. Yes, 600, the shopkeeper said. Chu Chuan was stunned. How could a simple hairpin cost 600 spirit stones? He only had 570 spirit stones on him. Should he ask Chu Jie to pay for it? That was too embarrassing. Chu Chuan recalled what the spirit beast had told him. Please, Lord Beast, help me, he whispered. Huh? Did you say something? Asked the woman at the counter. I was just asking where do I put the spirit stones, said Chu Chuan. His face turned red. Put them here, said the woman as she brought out a treasure bowl. If it's the full amount, it'll glow. But if the money is short, it'll spit it out. I see, Chu Chuan said awkwardly. He then placed all the spirit stones into the bowl. He was only short by 30. He hoped it could be overlooked. Please, Lord Beast, help me. As soon as Chu Chuan placed all the spirit stones into the bowl, it lit up. That meant the bowl was full of all 600 spirit stones. Huh. Chu Chuan was stunned. Is the spirit beast really that powerful? No, thank you. Chu Jie quickly shook her head. The two of them walked out of the store. On the side of the shop, Jiang Hao stood at the entrance. He let out a sigh. Even from a distance, he could tell how uncomfortable Chu Chuan had felt. If it weren't for the spirit beast's sudden intervention, Chu Chuan would likely have faced some difficulties. The reason the treasure bowl was filled was that the spirit beast had used its innate talent for deception to supplement the missing spirit stones. When he turned to look at the other side, Shaoli was following along with the spirit beast. Jiang Hao sighed softly. Some things and some people never changed. Chapter 425. Chapter 425. A simple poem. Chapter 425. A simple poem. Watching them leave, Jiang Hao understood that Chu Chuan's journey was just the beginning. When he entered the Bright Moon sect later, he might face some challenges, but those challenges wouldn't crush him. Everything that couldn't kill him would ultimately make him stronger. However, he couldn't predict the direction where those two would end up. The human heart is the most difficult thing to understand. Chu Chuan was somewhat predictable, but he had no knowledge of Chu Jie's personality. It was impossible to guess. Afterward, he began searching for flower petals. Hong Yuye wanted a bath, and he needed to find silver moon petals. The silver moon petals were expensive, but they were also rare. This street was the only place to find them. This street had stalls from seniors of the sect who had nothing better to do. They sold various items, including handicrafts, pills, and magical treasures that they didn't want to throw away. Therefore, the prices were uncertain, and there were many different things. After searching for a long time, he finally found the silver moon petals. They cost 500 spirit stones per portion, which was relatively cheap. He bought 5 portions in total to ensure he had enough for later. He now had 35,000 spirit stones left. When he returned to the inn, he felt the stone tablet vibrating. It was a gathering scheduled for tonight. It was probably a last-minute meeting related to the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment. Back at the inn, Hong Yuye was bathing. Jiang Hao faced away from the folding screen as she bathed. To distract himself, he mentioned the gathering. Tonight, Hong Yuye asked. Yes, tonight. Jiang Hao nodded. Soon, the sound of water pouring over her body followed. To avoid thinking too much, he decided to go to the Twin City Peak first to gather information. Do you have a map of the Bright Moon sect? Hong Yuye asked. Yes. Jiang Hao nodded. He had seen one while setting up his stall and bought a copy. It wasn't too expensive, but there were cheaper versions with limited information. Those only covered the surrounding routes and names. When he took it out, the map flew to the folding screen behind him. Where do you want to go? Hong Yuye asked. Twin City Peak, Jiang Hao said. He hoped she would offer some insight. However, she remained silent. It seemed she had nothing to say. The water splashed. Jiang Hao couldn't help but wonder if she was still looking at the map. Turning around might be fatal, so he waited patiently. After a long while, he heard her stepping out of the water. Soon, she stood beside him. She was dressed in a red and white gown. A faint fragrance entered his senses. It was somewhat familiar and unfamiliar at the same time. He glanced sideways and saw that her long hair was damp at the tips. Let's go out, Hong Yuye said. She opened the door and walked out. Jiang Hao glanced at the tub. With a wave of his hand, he disposed of the water. Inside the Bright Moon sect, Hidu was deep in thought in one of the courtyards. He felt like he missed something. He paced around and hoped he would figure out soon. Perhaps it's the state of mind? What kind of state of mind is needed to use light and dust? Hidu understood how to practice it, but he didn't know what he was doing wrong. At this moment, a middle-aged man walked in. Are you still thinking about light and dust? Just give up. It's useless. If it were really that powerful, the one who left the technique behind wouldn't have met a tragic end. No, Senior Chang, you're wrong, Hidu said in excitement. I've seen the real light and dust technique being used. He was nowhere and everywhere at once. Is it a kind of body technique? Chang's Zai asked. Yes, that's right. Hidu nodded. I received guidance from a senior, but I still couldn't comprehend it. Perhaps it's my state of mind that's lacking. The most crucial aspect of light and dust doesn't seem to be the technique itself, but the state of mind. State of mind? Chang's Zai shook his head. Many people have a high state of mind, but no one has been able to learn that technique perfectly. Who is this person you're talking about? Well, Hidu thought for a moment and then shook his head. I don't know, but Huahan from the Bright Moon sect might know. It seems she knew one of the seniors that we met. Tell me the whole thing, Chang Zizai said. Hidu recounted everything that had happened, and Chang Zizai listened attentively. After hearing it all, he was surprised. It seemed that those 3 individuals were quite something. I need to go and ask, Chang Zizai said. By the way, our disciples have been criticized for morning reading exercises outside the sect. Should we consider suspending it? Hidu asked. No need. It doesn't affect them, Chang Zizai said. But we've been unable to refute their claim, and it's quite uncomfortable, Hidu said. Don't worry about it, Chang Zizai said. All right. Has anything else happened lately? Well, not much, but I heard a poem in the Star River. A poem. Yes, or half a one anyway. It goes, unaware of the heavens while drunk, sound asleep while crossing the Milky Way. Chang's eye looked surprised, but quickly shook his head. It's just a line from a poem. It doesn't mean anything. Focus on your cultivation. Hidu nodded. His mind was focused on light and dust. At night, Jianghao stood atop the Twin City Peak. These mountain peaks were extremely high and offered a wide view of the city below. Is this place truly just a simple location? It looks so grand. Jianghao was amazed. It's at the end, so the location isn't important, Han Yuya said. She then turned to face him. Tomorrow, let's go and check out the Bright Moon sect. All right, Jianghao nodded. It would be easy to enter with the item given to him by that senior. If he were alone, he might not dare to use it, but with Han Yuya, it was much safer. They stayed on a mountain peak until midnight when the gathering finally began. Jianghao didn't hesitate and took out the stone tablet and entered it. Soon, all four of them were gathered there. This time, Dan Yuan didn't appear. This is an impromptu gathering. It seems Senior Dan Yuan has urgent matters to attend to, Xing said. Lu and Gue weren't surprised. It seemed that such things had happened before. Jianghao remained silent. Have you all arrived? Xing asked. I'm already in Star Moon City, Gue said. I'm here too, Jianghao said. From what I know, many people outside are aware of the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment. Although many hope for success, some want to take advantage and disrupt it, Xing said as he looked at Jianghao and Gue. So, it could be quite dangerous, but your area isn't that important, so the level of danger will be reduced. However, I'm not sure if it's suitable for you. Have you checked out the location? I have no issues, but there's something I need to remind you. I'll be entering that area, and it's best if your people don't get too close. Otherwise, I can't guarantee their safety, Gue said. No problem. Xing nodded. Then, he turned to Jianghao. What about you, Jing? I'm fine with it, Jianghao said. Han Yuya hadn't made any requests. That being said, I must remind you that the end of all things might also participate. They're unpredictable, and your situation may not be as optimistic as you expect, Lu said. Jianghao, on the other hand, felt delighted. This might be an opportunity to capture someone from the end of all things. It would greatly help with his investigation. After all, it was more dangerous for him if he made no progress in this undercover task. Chapter 426. Chapter 426. In Need of an Extraordinary Genius. Chapter 426. In Need of an Extraordinary Genius. It wasn't surprising that the end of all things was involved, given their goal of destruction. The Bright Moon sect should be able to handle them. However, it was a bit troublesome because they were everywhere, and no one knew if they had already entered the Bright Moon sect. Anyone from any sect could potentially be a member of the end of all things. It's early June right now. You'll need to go to the respective areas. I'm not entirely sure how long you'll need to stay there, but it might tentatively be 3 months at most, Xing said. 3 months without doing anything is a bit boring. Can we at least watch the Tao conference? Ask away. You can use formations to teleport, or you can enter the Bright Moon sect during regular times to watch the conference. The most crucial part is being there during the critical moments, Xing said. Jianghao nodded. This arrangement was convenient for him. Getting there was easy. Moreover, he had the golden rings, so it was convenient. If Han Yuya decided to lend a hand, it would be even easier. I think there might be quite a few people taking action this time. I've heard some rumors that suggest that the Bright Moon sect is planning to seize others' luck to complete their Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment. This is not good news and could potentially affect the Tao conference, Lu said. I've heard about it too, but many people tend to believe rumors rather than the confirmations provided by the sects, Gue said. Jianghao hadn't heard of such rumors. Even if he had, he wouldn't have believed them. They were just using the situation to their advantage. If there were any issues, Han Yuya would have told him. Besides, depriving others of their luck was not as easy and contradicted the principles of Heavenly Tao. It was impossible to complete the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment and become a person of great luck. That's indeed what I've heard. It was probably spread by the fallen immortal clan. If things get too serious, it might affect the success of the heavenly Tao Foundation establishment. However, the current sect master of the Bright Moon sect has gone to the Clear Sky School. It seems he intends to invite Shanga to assist with the heavenly Tao. I believe the genius in the corpse realm could also accomplish this, but we don't know where they are. Do any of you have any information about that? Xing asked. He looked at Gui and Jianghao. They were the only ones who had entered the corpse realm. Unfortunately, both of them shook their heads. Jianghao knew that the extraordinary genius was probably Hong Yuye because he had been there with her. Since she was attending the conference, there should be no problem. There was no need for Shang and to be involved. After discussing some more details about the Bright Moon sect, Liu brought up something important. There's something I need to remind you all of. Do you remember the changes in the seabed? It seems someone has entered it and discovered that it's not about a treasure, but about someone breaking a seal. This happened several years ago. Also, the issue with the small island that we discussed earlier has been uncovered. It was someone from the end of all things searching for something. Now, they're under attack. Although it was destroyed, it's unclear whether they found what they were looking for. Jianghao grew concerned. Earth Extreme Silent Pearl, he said. It made sense that they would search for the Earth Extreme Silent Pearl using the remnants of the Earth Extreme Heart-Devouring Pearl. This was a matter that Jianghao could only remind them of. He couldn't get involved. However, it left others feeling concerned. Jianghao's words shocked everyone. He had mentioned it before too, and told them that the end of all things was looking for it. Gui was aghast. Looks like I need to pay more attention to this. Liu sighed. This time, he was in trouble overseas. After some more discussion, they ended the gathering. When Jianghao woke up, he saw the moonlight. Under the moonlight stood an elegant person with her hair swaying in the wind. There was also a faint fragrance in the air. When she turned around, her gaze was calm. She said, "Tell me everything." Her eyes, even though calm, were still astonishing under the moonlight. After taking a deep breath, Jianghao began to tell her everything about the Bright Moon sect, the arrangements made by Xing, the rumors, and the sect's response. Throughout his explanation, Hong Yuye remained silent. When he mentioned the Earth Extreme Silent Pearl, she raised an eyebrow. "Do you think the pearl is overseas?" "Isn't it?" Jianghao was a bit surprised. However, Hong Ye didn't respond. Instead, she smiled mysteriously. For a moment, Jianghao felt uneasy but couldn't get an answer. Helplessly, he continued to speak about other matters. Apart from the Earth Extreme Silent Pearl, they didn't need to pay much attention to anything else for now. The Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment would require patience. They didn't need to worry too much about what might happen. The Bright Moon sect would handle it on their own. They could only do what was within their capabilities. Once they had confirmed the situation, they would proceed to the Bright Moon sect. Ordinary people couldn't approach the Bright Moon sect easily, as it was covered by formations. However, since the Tao conference was happening, finding the Bright Moon sect was now easier. Nevertheless, not just anyone could enter the sect's gates. Before dawn, they arrived at the Bright Moon sect's gate. It was a passageway leading to the mountains. The moon cast silvery shadows. Jianghao was astonished. It was indeed different from the gates of the Heavenly Note sect. At the mountain gate, there stood a woman. There was also a young man beside her who was drinking. Jianghao was impressed. The auras of these two individuals seemed endless. It was like a vast ocean. Their spiritual energy surged like tumultuous waves. "May I ask if you two have an invitation?" asked the woman. Jianghao took out the jade pendant given to him by the man yesterday. It had the words Bright Moon written on it, with sun and moon motifs surrounding it. When the woman saw the jade pendant, she was somewhat surprised. She then gestured for the young man sitting on the ground to take a look. With a glance, the young man instantly sobered up. He then stood up and returned the jade pendant with both hands. "I apologize for not recognizing two esteemed seniors. Please forgive my rudeness." "Please forgive us for any inconvenience," said the woman in respect. Jiang Hao took back the jade pendant. He felt a little embarrassed. The strength of these two individuals far exceeded his. The reason he possessed this jade pendant was because of Hong Yuye, but he couldn't reveal that. After exchanging some polite words, he walked inside with Hong Yuye. Watching the two depart, the woman let out a sigh of relief. "Has the Grand Master come out of seclusion?" she asked. "How should I know? Anyone who can obtain the ancestral jade pendant is not ordinary. But they seem to be from different stages of the Foundation establishment realm. I thought they were from some small sect and were here to join the event," said the young man. "Being gatekeepers is not an easy task." The woman, Ning Yin, sighed. "If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have been sentenced to 100 years of gatekeeping," said the drunk man, Ing Shuetian. "What's there to be scared of? Many seniors are still waiting in line behind us to take their turn as gatekeepers. It's said that they're scheduled for duty 1,000 years from now. We got ahead of them, so we could be a bit proud," Ning Yin said. Ing Shuetian was speechless. When he thought about it, it made sense. Most juniors who weren't strong enough didn't get a chance at all. They didn't have the same level of freedom as Ning Yin and Ing Shuetian, who could engage in conversation while on gatekeeping duty. Chapter 427. Chapter 427. I Can't Stop Laughing. Chapter 427. I Can't Stop Laughing. Entering the Bright Moon sect, Jiang Hao felt somewhat strange. Were the people of the Bright Moon sect really this powerful? Even the gatekeeper was so strong that he felt like even the leaders of ordinary sects might not be able to match them. If the Bright Moon sect was like this throughout, then the Clear Sky School must be similar. It was no wonder Shang and's master wasn't even allowed through the gates. By now, it was already getting brighter outside. Jiang Hao looked around the Bright Moon sect. It was surrounded by a road of magical patterns, and immortal cranes circled in the sky. The spiritual energy here far surpassed that of the Heavenly Note sect. Before, he thought that the Heavenly Note sect was pretty good, but compared to this place, it seemed somewhat poor. The foundation of the Bright Moon sect was simply incomparable to sects like the Heavenly Note sect. In their sect, disciples in the Soul Ascension realm were rare. But here, even return to Void Realm cultivators were quite common. This place is indeed extraordinary. Hong Yuye glanced at Jiang Hao. "Where did you get that jade pendant?" "It was given to me by a senior. The one who got drunk on the Star River? He gave it to me," Jiang Hao said. "Why don't you stay here, then?" Hong Yuye asked. Jiang Hao shook his head. The real reason he was being valued wasn't because of the poem he recited. It was because Hong Yuye was by his side. To make them look at him with higher regard, she must be on equal footing with them. If he wanted to stay in a Bright Moon sect with the jade pendant, Hong Yuye would have to stay too. If that happened, it didn't make much difference where they went. Furthermore, offending the Heavenly Note sect would lead to trouble. Even if they crossed the boundaries of the East and West, they would come after them. It wasn't worth it. After walking for some time, they heard some disciples reading aloud. Jiang Hao looked over and saw that there were scholars far away engaged in morning reading. They exuded a strong aura of righteousness. "I can't stand these scholars. They disturb our rest every day. Can't they do their morning reading somewhere further away?" said a woman. Jiang Hao was curious and approached them. Hong Yuye followed. She seemed curious about the scholars too. But the closer they got, the more they felt unwelcome. Here they come again, louder every day, as if they're afraid the others won't know they're reading in the morning. A young man sighed. "Every day at this time, I have to get up and listen to them reading. It was interesting at first, but now it's just noisy. I've already reported it to the Bright Moon sect's people, but it seems they haven't responded," said a woman helplessly. "Why not use some soundproof formations?" Jiang Hao asked. "No way. Their righteous aura is too strong. Ordinary formations are useless. Besides, it doesn't really have that much impact. No one wants to put in the effort to set up such a formation," said a young man. "That's true." Jiang Hao nodded. There really wasn't much that could be done. "Then, why not find another place?" he asked. "Who should find another place? Them or us?" asked a woman at the primordial spirit realm. If they won't move, why should we? They can read, and we can complain. Let's see who can stand it longer, said someone furiously. Is that so? It seems you have quite a grudge against the scholars of the Astronomical Academy. The aura of righteousness can cleanse the evil energy of the world. If you listen attentively, there are benefits to it, said a middle-aged man as he walked over to them. He was a senior at the Astronomical Academy and had come over to see if he could persuade these people to let the scholar be. That's true, but after the first cleansing, what's the point of further cleansing? Isn't that just asking for trouble? Ask someone. Just listen attentively and understand the wisdom of the sages. Gain insight into the hearts of the sages, said the middle-aged man. These are scholars from the Academy of Celestial Arts, not just the Astronomical Academy. The world has more than just one astronomical academy. Everyone has their own path and ideals. If the Astronomical Academy is considered correct just because it's powerful, then where does the Clear Sky School stand? A man asked. Chang's eye froze. He then smiled. Jiang Hao was just listening on the sidelines and didn't participate in the debate. There was really no right or wrong in such matters. After all, no one could prove it. Some people read in the morning, while others just made noise. It was common behavior. After all, in the world of the four great sects, how could just one sect be dominant? Do you also find the morning reading too noisy? Chang Zizai asked Jiang Hao. Not really. Jiang Hao shook his head and looked at the scholars from the Astronomical Academy. The sound of disciples reading reminded him of something. Upon hearing this, Chang Zizai was delighted that someone had not come to speak ill of them. However, the people beside him were not convinced. Why? Because you're also from the Astronomical Academy? Are you also one of them? Jiang Hao pointed to the brightening sky. 3 watches see the lamp's light glow. 5 times the rooster's crow. This is when a true man studies. Chang Zizai suddenly froze. He repeated Jiang Hao's words. 3 watches see the lamp's light glow. 5 times the rooster's crow. This is when a true man studies. Wonderful. He wanted to ask Jiang Hao about the continuation of this poem, but when he looked up, he was gone. Where is he? Where did he go? In his shock, he had lost the opportunity to befriend the person. Did you see where that person went? Chang Zizai asked the people around him. They also seemed surprised by the poem. None of them had seen where Jiang Hao had gone. Chang Zizai left in frustration. He needed to go and find the person. Meanwhile, Wan Xiao and his companion happened to arrive there while wandering around. They had also heard that someone was cursing the scholars from the Astronomical Academy, so they came to join in on the commotion. I'll curse them later, and you throw a few spirit stones to cheer for me. Others will surely follow suit and pay you in spirit stones. Then, I'll buy you a drink, Wan Xiao said. You have no shame. His companion gave him a disdainful look. Unless you're buying flower wine tonight. Of course. Wan Xiao laughed. The two heard the sound of reading and quickly approached the crowd and found that these people didn't seem to be complaining anymore. Something was not right. Wan Xiao approached someone and asked, Aren't you angry? No, I'm not angry anymore, the person said. Why? 3 watches see the lamp's light glow. 5 times the rooster's crow. This is when a true man studies. After saying that, he took out a book. Wan Xiao was astonished. Did you write that poem? No, it's not mine. It's from someone. I don't know where they went, said the young man. Wan Xiao asked about the person who had recited the poem. The answer he got was that the person was nothing special. It was just an ordinary person along with a woman. He was at the late stage, and the woman was at the peak of the foundation establishment realm. Wan Xiao was stunned. Meanwhile, his companion burst into laughter. You've been fooled again. He said he didn't remember, and now he suddenly comes up with another line. He's just messing with you. Ha ha ha. I can't stop laughing. His companion was laughing so hard that he was holding his stomach. Wan Xiao looked around. He saw a large lake and kicked his companion into it. With a loud splash, the drunk man fell in and called for help. Chapter 428. Chapter 428. A Toad Chasing After a Swan. Chapter 428. A Toad Chasing After a Swan. In the Bright Moon sect, the narrow mountain path was imbued with magical patterns along the stairs. It seemed to transform into something extraordinary by the influence of immortal energy. Every step gave off a sense of stability and peace. It made the mind and the heart calm. The surrounding flower bushes were extraordinary as well. Their auras harmonized, and the spiritual energy flowed. Frequently, cranes flew by in the sky. Jiang Hao and Hong Ye were side by side as they walked up the stairs. "Was that poem you just recited taught to you by your father?" Hong Ye asked. "Yes, I heard it from my father when I was a child." Jiang Hao nodded. It was indeed true, but it was not his father. "Is it good?" Hong Ye asked. "Not necessarily. It might evoke some feelings in scholars, but other cultivators might see it as pretentious or meaningless," Jiang Hao said. "And you don't mind it?" she asked. Jiang Hao nodded. 1,000 people would come and go. Jiang Hao only needed to stay true to himself. As time passed, his cultivation would continue to grow, and his lifespan would increase. He would encounter many people along the way. Some would just pass by, while others would barely cross paths with him. These people often held grudges or spoke ill of him because of a single word he said. Should he really care about them? They were just passing travelers and were fleeting like clouds in the sky. Such people would be plentiful in the world. Why should he bother with them? The sound of footsteps resounded, and Hong Yuye continued toward the mountain peak. On the way, she looked at him and smiled. "What if someone still wants you to compose poetry for them?" "I really don't know how to." Jiang Hao smiled wryly. Hong Yuye fell silent and continued to climb the stone steps. Jiang Hao followed her. After a while, they reached the top of the mountain, which seemed to be a place for practicing techniques. Many people were engaged in discussions. This kind of cultivation environment was beneficial to many. Jiang Hao's gaze stopped at a corner. Chu Chuan was also practicing there. Although he had already reached the foundation establishment realm, he had not stopped cultivating. It seemed he was eager to become stronger. At this moment, a few people approached Chu Chuan. Jiang Hao was curious. He watched to see what would happen. Chu Chuan also noticed that some people were approaching him. 3 men and 2 women. He stopped cultivating and looked at the 5 people. "Are you Chu Chuan?" the leader of the group asked with contempt. "Who are you?" Chu Chuan asked politely. "I heard you're from the same hometown as Chu Jie." Yu Sha sneered. "With your shabby appearance, you're not here to swindle Chu Jie's spirit stones, are you? She's still young and inexperienced. What about things are you planning? Do you think we don't know what people like you might be up to?" Chu Chuan frowned. "What could I possibly be planning?" he asked coldly. "Don't you know yourself?" Yu Sha stepped closer to Chu Chuan, and his aura spread out. In an instant, a powerful aura pressed down on Chu Chuan. "Do you really think it's so remarkable to reach the foundation establishment realm at a young age?" Yu Sha sneered. "It looks like you're solely focused on improving your cultivation while being utterly clueless about everything else. Do you honestly think we would believe you when you say you came all this way just to meet the person from the same hometown? You're probably a toad chasing after the swan." Chu Chuan was infuriated as he stared at the person in front of him. He seemed ready to fight. But at this moment, Yu Sha's hand rested on Chu Chuan's shoulder, and his strength was suppressed. "Am I right? Are you angry because you're embarrassed you got caught?" "You?" Sha asked. "Look into the mirror once in a while. Don't you know who junior sister Chu Jie is? She is the most precious treasure of the Bright Moon sect, one of the most powerful sects in the world." "And what are you worth?" Chu Chuan retorted. "You country bumpkin, don't provoke me. During the Tao conference, I'll request a suppression of cultivation to fight you. Then you'll understand what despair is, and you'll realize you're nothing," Yu Sha said. Yu Sha withdrew his aura and turned to leave. At this point, a young woman looked at Chu Chuan. "How many spirit stones does your sect provide per month?" she asked kindly. Chu Chuan was puzzled by her question, but he couldn't bring himself to answer and remained silent. The young girl sighed in helplessness and turned to leave. The 5 people from the Bright Moon sect left, and the people around them began to gossip and point fingers. It seemed like they were mocking Chu Chuan. They enjoyed the drama. In the end, Chu Chuan returned to his original spot and resumed his cultivation. His eyes were filled with anger, and his fist techniques were even fiercer than before. The humiliation and pressure did not make him buckle. Instead, it ignited his inner desire to become even stronger. Jiang Hao watched him and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there hadn't been a fight. If they had clashed, Chu Chuan would have had to endure even greater humiliation. In the eyes of others, it would be like treating him as an outcast. Such an experience might make him grow stronger faster, but his peace of mind would be eroded. In the end, he wouldn't be himself anymore. "He's not bad," Hong Ye said. "Yes, but I'm afraid he might not be able to control himself. He might end up causing trouble," said Jiang Hao. The Bright Moon sect was a suitable place for Chu Chuan. Due to Chu Jie's presence, there would inevitably be people targeting him, but those people wouldn't dare to take real action. They wouldn't clash with him because of Chu Jie, and also because this was an immortal sect. An immortal sect had strict laws against harassment and indiscriminate killing of disciples. The person who had just confronted Chu Chuan had no intention of attacking him at all, and he needed a valid reason to do so. The Tao Conference would be such an opportunity. "What did you teach him?" Hong Yi asked. "I told him to conceal his abilities and only act at the right moment," Jiang Hao said. "Like how you faced me?" Hong Yi asked with a half-smile. Jiang Hao's heart skipped a beat. One wouldn't dare. Hong Yi chuckled, but didn't press him further. She walked towards an empty area. The young girl who had left with Yu Sha and the others didn't follow them. Instead, she went her own way and arrived at a loft. The moon was shining brightly here, and the spiritual energy was several times denser than outside. Magical formations surrounded the area. There were stars everywhere. It was like something out of a fairy tale. This was Chu Jie's residence. "Junior sister Chu Jie," the young woman Tao Yun called out. The door opened, and a young girl in a white gown appeared. Starlight surrounded her as she walked out. "Senior sister Tao Yun, you're looking for me?" Chu Jie smiled. "Yes." Tao Yun nodded. At this moment, she noticed the hairpin on Chu Jie's head. "Is that a gift from the person who's from the same hometown as you?" Tao Yun asked. "Yes." Chu Jie nodded. "I was worried that he might not have enough spirit stones, so I didn't suggest buying a magical treasure. This is very ordinary and not so expensive." "Not expensive?" Tao Yun had wanted to talk with her about something else, but she couldn't bring herself to say it. In truth, 600 spirit stones were indeed not expensive here. After hesitating for a moment, she finally asked, "Chu Jie, do you think 600 might actually be a lot of spirit stones for your fellow townsmen?" "It can't be." Chu Jie thought about it for a moment. "My seniors spend several thousand or even more spirit stones when they buy something. 500 or 600 spirit stones wouldn't be enough for them to purchase anything." Chapter 429. Chapter 429. Stripping Away of Luck. Chapter 429. Stripping Away of Luck. Tao Yun fell silent. At this point, she had already entered Chu Jie's courtyard. She sat down and thought about how to make her understand. "Is your relationship with your fellow townsmen good?" "It was good when we were kids, but when we met today, it seemed like there was a kind of distance between us," said Chu Jie truthfully. "Then, when he gave you the gift, was he trying to burden you?" Tao Yun asked. "Of course not," said Chu Jie immediately. "Then, let me explain it to you, junior sister Chu," Tao Yun said. "Do you know which sect he belongs to?" "I heard it's a demonic sect," Chu Jie said. "Yes, the Heavenly Notes sect. It's an obscure sect in the southern region." "It is a demonic sect," said Tao Yun. "Their strength is decent, but their sect has only been established for a few decades since they expanded. In contrast, our Bright Moon sect is incomparable." "Then, in such a sect, how many spirit stones would an outer sect disciple typically earn?" Tao Yun said. "The Heavenly Notes sect is different from us. The disciples only become inner sect disciples after reaching the foundation establishment realm. Your fellow townsmen reached the foundation, establishment realm only recently, maybe around a year or two ago. How many spirit stones does an outer sect disciple earn? Chu Jie asked with concern. The answer far exceeded her expectations. Tao Yin stretched out one slender finger. 1. Outer sect disciples, they typically start their journey with one spirit stone. It increases to 20 when they reach the early stage of the foundation establishment realm. Even with 20 spirit stones a month, saving 100 or 600 spirit stones might take several years if he can be very frugal with his spending. It goes without saying that cultivators constantly need magic treasures, pills, and talismans to improve their cultivation, she said. How many years do you think it took him to save 600 spirit stones, considering the fact that he only recently achieved the foundation establishment realm? How could he have managed to save so many spirit stones? Chu Jie was left stunned. She found it unbelievable. I didn't know. She stood up. She wanted to find Chu Chuan, but quickly sat back down. I can't leave. My master said I could only see him once. I have to wait until I've successfully achieved the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment. She then looked at Tao Yun. Senior Sister Tao, can you talk to him for me, please? I really don't know what to do. Jiang Hao walked around the Bright Moon sect. He wanted to find where disciples from the Clear Sky School were located. He wanted to see how strong the Clear Sky School was. He was also curious whether Louis Xingqian would be recognized by members of the Clear Sky School. If they did recognize him, what would happen? It had been almost 2 years, and he had no idea about the condition of the remnant souls in his body. Without seeing Louis Xingqian, he couldn't assess the situation. He spent the entire day wandering aimlessly and following Hong Yuye around. It wasn't until evening that Hong Yuye left the Bright Moon sect, and they returned to their inn. Don't disturb me for the next few days, she said before heading back to her room. Jiang Hao didn't mind. Tomorrow, he could continue with selling his wares. He had extra time to craft talismans and cultivate. By now, he had reached the middle stage of the Soul Ascension realm. He could now learn the 4th form of the Heavenly Blade. He could also try practicing the techniques from the Hong Meng Heart Sutra too. Over the next few days, Jiang Hao rarely ventured outside. Aside from clearing away any excess items on his person, he spent his time studying the 4th form of the Heavenly Blade and brushing up on the 3 other forms he had learned before. He also took out the Nameless Manual and studied it again. He gained new insights into the light and dust technique. The Bright Moon sect was a vast place, and he would inevitably encounter people he didn't want to meet again, like Wan Xiao and his companion. On the 3rd day of selling his wares at the stall, they found him and asked if he remembered any other poems. Jiang Hao could only shake his head in defeat. Then, they asked about his father, which made Jiang Hao feel uncomfortable. These senior cultivators had no sense of restraint. Jiang Hao had always felt like he was being watched when he went outside. He knew it was them. To avoid them, he chose not to go outside at all. Fortunately, he had sold all of his items, so he only had to concentrate on his cultivation. It had been half a month, and he was primarily focusing on comprehending his previous techniques, particularly the Nameless Manual. He felt that he had gained a deeper understanding to control his powers. From rough understanding to minute details, he studied everything. The more he studied, the more he felt that he had greater control over the power within his body. However, compared to Su Bai, he was still nowhere close to reaching his level. But there was no need to rush. He took it step by step. In this half a month, Hong Yuye still hadn't come out of her room, and Jiang Hao wasn't sure what she was up to. On the other hand, he had successfully understood the 4th form of the Heavenly Blade. This move was called No Regrets. It was about going forward relentlessly and leaving no room for retreat or fear. The more fearless the wielder, the greater the power unleashed by this strike. However, using this move might result in temporary mental damage that might leave the wielder unable to use the blade anymore. If used without hesitation, this strike could be incredibly powerful, but it bordered on self-sacrifice. Whether it drained the user's strength depended on the power released by the strike. If it far exceeded the user's current strength, they might become powerless, but if it was used in moderation, it wouldn't affect the user much. This move mainly depends on one's state of mind. This needs the mindset of putting your life on the line to achieve the greatest power, Jiang Hao read aloud. However, he felt that this move wasn't suitable for him. He never allowed himself to reach such a desperate situation. Even in danger, he always tried to conserve his strength and look for opportunities rather than confront the situation head-on. If there truly were no alternatives, he would use it, but he would try to avoid it as much as possible. It was unlikely that he would be able to use this move effectively in ordinary situations. Maybe I can modify it and let Chu Chuan take a look. It might be more suitable for him. Chu Chuan was someone who grew stronger with each battle, and his path was anything but smooth. His unrelenting state of mind fit the technique. However, Jiang Hao is only just learning these forms of the heavenly blade. Modifying it would be too challenging for him. After putting away the book, Jiang Hao headed downstairs to have a meal. At the table, there were people discussing something. "Have you heard this rumor?" A middle-aged man whispered. Jiang Hao sipped his tea and listened to what the rumor was about. "What rumor?" a young man at the table asked. "I heard that the reason why Bright Moon Sect invited so many cultivators this time is for one purpose only," the middle-aged man said cautiously. He looked around before speaking again. It said that they invited so many to strip away the luck of those participating in the Tao conference so that a genius disciple can achieve heavenly Tao Foundation establishment. Stripping away luck? Is that true? Asked a skeptical girl at the table. Where there's smoke, there's fire. Moreover, the Bright Moon Sect hasn't responded to this rumor at all. Even if it's not true, it might still harm the cultivator's luck, the middle-aged man said. The rumor must be false. I mean, why would the Bright Moon Sect do something like that? The people from the Clear Sky School, the Mountain Sea Sword Sect, and the Astronomical Academy are all here, said a young man in disbelief. But is it possible that they want to join forces to harvest our luck? The middle-aged man asked. I don't believe that, the young man said. Jiang Hao felt worried when he heard this. The rumors had started to spread. It had already begun. It might spread so rapidly that it might end up affecting the Tao conference. If it reached that point, Shannon would come over. He wondered how the Bright Moon Sect would deal with this in the future. Chapter 430. Chapter 430. I love making new friends. Chapter 430. I love making new friends. Jiang Hao went out for a stroll and found that the rumors were spreading. Some even started to think seriously about it. Once rumors spread, they couldn't be stopped. No matter how much the truth is explained, those who doubt will continue to doubt it. You're truly ignorant. Even though you can't get close to the main gate of the Bright Moon Sect, you're worried about what will happen after you enter it. If you're afraid, you could just turn around and leave. Go far away from Star Moon City. But how do you know if it's true or not? Ridiculous. It's obvious that someone can't stand the success of the Bright Moon Sect and has spread these baseless rumors. Why would someone be risking their lives to spread the information? Jiang Hao wandered around various places and found many people debating whether the rumors were true. Fellow disciple Jiang, we meet again, said a surprised voice from behind. Jiang Hao felt helpless as he turned to look. It was Wan Xiao and Sicheng once again. They seemed to be watching him. Basic courtesy was still important, no matter what he felt. Seniors, what a coincidence. Sicheng laughed. How about a drink? Jiang Hao had no choice but to agree. They went to the same loft as before. The massive river was clear and still during the day. He saw an occasional boat pass by. Even during the day, there were people around. The place still looked beautiful. Where do you study, my friend? Wan Xiao asked curiously. Just a small place, Jiang Hao said. Your father must be highly educated, right? Wan Xiao asked again. No, he was just an ordinary scholar. Compared to you two, he is nothing, Jiang Hao said truthfully. These two seemed to like poetry and calligraphy, but it was useless to them. According to them, It was just a way to be cultured. Wan Xiao didn't ask any further questions, and he looked at the people on the opposite shore. I heard a lot of rumors lately. People say that the bright moon sect wants to steal people's luck. I heard about it too, Jiang Hao said. What do you think, my friend? Wan Xiao asked. Jiang Hao looked at them and shook his head. I'm not very knowledgeable on such matters. Do you feel like it's true or false? Si Qing asked. Jiang Hao always felt that these two were trying to persuade him to join them. Because of Hong Yuye, they thought he was someone important. If it didn't say anything, they wouldn't let him be. Seniors, there's no need to test me. I'm just here out of curiosity and to explore. Of course, I'm also curious about Foundation establishment. Wan Xiao chuckled awkwardly. Do you think it's possible, my friend? Jiang Hao remained silent for a moment. It's possible. The two of them paused, then smiled knowingly. By the way, that young lady, is she your partner? Si Qing asked. He was a little drunk. Jiang Hao almost spat out the wine. She's my senior sister, Jiang Hao said. Wan Xiao and Si Qing looked at each other and nodded with a smile. I see. Jiang Hao felt like they might have misunderstood something. But it didn't matter as long as Hong Yuye didn't find out. In a little over 10 days, the Tao conference would begin. It should be quite lively by then, and he could also see the power of various sections. Most importantly, he might encounter the end of all things. Maybe he could capture someone alive from there and interrogate them. He didn't expect to find the person behind the stone tablet, obviously. However, it would be great if he could find a way to contact them. He also needed to be cautious of the fallen immortal clan. They had special methods to pry into others' secrets. He wanted to avoid them if possible. If he did encounter them, he would try not to attract their attention. Friend, do you feel like reciting a poem? Asked Wan Xiao. Jiang Hao was speechless. He was curious if all high-level cultivators were like this. Back at the inn, he waited for time to pass. By now, he had sold everything he could. He now had 38,650 spirit stones. He had also bought a lot of materials for making talismans. Even though the things he sold were cheap, the materials he bought were cheaper. It seemed that there was fierce competition here, and the cost was low. Another 10 days passed. Jiang Hao realized that there were only 3 days left until the Tao conference. Hong Yuye still hadn't come out of her room. It had been quite a while. It might be dangerous for him to go to the conference alone. The Bright Moon sect was an immortal sect, and the other sects that were attending weren't weak. He was at the middle stage of the Soul Ascension realm. He was considered only decent, but he would be a match for any of the seniors if it came to a fight. With Hong Yuye by his side, many things would be easier. It was supposed to be 2 days, but she's been locked in for over 20 days. Jiang Hao was becoming concerned. He used his spiritual sense to check. There was an aura behind the door. He hesitated. He didn't know whether to go in. I'll wait for 2 more days. Jiang Hao could only sit and wait in the inn. He listened to the rumors to see if there were any new developments. In my opinion, we have the right to know, but the Bright Moon sect hasn't said a word. It makes us lose faith in them. The Bright Moon sect is an immortal sect, and we should trust them. These are just rumors. Are we choosing to believe in the rumors more than the Bright Moon sect? But the Bright Moon sect hasn't said a word, and I'm worried. They should at least explain or clarify things. What do you think, fellow disciples? It makes sense. I've been waiting for the Bright Moon sect to clarify things, but they have been very quiet. Jiang Hao turned to look at the young man who was speaking. He initially expressed disbelief in the rumors, but later expressed his concern that the Bright Moon sect hadn't clarified anything. It certainly made the Bright Moon sect look suspicious. He appears to be in the early stage of the Golden Core realm, but his cultivation is somewhat inscrutable to me. At this point, the other person seemed infuriated. I won't say anything more. I'm going to go and ask about this whole thing. Jiang Hao praised him. Outside Star Moon City, some people had gathered in a cave. The rumors have spread far and wide. Even the Bright Moon sect can't withstand such rumors. With people's doubts in their faith, succeeding in the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment will be extremely difficult. Someone let out a laugh. That's not enough. When the disciple who is about to start the foundation establishment appears at the Tao conference, we'll make the people voice their doubts. By then, will the bright moon sect still be able to complete the heavenly Tao foundation establishment? That's still not enough. The Earth Extreme Heart-Devouring Pearl has already been sent. When the Earth Extreme Heart-Devouring Pearl disrupts the Great Luck, a little kid about to start the foundation establishment won't be able to bear it. The Saint Bandits are also keeping an eye on that little kid. Even if the bright moon sect manages to protect the child, they won't be able to succeed with the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment. Succeeding in the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment was extremely difficult as it was. Any disturbance could easily lead to failure. By the way, where's Lu Quan? Why hasn't he come yet? He went to the city to spread rumors. Why would he do that? Forget it. Let's go and make sure he doesn't get us in any trouble. A few people agreed. Just as they were about to leave, a man with a bottle of wine in hand walked into the cave with a smile. Done so soon? Aren't you going to talk about it more? After all, we only heard a little. The others were shocked. Run. However, just as they tried to flee, the whole cave collapsed, and a figure appeared in the sky in a radiant light. Why run? We're all friends here. Sit down and talk. I love making new friends. Chapter 431. Chapter 431. Learning the One Heart Palm. Chapter 431. Learning the One Heart Palm. The next day, Jiang Hao was still sitting in the inn and listening to the conversations of the people around him. Yesterday, he had to praise someone. He found out that the person was from the fallen immortal clan and was going to meet up with his companions. He had used the contact information left by Wan Xiao and Si Cheng and told them everything. He didn't know what had happened out of that. If these two were taking action, then it seemed plausible that no one would be their match. So far, he hadn't felt that anyone could compare to them. The Tao conference was starting the day after tomorrow. Yet, Hong Ye still hadn't come out of her room. After careful thought, he decided to go to her room. He didn't find any barriers. The only protective barriers were the ones they had set up when they first rented the room. Jiang Hao approached her room. He thought of knocking, but decided against it. He chose to go in silently. This way, he wouldn't disturb her. If everything was fine with her, he could leave quietly. There was no sound from Hong Yuya at all. He wanted to check in on her. When he was about to go in, the door suddenly opened from inside. His hand hovered in the air, close to the person who had opened the door. If he had gone even an inch forward, his hand would have touched her. Hong Yuya stared at him and smiled. In an instant, a chill spread throughout the entire inn. Jiang Hao quickly withdrew his hand and lowered his head. Senior, I didn't mean to. Bang! A vast aura surged and sent Jiang Hao flying. The people in the inn only felt a chill, but didn't notice anything unusual. The sudden coldness came and went very quickly, so no one paid much attention. Jiang Hao held his face and got up from the floor. He had just hit his face against the wall. Hong Yuya had used her power to push him from outside the room, and he had crashed into the wall. It was an accident. He hadn't expected Hong Yuya to open the door so suddenly. He was curious. He wondered what would have happened if he had entered the room. Would he be dead by now? It was better not to be curious about such things. He could end up dead. When he regained his composure, Hong Yuya was already sitting at the table. Jiang Hao didn't dare hesitate and went over to make tea. What were you trying to do just now? Hong Yuya asked as she raised her teacup. I was just about to knock on the door to check in on you, Senior. The Tao conference is approaching. You use your palm to knock on the door? Hong Yuya sipped her tea. I apologize, Senior. Jiang Hao bowed respectfully. Hong Yuya looked at the person in front of her. How long until the Tao conference? It's the day after tomorrow, Jiang Hao said. It was time. Otherwise, he would never dare to push on her door. The day after tomorrow? Hong Yuya sipped her tea. Are you prepared? Yes. Jiang Hao nodded. He had indeed made all the other preparations, but the most important one was still Hong Yuya. She was unpredictable and beyond anything he had ever encountered. For example, he knew his meeting with Wan Xiao and Si Cheng was because of her. If it were just him, they wouldn't be so courteous to him. Although Hong Yue hadn't done much, her mere presence was impactful. Hong Yue didn't seem to care about the rumors and the fallen immortal clan. It seemed that these matters were nothing to her. She was probably more interested in the great Thousand God sect, the end of all things, and the stone tablet. The stone tablet was probably her greatest interest. Before, she used to collect the stone tablets, but not anymore. Collecting more of them would affect the gathering. It would be even harder to find the person behind the stone tablet. It's quite difficult to succeed in the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment. No one will know how it will go until the very end, said Hong Yue as she put down her teacup. But for the good of the whole world, it is important for the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment to succeed. Jiang Hao nodded. The Earth Extreme Heart Devouring Pearl had appeared, and the Earth Extreme Silence Pearl was also being sought after. These items were all apocalyptic. Once they appeared, ordinary people couldn't withstand the destruction. Only those with great luck could suppress these things. For many, there was a benefit to someone achieving the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment. Even demonic sects acknowledged it. After finishing the tea, Hong Yue walked behind the folding screen. Prepare the water. Jiang Hao knew that Hong Yue wanted to bathe. After testing the water temperature, Jiang Hao sat down with his back to the folding screen. He could hear the sound of clothes being taken off and the sound of water as someone entered the tub. Images flashed through his mind. At this moment, a book suddenly fell in front of him. "I will make you help me for nothing," said Hong Yue from behind. Jiang Hao picked up the book and looked at it. There were 3 words on it: one heart palm. Even if he learned this technique, it wouldn't be of use. He examined the book curiously. The one heart palm was created by a couple. Their love was supposedly forbidden. On the night they were separated, they created this palm technique. They planned to elope afterward. The woman was confined, and the man traversed endless distances to reach her. As long as this palm technique succeeded, the woman would be by his side in an instant. Jiang Hao read further. He found that the subsequent pages contained the cultivation method for the palm technique. What happened next? Jiang Hao was curious. Did they elope in the end? Why was their love forbidden? The cultivation world was vast and boundless, and what was considered forbidden in one place might not be so in another. What could be so forbidden that the entire world would despise it? He couldn't understand. Are you curious to know if they succeeded? Hong Yue suddenly asked. Yes. From this book, it seems the palm technique was successfully created. So, they should have succeeded in eloping together, right? They failed, Hong Yue said. Why? Jiang Hao was puzzled. Because that man was involved with other women. The one heart palm failed, Hong Yue said. So, if one person is involved with many others, both will fail? Jiang Hao asked. Yes. Hong Yue nodded. Is it possible that the woman might have been the problem? Jiang Hao asked. Hong Yue remained silent. Jiang Hao dare not say more. He continued reading and found out that the technique was supposed to be cast on the chest. He wondered if it could be cast on the back instead of the chest. If the back was an option, he had a chance to use it. But casting on the chest, Jiang Hao shook his head. That was impossible. Hong Yue might go berserk and just kill him at that point. After that, he began to comprehend the technique. It wasn't until late at night that he had an epiphany. There was no sound behind him. Senior, he called twice, but Hong Yue didn't respond. He turned around and saw that Hong Yue was lying in the wooden tub. He approached the folding screen and found that Hong Yue had fallen asleep. He shook his head and sat back down to read more about the one heart palm. On the day of the Tao conference, Jiang Hao emerged from Hong Yue's room. He had been reading about the one heart palm all along. It wasn't a difficult technique, but it was somewhat strange. It seemed to be related to one's state of mind as well. If one had a strong aversion toward someone, the technique couldn't be used at all. This surprised Jiang Hao. Chapter 432. Chapter 432. The Gap Between Heaven and Earth. Chapter 432. the gap between heaven and earth. On the way to the Bright Moon sect, Jiang Hao glanced at Hong Yuye. After learning that she didn't reject him too much, he felt a bit strange. He was surprised. After careful consideration, he realized that not being rejected didn't mean much. He didn't reject people who spread rumors about him, but that didn't mean he thought highly of them either. It could go either way. Perhaps the mindset of the strong was similar to that. Jiang Hao couldn't help but think positively about it. He didn't dare to show it at all. The consequences of being too clever were something he couldn't afford. He couldn't even imagine the state of mind of someone like Hong Yuye. If he jumped to conclusions based on some small guesses, what awaited him would be an endless abyss. The only safe approach was to get stronger. He had learned almost everything about one-heart palm. He only lacked practice. The only person he could practice it with was the woman beside him. "Do you want to try the one-heart palm?" Hong Yuye suddenly turned to him and asked teasingly. Jiang Hao's heart skipped a bit. Then he shook his head. "I was just thinking about the Tao conference and wondering what would happen there." Hong Yuye chuckled, but didn't say anything. This time, they were heading directly to the Bright Moon sect and not to the Arelvin Peaks. It was time for the development of the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment, so they weren't in a hurry. As they approached the Bright Moon sect, more and more people appeared around them. Some are not strong enough to live in the Bright Moon sect, so they were heading there slowly. Some flew on their swords, while others walked. There are so many people, and their strength is formidable, Jiang Hao said as he watched the crowd. The Tao conference of the Bright Moon sect attracted only the strongest individuals. Even if they were not the absolute strongest, they were among the top elite. They either had enough opportunities or astonishing talent. For example, there were two individuals from the Cliff of Broken Hearts, Mu Qi and Han Ming. He knew them and recognized them at the Bright Moon sect. There was also Lu Xingchen, who was even more extraordinary. There were 3 remnant souls inside him, a true dragon, a sorcerer, and a blood demon. Each remnant soul had an extraordinary background, but they were all held captive. It was clear how strong Lu Xingchen was. Jiang Hao believed that he couldn't do something like that. He couldn't hold them captive for so long, let alone devour them. He was curious about how these 3 remnant souls would resist. If they resisted, they might win, but if they didn't, Lu Xingchen would get bored and devour them. Is there anyone among these people who belongs to the end of all things? Hong Yuye asked. It's hard to say. The end of all things mostly looks at experience and temperament. People filled with hatred, anger, and darkness are the most likely to join them, Jiang Hao said. And such people were impossible to spot, which was the tricky part. The people of the end of all things were the hardest to find. Any stranger could be one of them. Although there was a way to appraise them, it would take too long because there were too many people. They could only rely on their own observations. As long as Chu Jie doesn't appear, those people wouldn't rush to come out. On their way to the central square, Jiang Hao saw a group of people. Leading them was his master, Ku Wu Chong, and behind him were many others. Among them, he saw Xiao Li holding the spirit beast. She was excited. Beast, will there be food later? Xiao Li asked. After it's over, we can have a meal. Remember to mention my name then, and you'll get more food, the beast said solemnly. Can we keep eating like that? Yes, you have to keep mentioning my name. Really? Do you still not know who I am? I know you treat people with integrity. Chu Chuan nodded. He believed that the beast was absolutely right. Jiang Hao walked past them without attracting anyone's attention. It was only when their group had gone far away that Hong Yuye spoke up. Xiao Li regards you as an older brother, which doesn't seem like you at all. What do you mean, senior? Jiang Hao asked curiously. Hong Yuye chuckled. She doesn't lie like you. Jiang Hao couldn't respond. It seemed that the spirit beast wasn't a bad influence on Xiao Li. He wasn't unsure what the beast had been teaching her. The spirit beast was adept at lying more than most, after all. Jiang Hao glanced at Chu Chuan and thought about how those who wanted to target him would do so during the Tao conference. It was unclear whether he could handle it. The gap between him and Chu Jie would become apparent after the Tao Conference. An ordinary sect disciple and the most outstanding foundation establishment realm cultivator. He could even influence the future course of the world. How would Chu Chuan face such a person? The gap between them couldn't be crossed with just effort. The gap was there. It would become more and more evident and wider as time passed. It wasn't a matter of one person falling behind. It was a matter of the other person soaring to great heights. Childhood friendships would gradually fade away in the face of such a gap. That was inevitable. Jiang Hao sighed and looked at the others. Where is Lu Xingqian? Jiang Hao was quite surprised. Soon, Jiang Hao arrived at the central square and showed his jade pendant. He was invited to a high seat on the side. He looked around after taking a seat. There were many arenas in the center, and there were many marked areas around them. Each belonged to a different sections. Jiang Hao found the Heavenly Notes sect. Compared to other sects, the Heavenly Notes sect was indeed inferior in terms of heritage and strength. The fact that the Bright Moon sect had invited them was already quite impressive. Soon, Jiang Hao and the others sat down. Others began to take their seats as well. They gathered in groups of 2 or 3. They all seemed familiar with each other. Each of them had extraordinary cultivation. Soon, they saw Jiang Hao and Hong Yuye, and they seemed surprised. The two were seated in the most central position. Not everyone was invited to be seated there. The center seats were reserved for the most important people. May I ask who you are? Chang Zizai came over to greet them. Jiang Hao stood up to return the greeting. It's you. Chang Zizai expressed surprise and delight. I've been looking for you everywhere. I didn't expect to find you here. Jiang Hao felt a little embarrassed. He hadn't expected that a few words he had exchanged would make these senior cultivators remember him. The 2 other seniors had gone all out in watching and stalking him everywhere. Fortunately, they didn't intend to do anything. They were only here for the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment. Jiang Hao didn't recognize this particular cultivator. Can I sit here? Chang Zizai pointed to the seat next to Jiang Hao. Of course, senior, Jiang Hao said politely. Calling me senior feels a bit formal. If you can sit here, you're not an ordinary cultivator. By the way, is there more to the poem you recited aloud before? Asked Chang Zizai. Apologies, senior. I only heard about it from my father when I was a child, and I only remember that much, Jiang Hao said apologetically. What about your father now? Chang Zizai asked. Jiang Hao lowered his head and didn't answer. I apologize for being too abrupt, Chang Zizai said. Who do you think will shine the most in this Tao conference? Jiang Hao turned to look at the highest position, where people were beginning to appear. Chapter 433. Chapter 433. Now, truly a senior. Chapter 433. Now, truly a senior. The central square was incredibly vast. There were forests and lakes around, and a long river ran through the surroundings. Many sects were located behind some of the forests, but they all had a view of the central arena. Those with lower cultivation were provided with a formation to watch the center area. In the Tao Conference, there were arts and philosophies, but mostly it was a competition of cultivation techniques, including all aspects like formations, alchemy, and talismans. In a corner of the forest, there was a raised platform with seats and an open space. It was where the Heavenly Notes sect was located. Chu Chuan stood in the open space and looked toward the highest platform. As various major sects arrived, the strong members of the Bright Moon sect gradually revealed themselves. On the platform, figures appeared one after another, and then starlight enveloped the platform as a young girl descended from the sky. She was dressed in a blue and white gown and was surrounded by starlight, which dimmed the heavens and the earth. She drew the attention of everyone present. Chu Chuan was stunned. At this moment, he finally understood what Jiang Hao had meant. The talent and status of Chu Jie surpassed his expectations. He felt that Chu Jie was unattainable and beyond reach. This was a gap in status. Chu Jie was the bright starlight in an immortal sect, while he was just an ordinary sect disciple of a remote demonic sect. The gap between them was as vast as the galaxy. "She's incredible," Chu Chuan said with a smile. "Beast, where's the food?" Shaoli looked around. Behind them, Muchi looked at Chu Jie with some disbelief. She still hasn't reached the foundation building stage. Ha Ming was also amazed. The rumors seemed to have some basis. They all knew the rumors, and although they hadn't been sure at first, it seemed that the Bright Moon sect did have other plans. At this moment, Lu Xingqian arrived with his group. He respectfully greeted the three individuals at the highest position. "Greetings, masters. What's the situation?" the leading man in black asked. He was Chung Lu, the head of the law enforcement hall. "I investigated it. It seems that someone leaked the information secretly," Lu Xingqian said. "What is it?" Chung Lu asked. He was responsible for everything at this time. Although rumors were not always reliable, they still needed to investigate them to feel at ease. Even if they couldn't do anything, they had to at least try. Lu Xingqian looked around and whispered, "Heavenly Tao Foundation Establishment. Heavenly Tao Foundation Establishment." None of the three understood. "It said that it follows the heavenly principles and brings blessings to the common people," Lu Xingqian said. "Where did you hear this news?" Chung Lu asked. "One of the Bright Moon sect disciples mentioned it. It's only known to a very small circle of people, and it seems that anyone interested can find out," Lu Xingqian said. Chung Lu frowned. "It seems that we are still ignorant," he said helplessly. They really didn't understand the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment, so they couldn't really make sense of the situation. They could only take it one step at a time for now. "The little girl is talented. It is no wonder the entire Bright Moon sect admires her," Chang Zizai said. Jiang Hao could also feel that Chu Jie had a certain affinity with the heavens and the earth. Indeed, she was suitable for the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment, as she herself was like a vast and brilliant galaxy. She was qualified to accommodate the great blessing of heaven and earth. At this moment, the Bright Moon sect announced the start of the Tao Conference. Jiang Hao noticed that they were competing in many things. It wasn't just about the cultivation realm, but also their mental state, formations, alchemy, and more. Even talismans were being compared. What surprised Jiang Hao was that they could suppress or temporarily enhance their cultivation here at whim. They could either suppress or enhance it, but enhancing it required using a particular magical treasure. Jiang Hao first focused on the group making talismans. There weren't many people there. Then, he turned to look at the place where the people from the Heavenly Notes sect were gathered. He saw Shaoli running around with the spirit beast. She was likely looking for food. What was she here for? Jiang Hao thought that his master must be helpless. No one could control her. They could only let her be. As time passed, light began to appear below. It was accompanied by exclamations from the crowd as some individuals began to glow radiantly. Jiang Hao felt that some sort of power was gradually appearing. It seemed that the Bright Moon sect was getting ready for the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment. Once it began, it couldn't be stopped. They had to move forward with it. Jiang Hao looked around but didn't find anything interesting. He wanted to see the power of the Soul Ascension Realm cultivators, but they weren't here yet. Chang Zizai often talked to him, so he had to keep up with the conversation. "What are you doing, Chang Zizai? Why did you bring a young person up here?" asked a woman suddenly. She wore a beige gown and a green gauze shawl. She looked very classy. "Senior Qing Shan?" Chang Zizai was surprised. "Did the Clear Sky School send you?" "I didn't expect that a waste like you would come from the Astronomical Academy," Qing Shan said mockingly and sat down. "I heard that your sect has a disciple with the heart of a sage. Is he here too?" Chang Zizai asked. Jiang Hao's heart skipped a beat. "Is that Shang?" "No, he won't leave the sect so easily." Qing Shan shook her head and then looked at Jiang Hao. She looked puzzled. "How could an ordinary disciple come here?" "Senior, there seems to be a misunderstanding," Chang Zizai said hurriedly. "These two are not from my academy. They are guests invited by the Bright Moon sect. Though, I wish they were from my academy. Jiang Hao greeted her politely. Greetings, senior. I am Qing Shan of the Clear Sky School. I don't know which sect you two are from, Qing Shan said. No one dared to question someone in the high seat. These two looked like ordinary disciples in the Foundation establishment realm, but something was strange. We are just humble, wandering cultivators, said Jiang Hao. Qing Shan frowned slightly, but didn't ask further questions. Instead, she planned to find out about it secretly. At this moment, some disciples from the Bright Moon sect approached them. They were tasked with serving tea to the guests. Hua Han led the way. She was serving tea to the others. When she saw Jiang Hao, she was startled. She bowed hurriedly. Greetings, senior. I apologize for unintentionally offending you before. Please forgive me. Jiang Hao shook his head and didn't take it to heart. He didn't want to hold grudges against anyone. This surprised Qing Shan. After they were served the tea, she followed Hua Han out. Wait a moment, girl. Do you need anything, senior? Hua Han was puzzled. Do you know that person? Qing Shan asked. We've met once, Hua Han said. Why is he sitting here? Qing Shan was worried that the person was of questionable background and could affect the gathering. Everyone, even the Clear Sky School, wanted the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment to be a success. The only regret Qing Shan had was that the one achieving the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment wasn't from their sect. If they had such a disciple, they would also go all out. According to the list, they shouldn't be here, but did they come here suddenly? Yes. They are friends invited by Senior Si Chung. Qing Shan was surprised. Senior Si Chung? The Senior Si Chung? Hua Han nodded. That should be fine, then. Qing Shan was shocked. She turned toward Jiang Hao and the woman beside him. It was no wonder she couldn't figure them out. But why did he refer to himself as a junior? On a high mountain, several old men looked down below, their brows furrowed slightly. Are there any other strong individuals or special people on the scene? Everything seems stable. Do we need to go and check? No need. We still have to prevent any accidents. The Saint Bandits are still lurking, and they may want to sabotage the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment. Where do they come from, anyway? Perhaps the deep sea. Chapter 434. Chapter 434. Dominating the Weak. Chapter 434. Dominating the Weak. After Qing Shan returned to her seat, Jiang Hao had a strange feeling that she might have misunderstood something. He then turned to look at Hong Yuye, who had been staring at something for long enough now. Following her gaze, he saw Xiaoli wandering around. She was probably restless because she hadn't found any food. Jiang Hao didn't pay much attention to Xiaoli and instead tried to locate the disciples from the Clear Sky School. Although the senior members of the Clear Sky School were present, he didn't want to approach them. That would be inappropriate. After observing for a while, he still couldn't spot anyone from the Clear Sky School. One day had passed, but there was no significant progress. He hadn't found anyone from the end of all things yet. However, cries of astonishment frequently erupted from the crowd below. Even people like Chang Zizai often expressed admiration. Indeed, the younger generation possessed limitless potential, while the old folks like them were stubborn and stuck to the paths paved by their ancestors. Jiang Hao also wanted to follow the old path, but what he lacked was time. At this moment, a figure shot up into the sky, and a group of people chased after them. Are they competing in speed? Qing Shan was surprised as she watched the figure in the sky. It seems like they are. Chang Zizai sighed. They aren't taking their job seriously. The Bright Moon sect even arranged for such competitions. Is it the light and dust again? Qing Shan chuckled. How many times has the Astronomical Academy's light and dust technique been ridiculed? Jiang Hao looked into the distance and saw the same Astronomical Academy disciple from before. He was still using the light and dust technique, albeit a slightly improved version. However, he was still lagging behind. Is that the light and dust technique? Hong Yuye watched he do with curiosity. It should be. Jiang Hao nodded. He was also surprised when he first saw it. Have you heard of it? Qing Shan approached them. The light and dust technique was first learned by someone from the Astronomical Academy from an unknown source. It's said to be extremely powerful. Unfortunately, no one in other sects has learned it yet. What do you mean by no one has ever learned it? Chang Zizai asked. Hidu told me that he saw someone using the light and dust technique perfectly. Even Hua Han saw it. That proves that our sect is not wrong. How many times has your sect said the same thing? Qingshan asked. It seemed like the Astronomical Academy had been humiliated because of the light and dust technique. However, he had no intention of using it again. He had only used it before because he had no other choice. Seeing that it was getting dark, Hong Yuye stood up. Jiang Hao got up to follow. Whenever Chang Zizai was about to speak, the two of them disappeared in an instant. He was puzzled. Qingshan and some others felt the same way. Silently, they vanished without a trace. Many people breathed a sigh of relief. They didn't want to provoke those two. At the Twin City Peak, tables and chairs appeared around Hong Yuye. She sat down, and Jiang Hao brewed some tea. The tea had not been used for a while, so there was still plenty left. When he finished brewing the tea, it was already nighttime. Jiang Hao sat down and took out the stone tablet. He wanted to see if there were any messages. Sure enough, Gu Wei and the others were online. Text appeared on the stone tablet. Jiang Hao was speechless. Without entering, he couldn't chat with others. He hadn't participated after the first time. He probably wouldn't enter the chat unless there was something important. So far, he hadn't discovered anything. He could remain mysterious as long as he could stay out of sight. The more people he interacted with, the easier it would be for his identity to get exposed. That would be troublesome. For now, it was good as it was. Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment won't be affected just because of rumors, Hong Yuye said suddenly. Jiang Hao looked up and saw Hong Yuye looking at the stone tablet. Does that mean the rumors don't affect it at all? If the person who is to achieve the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment is affected by the rumors, then it might cause some damage, Hong Yuye said. Jiang Hao nodded. That needed a solid and unwavering mind to withstand the overwhelming force of heaven and earth. The stone tablet had more incoming messages. Holy medicine seeds. Jiang Hao was suddenly interested. The next day, Jiang Hao arrived at the scene. He had used the excuse of finding the end of all things to come along with Hong Yuye. She had agreed, but their smile was somewhat unsettling. Fortunately, there were no more surprises. At the scene, he looked at the rewards on both sides. Alchemy, talisman crafting, formations, forging, defense, understanding of magical arts, and more. He spotted 3 seeds in total. Alchemy, forging, and formations all had seeds as the top rewards. Jiang Hao felt tempted, but he didn't know anything about them. He looked at the category of body techniques and found that the highest reward consisted of 3 items. 1 unknown holy medicine seed, 1 unknown bright moon sect cultivation technique manual, and 1 unknown pill. 3 to choose from. All he needed to do was to win. Jiang Hao understood the rules. By suppressing his cultivation at the Foundation establishment realm, he could participate in the competition. He needed to use his body technique to catch up with the Golden Core Realm cultivator at the front to be declared the winner. It feels like a game. He then asked some more questions related to the competition. He asked whether anyone had succeeded before. Unfortunately, no one had ever succeeded. After making sure that there was no one he recognized, he decided to participate. He was not worried about his fellow disciples from the Heavenly Note sect, but rather the people he knew from the Bright Moon sect. Because in everyone's eyes, he was a senior. If he participated so suddenly, it might seem like he was trying to dominate others. It was better to be anonymous. Sometimes he envied the thick-skinned nature of the spirit beast. It didn't have any shame. Soon, he became one of the participants in the competition. He was joined by 9 others. Ahead of them was a woman in the early stage of the Golden Core Realm. Dear fellow disciples, if you can surpass me, you will be eligible for the rewards. If you can maintain your position, you can freely choose the highest rewards. A reminder, I'm using my Golden Core Realm for this task. If your body technique isn't up to par, you can withdraw now said the woman at the golden core realm. Jiang Hao and the others remained silent. They waited for the competition to begin. Looking around, he noticed that quite a few people were suppressing their cultivation, with only 2 genuinely at the foundation establishment realm. It was a little like dominating the weak indeed. However, a holy medicine seed would benefit him, so he aimed to obtain it. It all came down to who had a deeper understanding of body techniques. Chapter 435. Chapter 435. He must be a senior from my academy. Chapter 435. He must be a senior from my academy. On the high seat, Chang Zizai felt somewhat disappointed when he noticed that Jiang Hao hadn't arrived. He always felt like there was something more to discover with him. It might not be significant to others, but it was crucial to him. One sentence from him had made their morning readings better. Such a person happened to be a senior at that. Otherwise, there were many ways to get him to join the academy. Chang Zizai, are your people still competing in movement techniques? Asked Qing Shan. Probably not. I heard they were badly defeated, and going there would just result in ridicule. Everyone would say scholars should go back to their books. Chang Zizai said helplessly. Then he looked curious. Why are you suddenly asking about this? Some of our sect's people also competed, and some elders asked me to keep an eye on a disciple. Unexpectedly, he went to compete in movement technique. It seems he finds that interesting, Qing Shan said in annoyance. It is said that one disciple only studied for less than 2 years and then escaped from the sect, and he's still missing. I remember he told his master that he wanted to play hide and seek, and then they couldn't find him. I'm a bit worried that the same thing might happen this time. Why would disciples of Clear's Sky School escape? Chang Zizai couldn't understand. Qing Shan had no idea what those people were thinking. At this moment, they looked at the area where the movement technique competition was taking place. Sure enough, they saw a man with extraordinary bearing and an air of ease about him. Chang Zizai was stunned for a moment. Why are there people from the academy? His gaze fell on a woman. She was also a scholar who sought knowledge and enlightenment. He was surprised. Then, he saw the others around her, which shocked him even more. Isn't that disciple Jiang? Qing Shan stared at him. He was still using his cultivation realm at the late stage of the foundation establishment realm. Why was that senior here? Was a movement technique competition really that interesting? They paid attention to the competition. Meanwhile, Hua Han came to serve tea once again. When she saw the seniors watching the competition so seriously, she looked in that direction. She saw Jiang Hao and stopped to watch. Who do you think will win? The seniors discussed. Jiang Hao's participation had made the competition more interesting. Of course, that disciple. After all, we can't lower ourselves to bullying children, someone said helplessly. It's hard to say. Movement techniques don't necessarily depend on high cultivation. Many people specialize in agility, like light and dust from the Astronomical Academy. That's why they were the weakest and the slowest, said a man carrying a sword. Chang Zizai was speechless. He had been ridiculed so many times because of the worthless disciples. If this disciple Jiang loses, won't he be embarrassed? Even if he wins, it's nothing special, said a woman. Huan didn't speak. In theory, that was correct, but it depended on how this senior would win. I don't know about the others, but I'm sure light and dust technique will fall behind. Light and dust technique is famous, so he won't be the last. Chang Zizai's face changed, but he couldn't refute them. He had to stop those old men from making fun of the light and dust technique. It had become a constant joke now. At this moment, Jiang Hao looked ahead. He was ready to start. Suddenly, a spell bound them, and then the spell dissipated. In an instant, everyone rushed. Jiang Hao didn't fall behind. However, he didn't rush to exert himself, but instead followed the others with the same calm and ease as light and dust taught him. But what surprised him was that a woman next to him used a spell somewhat similar to his. Light and dust from the Astronomical Academy. Jiang Hao guessed. The woman also looked at Jiang Hao with some astonishment. She felt that the light and dust technique he used was somewhat similar and yet different. She couldn't describe it. At this moment, Jiang Hao looked at a young man on the right. He had a smile on his face, and his aura displayed a foundation establishment realm cultivation. Yet, he seemed as free as the wind. He seemed unbound and unrestricted. Pretty impressive. It seemed that agility was also related to one's state of mind. "You guys are a bit slow. I'll leave you behind," he said, then quickly moved ahead. The remaining people were struggling to catch up. Jiang Hao smiled and suddenly felt that this was getting interesting. No matter who his opponent was, it didn't affect his inner peace. His steps were steady and balanced, and his aura was restrained. The scholars from the Astronomical Academy felt somewhat helpless. They thought this time they could earn others' respect. The woman from before wanted to greet her fellow disciple nearby and let him continue, but when she looked at the person next to her, she was stunned. There was a faint light on him, as if merging with sunlight, yet appearing as tiny as dust. In the next moment, he disappeared, and then it seemed like he reappeared around them. Under the sunlight, he seemed to be everywhere and nowhere. Is that really the light and dust? For a moment, she was rooted to the spot. She forgot to even compete. Her gaze was locked on Jiang Hao. In just a few blinks, he had already reached the front. He stood on the same line as the leading two. At the high seat, the powerful seniors were stunned when they saw Jiang Hao use the light and dust technique. Some felt that he was intentionally trying to lose. It was even more humiliating for the Astronomical Academy. But when Jiang Hao's figure was covered by the light and seemed to be everywhere, they were all stunned, especially Chang Zizai. He looked at Jiang Hao with excitement without saying a word. He knew what technique that was. Light and dust technique. The real deal. "I understand now," Chang Zizai said excitedly. "This senior might be an elder from our academy. He recently returned from seclusion, comprehended the light and dust technique, and encouraged us to continue our morning readings. He must be from our academy. Who else would use that technique? Maybe he saw that our academy was being insulted by all of you, so he personally chose to compete to let you all witness the glory of the light and dust technique." Everyone felt that it made sense. Don't praise yourselves too much. It's obvious that this senior has comprehended the light and dust technique and is kindly demonstrating it to your academy, which is in such a sorry state, Qing Shan said. "It's definitely our academy's senior," Chang Zizai insisted. At this moment, Jiang Hao was still chasing behind someone. He observed the man whose blood was burning strangely. The man exuded a hostile aura, as if he wanted to surpass the Golden Core Realm cultivator ahead of him. That wasn't easy. Jiang Hao could clearly feel that the Golden Core Realm cultivator's movement technique was flawless. "Your movement technique makes me feel like I've seen it somewhere before, yet it also feels unfamiliar. But it doesn't matter," the young man from the Clear Sky School said as he moved on. Jiang Hao paid no attention to him and continued to observe the man with the blood aura. The man noticed someone overtaking him, and his gaze turned hostile. Something strange. Jiang Hao used his daily appraisal ability. Chapter 436. Chapter 436. Are you really here for clues? Chapter 436. Are you really here for clues? Upon seeing the feedback, Jiang Hao was quite surprised. It turned out that he was indeed a member of the End of All Things, and he even knew about another thing, the Earth Extreme Heart Devouring Pearl. A Golden Core Realm cultivator carrying the Earth Extreme Heart Devouring Pearl. Jiang Hao found it highly unlikely. In a place like this, a Golden Core Realm cultivator was too common, and they might be easily defeated and restrained when necessary. It would be a waste to carry the Earth Extreme Heart-Devouring Pearl for nothing. However, he guessed that the End of All Things member likely intended to use the pearl to disrupt the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment. Given the goal of the End of All Things, they would indeed do such a thing. After thinking it through, Jiang Hao didn't take any further action and instead followed the woman in front. A short while later, he sensed Qi Tian's gaze, which was filled with anger and resentment. Ignoring this gaze, he took a step forward and surpassed the woman. However, he only surpassed her by a small margin. The one who had already left everyone behind was still ahead. The speed of that person shocked Jiang Hao. It seemed that the people here were indeed quite extraordinary. However, Jiang Hao didn't want to attract too much attention. He simply stayed ahead of the Golden Core Realm cultivator. At this moment, the Golden Core Realm woman felt the pressure. She couldn't believe that she had been overtaken by two people. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't surpass the person next to her. It was an insurmountable gap. She couldn't catch up no matter what she did. Jiang Hao let out a sigh of relief. His victory wasn't just due to his mastery of the technique, but also because of the influence of his mental state on his agility. Otherwise, winning would have been extremely difficult. But what about the one who won first place? The Golden Core Realm woman asked in confusion. It seems like he flew away and disappeared. There were too many of us, someone said. The Golden Core Realm woman was speechless. Jiang Hao was also surprised. It seemed that this person had participated in the competition just for the sake of it and not for rewards. Jiang Hao obtained the seed. He didn't know exactly what it was, but he would find out tomorrow. When he went back to Hong Yuya, she teased him. Is that the clue you mentioned? Putting away the seed, Jiang Hao shook his head. Senior must be joking. The clue is that person. Jiang Hao pointed at the furious Qi Tian. What's wrong with him? Hong Yuya asked. I think he might be a member of the end of all things. We just need to keep an eye on him, Jiang Hao said solemnly. Hong Yuya looked at Jiang Hao in surprise. He hadn't lied this time. Is he really here to find clues? Hong Yuya wondered. What's wrong, Senior? Jiang Hao asked. You are really doing your best to complete the task I gave you, Hong Yuya said. I dare not slack off when doing tasks for you, Senior, Jiang Hao said respectfully. Hong Yuya chuckled. That's how it should be. After that, Jiang Hao didn't participate in any more competitions and simply observed Qi Tian from a distance. Qi Tian seemed to want to find a major competition that he could win, but he lacked any particularly outstanding qualities, so it was unlikely that he would attract any attention. While observing Qi Tian, Jiang Hao also paid attention to Xiao Li and the others. At this moment, Xiao Li was sitting on the side and talking with the spirit beast. Chu Chuan was facing the people from before. Jiang Hao was quite interested to see what he would do. As he watched Chu Chuan, he suddenly felt that many people around him were also paying close attention, even Qi Tian. It seemed that it was because of Chu Jie. I didn't look for you on the first day because I didn't want to add pressure to junior sister Chu Jie. Now that junior sister is preparing for advancement, it won't be affected by you. The arena is right there. Dare you go up? You shall look down at Chu Chuan. What's there to fear? Chu Chuan glared at him. Wait a moment, Taoyan suddenly said. According to the rules, we need 3 disciples from the same sect to participate together and take turns fighting. You can choose someone. After all, everyone's cultivation is suppressed to the early stage of the Foundation Establishment Realm, Yusha said. Chu Chuan looked at Shaoli. Shaoli was called over. Soon, they had all 3 participants. From Heavenly Note's sect, Chu Chuan, Shaoli, and the Spirit Beast participated. From the Bright Moon sect, Yusha, Tao Yun, and Hui Jian participated. At the arena, Chu Chuan was the first to jump onto the platform. He stared at Yusha and said, "Come on." Yusha sneered, but just as he was about to step up, Tao Yun jumped onto the platform. The formation activated, and the competition began. Yusha was speechless. He frowned but didn't say anything. In any case, he wanted to make it clear to the other person how insignificant an early stage of the Foundation Establishment Realm was. It was nothing at all. I'll fight you, Tao Yun said to Chu Chuan. Chu Chuan knew that Tao Yun had rushed ahead of Yusha intentionally. Even if he wasn't a match for her, he still had to try. You may not be aware of the difference between us, but the speed of your progress has made you a bit overconfident, Tao Yun said softly. Fighting me is better than fighting Yusha. At least I don't have to endure too much humiliation. He didn't say that out loud, thought. In Tao Yun's view, Chu Chuan was already quite formidable, especially considering that he had accumulated 600 spirit stones before reaching the Foundation establishment realm. However, compared to Chu Jia, the gap was still too vast. Even if there was nothing between them, people would judge him harshly. He would definitely have a hard time at the Bright Moon sect. As for what Tao Yin just said, Chu Chuan didn't believe it. Both were in the early stage of the Foundation establishment realm, and no matter how talented the other person was, they couldn't be that powerful. Sorry for this. Chu Chuan dashed out with a whoosh. Tao Yin shifted slightly to avoid his attack. In that small fraction of time, she struck Chu Chuan's arm with her palm. With a thunderous sound, Chu Chuan was pushed back. Jiang Hao watched and knew that Chu Chuan had already lost. The gap in strength was just too wide. Even if Chu Chuan used all his strength, he couldn't win against this young woman. Their gap wasn't in experience, but in control of power. That was a gap that was difficult to bridge. At that moment, Jiang Hao saw Fang Jin walking over with a middle-aged man. It was the senior, Han Xiao, who had made a deal with him before. He looked up at Chu Chuan on the platform and was surprised. Did I make a mistake back then? I think so. Fang Jin nodded. I heard that he didn't have any special encounters. He just cultivated daily. At most, he had the resources given to him by you. He didn't have any famous teachers guiding him either. Han Xiao looked at Chu Chuan. Did you invite him to join the sect? I did, but he refused, Fang Jin said. He's got some backbone, but he's going to take quite a blow this time, Han Xiao said. Fang Jin looked at Chu Chuan without saying anything. At this moment, Chu Chuan attacked again. He was extremely fast. His techniques were seamlessly integrated with his fists and feet, as if he wanted to break through his opponent's defenses in one go. However, no matter how he attacked, he couldn't hit his opponent. Sometimes he was repelled by a single strike from his opponent. Boom! After exhausting all his attacks, Chu Chuan was pushed back by Tao Yun. Surrender. You're not my match, Tao Yun said. Chu Chuan gritted his teeth and attacked again. This time, his blood burned and his aura surged. He still couldn't keep up with Tao Yun's speed. However, as the flames burned in his body, his speed increased. Tao Yun was just dodging his attacks before, but now she was actively defending herself. Jiang Hao watched and sighed inwardly. His unyielding personality would make him suffer. But this was his path, and stopping here would mean weakness. Chapter 437. Chapter 437. Defeating the opponent with one punch. Chapter 437. Defeating the opponent with one punch. Chu Chuan is going to lose, but he's quite formidable. It's just that he seems a bit impulsive, said by Qiong beside Fang Jin. Jiang Hao heard this, but didn't think it was untrue. Chu Chuan had to accept defeat with dignity if he wanted to become stronger. Only setbacks could teach him how to become a stronger individual. In the brutal world of cultivation, it was the best way for him to become stronger. As long as he didn't stray from the path, he would definitely shine in the future. In the arena, Tao Yin felt a bit uneasy. Are you crazy? She struck with her palm and injured Chu Chuan. She hoped it would make him lose before any more damage. Continuing the fight like this wouldn't be good. However, Chu Chuan stood up once again from the ground. His lifeblood continued to burn. He attacked once more. Tao Yin tiptoed lightly and then kicked. With a loud thud, Chu Chuan fell to the ground again. Tao Yin thought he wouldn't be able to get up this time. However, Chu Chuan stood up again. Once again, he started his assault. Tao Yin was uncertain and finally decided to fight alongside Chu Chuan. Their fists and feet clashed. They seemed evenly matched. Then, she found an opening. She struck Chu Chuan with her palm, but she was hit in the shoulder. It made her take a few steps back. Would this be enough? Tao Yin thought. Even though he had already suffered many injuries, Chu Chuan still stood up. Tao Yin frowned and attacked again. Chu Chuan fell to the ground yet again. This time, Some bones in his body were broken from the impact. Surely, he can't get up now, Tao Yun thought. However, Chu Chuan struggled to get up. He looked at Tao Yun with an indomitable spirit. Then, he roared in anger, and his strength began to surge. He had made a slight advancement in his cultivation. Using this momentum, he launched another attack. However, Tao Yun's attack severely injured Chu Chuan, and he fell to the ground once again. This time I didn't hold back. You surprised me, Tao Yun said. If he had the same time and resources as her, he would have defeated her. Chu Chuan looked at Tao Yun from the ground. His eyes burned with shame. He was still too weak. He felt like a mad, powerless beast going on a rampage. The gap in strength was too wide. Senior brother Jiang had told him as much, but he wasn't willing to believe it. Well done, said the spirit beast as it landed beside Chu Chuan with Shaoli. A friend once told me that all difficulties you face in life are there to help you hone your skills to reach your potential. You should thank them for being the stepping stones to your success. I make friends with sincerity, but these little children don't show me any respect at all, even when they know you're my friend. Shaoli, let's teach them a lesson. Shaoli looked at Tao Yun and her group. You all should fight me together. Only we can beat up our junior brother. No one else is allowed to do that. Chu Chuan looked at the spirit beast with excitement. He was grateful that Shaoli had said those words. Jiang Hao watched from a distance. He felt helpless. Who taught Shaoli to be so brazen? The people from the Heavenly Note sect are really arrogant, Yu Sha said as he arrived at the arena. I'll take you on alone. If you could defeat me, you win. I'll even give you all the spirit stones I have. If you lose, I won't take your spirit stones, but the next time you see me, you better lower your head and bow. Also, I'll be suppressing my cultivation to match yours. If you're unwilling, just take back your words. There's no shame in acknowledging your weakness. Do you still take pride in the fact that you achieved the Foundation Establishment realm at a young age? Are you still proud? Shaoli puffed up her cheeks. Who's talking big now? If you keep provoking me, I'll get angry and hit you. Then you better give it your all. I'm not Tao Yun. I won't hold back. I'll make you see how big the gap between us is with just one strike. Yu Sha sneered. The spirit beast and Chu Chuan stepped back. Tao Yun also stepped back. In the arena, only Shaoli and Yu Sha remained. Fang Jin looked at Shaoli and frowned. Who's that little girl? She's a bit strange, Han Xiao said. But he was more concerned about Chu Chuan. His recent burst of power had caught his attention. It seemed like he had really missed a promising talent. But there were so many talents out there, and missing one shouldn't matter much. It was just that he had misjudged this particular child. It bothered him. Maybe his surge in power was just for a fleeting moment. He might not amount to much in the future. Boom! Suddenly, a loud noise rang out. Bai Qiong exclaimed, "How is this possible?" Han Xiao was puzzled and looked over in astonishment. What he saw left him shocked. Yu Sha lay on the ground. His teeth had been knocked out. He couldn't even get up. The girl who had struck him seemed a bit flustered. I didn't know he was so fragile. Shaoli turned to the spirit beast for help. She was anxious. Fighting outside with such abandon would get them in trouble. Her mother had scolded her before. She knew senior brother Jiang would scold her this time. Tao Yun and the others were stunned. They wondered if Yu Sha had let his guard down, after all. Yu Sha, on the other hand, was astonished. He didn't even know what had happened. This is the early stage of the Foundation Establishment realm. It was impossible. That punch had beat someone in the late stage of the Foundation Establishment realm. But there was no change in the formation. It meant that the attack was truly of the early stage of the Foundation Establishment realm. Yu Sha lowered his head in shame. He didn't even want to get up from the ground. Jiang Hao watched Yu Sha and shook his head. In truth, Shaoli had not fought fairly. But there was no fairness in the world. However, when he saw Shaoli receiving many spirit stones, he was stunned. That child had kept his word and handed over all the spirit stones he had. So, you can earn spirit stones like this? Jiang Hao was somewhat tempted, but he held a senior's status here. If he were to engage in combat with the Golden Core and Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators, he would undoubtedly be mocked. It was better to keep a low profile. At night, Jiang Hao and Hong Yue followed Qi Tian. They wanted to see if they could find more people from the end of all things. But the more they followed, the more familiar Jiang Hao felt with his surroundings. They had followed him to the area where the team from the Heavenly Notes sect was staying. What does he want to do here? Jiang Hao was puzzled until he saw the other person entering Chu Chuan's room. Then he understood. It seems that the end of all things has targeted your junior brother, Hong Yue said with a soft laugh. Jiang Hao hadn't expected the end of all things to come looking for Chu Chuan. He had expected them to find Lin Ji instead. However, in the Bright Moon sect, Chu Chuan's status was somewhat infamous. Besides, he had been pinned down today, so it was indeed worth trying to win him over. The question was how he intended to win him over. A moment later, Hong Yue and Jiang Hao silently entered Chu Chuan's room too. Qi Tian was dressed in a black robe, and his face was not properly visible. When he entered, the formation began to cover the room. It was apparently done to prevent any accidents. "Who are you?" Chu Chuan, who was sitting at the table, looked toward the door. Qi Tian stood there and gazed at Chu Chuan, but he didn't speak. Chu Chuan struggled to get up, but he remained alert. He seemed ready to flee at any moment. "Don't worry. I am not your enemy," Qi Tian said. "Not my enemy?" Chu Chuan stared at the person who had suddenly appeared. "Then, are you a friend?" Chapter 438. Chapter 438. I want to surpass her on her pedestal. Chapter 438. I want to surpass her on her pedestal. For people stood in what looked like an ordinary guest room. By the window, there was a man in a black robe. At the table in the middle were several young people wrapped in gauze. A man and a woman were watching them from the shadows. However, no one noticed them. Jiang Hao was quite surprised. This was Hong Yue's doing. Even when they stood in the room in front of everyone, no one could see them. He wondered if Hong Yue used the same method to visit him. But his perception was not bad, and they both had the heaven extinction goo poison. When they got close to each other, they were able to sense it. "We're not friends yet, but we can be," said Qi Tian said. "What do you want to talk about, then?" Chu Chuan asked as he took a step back. Jiang Hao saw that he was trying to get closer to the window. He was attempting to escape. "Is it true that Chu Jie from the Bright Moon sect is your childhood friend?" Qi Tian asked. "Childhood friend?" Chu Chuan looked puzzled and then shook his head. "Senior, are you mistaken? At most, we're just from the same hometown." "I see, but I heard that you have a very close relationship with her. You even spent all your spirit stones to buy her a gift," said Qi Tian. His tone suddenly turned hostile. "But they insulted you. They called you a country bumpkin and took your hard-earned spirit stones. Even Chu Jie didn't speak up for you, did she? Doesn't she know your situation? Doesn't she know that in your sect, you're just an ordinary disciple? Doesn't she know you only earn a few spirit stones a month? Does such a young woman deserve the gift that you bought her with all your spirit stones?" Chu Chuan lowered his head. The words stung him. "She is the Bright Moon sex prodigy. She's different from you. She no longer cares about you. Perhaps, in her heart, you're no longer worthy of her," Qi Tian said. "So," Chu Chuan asked, "I can help you bring her down from her pedestal. I can help you make her suffer, and then you can go and comfort her. Women are at their most vulnerable when they're down, and that's the best time to win their hearts," Qi Tian said. Chu Chuan fell silent for a long time. "What if I refuse? Then we can't be friends, but we won't be enemies either. I'll just turn around and leave. But you should think carefully. This is your only chance. If you don't seize it, there won't be anyone in this world who will lift a finger to help you. No one will understand you," Qi Tian said. "Why are you trying to help me?" Chu Chuan asked. "Because we wanna, that's all," Qi Tian said. Chu Chuan was puzzled. "Yes, you can trust our strength," Qi Tian said. Chu Chuan looked at him. He was at the window now. He was searching for an opening to flee. "If I agree, what would I need to do?" he asked. "It's very simple. You just have to carry something with you and wait for our instructions." Qi Tian hadn't finished speaking when Chu Chuan moved. He used his strongest force to hit the window. With a bang, Chu Chuan bounced back. Looking at Chu Chuan on the ground, Chi Tian sighed. It seems you don't trust me. Why should I trust you? Who even are you? Since he couldn't escape, Chu Chuan did away with the pretense. Does it really matter who I am? When you were insulted and pushed around, didn't you wish for someone to come to your aid? Do you really need to know who I am to accept my help? Chi Tian asked. Help me with what? Chu Chuan looked at him. Would Chu Jie have taken you to buy something you couldn't afford if it wasn't just to humiliate you and show you your place? Chi Tian asked. That's true. Chu Jie did take me to a shop where I couldn't afford anything. I couldn't even lift my head because of embarrassment, said Chu Chuan. Isn't that just it? Chi Tian said. Chu Chuan shook his head. I understand that everyone pities me, but I don't want pity. My senior brother did warn me. He explained everything to me so that I would be prepared before coming here. So, I understand that things change. It might not be as you would imagine them to be, and you can only truly understand it after you experience it. The answer is clear to me now, more than it is to you, it seems. What about the humiliation in that arena? Was that fake too? Chi Tian asked. Jiang Hao saw that he was trying to get closer to the window. He was attempting to escape. It was real. Ana one ITLT. Many people mock Kiyomi. One remember all, or it very clearly. But I won't be discouraged by it. I will fight for it, and one day, I will take back my dignity from them. I will surpass them and make them understand that today's humiliation will fall on them as well. No one should bully the poor or the weak. Chu Chuan's eyes burned with determination. And why would I bring down Chu Jie from her pedestal? I want to surpass her on her pedestal, he said. Chi Tian was stunned. He felt that this child was ignorant and foolish, even arrogant. But he was deeply moved by Chu Chuan's determination. It seemed to remind him of his past. In the end, he didn't say anything and turned to leave. Jiang Hao glanced at Chu Chuan and felt it was time to let him go. Chu Chuan had stirred his immortal heart. In the future, he would definitely attract the attention of many powerful people. The cliff of broken hearts shouldn't hold him back. After that, he left and caught up with Chi Tian. Are you going to just give up? Jiang Hao caught up to him. Who are you? Chi Tian stepped back. He stared at the person in front of him. Late stage of the Foundation establishment realm. The person seemed dangerous. You don't need to concern yourself with who I am. I'm just curious why you gave up on Chu Chuan just like that. I don't think the end of all things would look down on him so much, Jiang Hao said. When he heard the name of the organization he belonged to, Chi Tian was stunned. He thought of fleeing from there. Once the information was leaked, he would undoubtedly face death. The Bright Moon sect was currently trying to eliminate them everywhere they went. Getting close to the Bright Moon sect was extremely dangerous. No need to run. With your golden core realm cultivation, you can't escape anyway, Jiang Hao calmly said. He had already mobilized all his power to prevent the person in front of him from fleeing or ending himself. People from the end of all things were capable of anything, so he couldn't be careless. What do you want? Chi Tian asked. I just want to know why you spared Chu Chuan, Jiang Hao said. He was genuinely curious. He could have been used to harm Chu Jie. There's no reason for it. Foolish and ignorant people like him have no value, Chi Tian said. It seems like you don't really like talking about this. Well then, I'll change the topic. Is the Earth Extreme heart-devouring pearl on you? Jiang Hao stared at him. I don't understand what you're talking about. What pearl? Chi Tian appeared completely bewildered. Jiang Hao whispered, Let's make a deal. If you cooperate, I can let you go. Chapter 439. Chapter 439. Let me first tell you what I can offer, and then you can decide. Chapter 439. Let me first tell you what I can offer, and then you can decide. Deal. Chi Tian looked at the man in front of him. If I don't want to, can I leave? Jiang Hao nodded. There really was no need to force the issue. Then, I refuse, Chi Tian said. Jiang Hao sighed. I suggest you listen to the whole thing first. I don't think you'll give me anything in return, and with your strength, I have no choice at all. Even if I complete your request, you'll still use me. When I'm not useful anymore, you'll kill me and find someone else, Chi Tian said. Jiang Hao was surprised because this person saw through things quite clearly. However, he wasn't that kind of person. He usually killed people only if they were a threat to him. Jiang Hao waved his hand. Let me first tell you what I can offer, and then you can decide. Chi Tian was puzzled. He was on guard against any sudden moves from this person. But what surprised him was that as soon as he got closer, a force oppressed him. He couldn't move. For a moment, he was worried because he didn't want to die here uselessly. But soon, he realized he was overthinking. It seemed that this person just wanted to talk. When Jiang Hao offered him the deal, he was stunned. My reward is that I can help you kill an elder of the Blood Shadow sect. Those words pricked his heart. Chi Tian felt that he could do anything for that one goal. Any elder? He asked. Of course. Jiang Hao nodded. You help me first, and I'll work for you, Chi Tian said. Jiang Hao shook his head. That's not possible. I don't need you to serve me, and your life is worthless to me. I only want to make a trade. You get what I want, and I can provide you with what you want. The elders of the sect must be powerful. Jiang Hao didn't know if he could kill an elder, but Xing still owed him a favor. If he couldn't do it, maybe others could. But everything had to wait until after the Heavenly Dao Foundation establishment succeeded. With Hong Yuye around, the area he was responsible for should have no problem. After that, he could let Xing take action. The only thing to consider was that there would definitely be people at the gathering who would be suspicious of why Xing was making a move instead of Jiang Hao. It didn't matter. If Xing felt it was important enough, he could make a move. What do you want? And why should I trust you? Chi Tian asked. Why should you trust me? Jiang Hao chuckled. Why do you trust the end of all things? Why do you want everyone to end? Can the death of the entire world compare to the death of one elder? You could kill those elders by yourself. Chi Tian looked at the man in front of him and finally lowered his head. Just tell me what you want, and I'll do it, he said. Jiang Hao smiled. Do you have the Earth Extreme, heart-devouring pearl on you? Yes, but Chi Tian took out a small, sealed fragment. It was green and looked like a shard. Jiang Hao could tell at a glance that it was indeed a fragment of the Earth Extreme heart-devouring pearl. He took the fragment and knew that this thing couldn't affect him much. But if used well, it might have miraculous effects on other things. The best way to make use of it would probably be to place it on Chu Chuan and make him get closer to Chu Jie. How much do you know about the end of all things? Jiang Hao asked. Not much, but I know they're powerful, Chi Tian said. Who brought you into the end of all things? One of my seniors. Does he know what the end of all things intends to do? He might know something. He often goes out. What else do you know besides that? They're targeting Chu Jie. It's said that Chu Jie is going to complete the Heavenly Dao Foundation establishment. Once successful, the balance will tilt. Is that all? Isn't that enough? Jiang Hao shook his head. This information was far from enough. Now, it seemed that the only way to find out more was to find his senior. What do you want to know? I can ask around for you, Chi Tian said anxiously. I want to know the secrets of the end of all things, especially those related to the southern region. Do you know anything about that? Jiang Hao asked. I can ask around. I heard from my senior that as long as I succeed this time, he will take me to meet an expert. I can inquire for you, I swear. My senior is not as easy to control as I am, Chi Tian said. Jiang Hao thought for a moment. Which elder do you want gone? Chi Tian was overjoyed. Chun Yi. He's here too. Jiang Hao nodded. Wait for my message. If I make a move, you'll have to ask around and find out more about your organization. Wait for me to make contact. After that, Jiang Hao disappeared in the moonlight. In the woods, Jiang Hao appeared beside Hong Yuye. You're not going to kill him? Hong Yuye asked. Not yet, Jiang Hao said. There really was no need to kill Chi Tian. However, once Jiang Hao helped him get his revenge, it would be difficult to control him. Jiang Hao didn't have a plan. He just wanted to plant a pawn. Even then, it would be difficult to succeed. The human heart was unpredictable. If the other person's revenge was put on hold, he would work hard. If the revenge was done, Chi Tian might refuse to fulfill his side of the bargain. Everything needed careful consideration. Right now, the thing of importance was the fragment of the Earth Extreme Heart Devouring Pearl. There should be quite a few fragments here, all to destroy the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment, Jiang Hao said. Just that won't be enough. The Bright Moon sect is not weak. They are far stronger than these ragtag masses. Even if the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment is fragile right now, it is still something that an immortal sect has put all its effort into promoting. It won't be so easy to disrupt the attainment of the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment, Hong Yuye said. Jiang Hao nodded. The next day, they returned to the inn. Jiang Hao sat at the table and took out the holy medicine seed. The seed was reddish-brown and surged with a powerful aura. Other than that, there was nothing strange about it. Jiang Hao praised it. Jiang Hao frowned. There were just so many conditions for the growth of this seed. It was the first time he had seen such a complicated seed. Plants like the heavenly fragrance Tao flower only needed watering once a day. High-grade spirit herbs needed both spirit liquid and spirit stones. But sweet leaf-cold grass seed required so many things. He wondered how many spirit stones it would cost. However, once it took root and sprouted, he might get purple bubbles. Of course, the effect of the sweet leaf-cold grass was also extraordinary. It enhanced one's cultivation aptitude. Unfortunately, he didn't need any improvement on that front. Cultivation aptitude was the speed at which one absorbed spiritual energy. He didn't really need to enhance that. If it were about enhancing comprehension, it would have been much better. Watering it 7 times meant it would take almost a month and a half to germinate. He could only wait until he got back. After that, he had to wait for others' reactions to the new findings and keep an eye on Chi Tian. Half a month later, around mid-June, the Tao Conference was in full swing. During this time, Chu Jie appeared twice. One time, she used the Star Moon healing technique and allowed everyone to recover their peak physical condition. The other time, she bestowed blessings and helped with everyone's comprehension. Chu Jie's influence began to grow. In the evening, Jiang Hao received a message from Wan Xiao. Meet me outside the city at the Star Moon Temple. Jiang Hao was surprised. What do these people want with him? Chapter 440. Chapter 440. No longer daring to show off. Chapter 440. No longer daring to show off. The Star Moon Temple was located on a mountain outside the Star Moon City. It was said to be a place of worship for a celestial lord. Most visitors there were ordinary non-cultivators. Jiang Hao found it to be a small temple. Here, Wan Xiao stood on the rooftop. These two were relentless. Jiang Hao had no intention of getting too involved with. Powerful individuals were often unpredictable. Once they discovered that he was using Hong Yuye's power, who knew what might happen? Powerful people were capricious toward the weak, but were polite to other strong individuals. Senior, why did you suddenly contact me? Jiang Hao asked. We've captured someone and learned some information. We wanted to ask for your opinion. Wan Xiao smiled. What happened? Jiang Hao was puzzled. The matters that even these seniors couldn't handle were beyond his capabilities. However, he had Hong Yuye behind him. If it was related to the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment, he could try asking her. Come. Wan Xiao jumped down from the roof and entered the temple. The temple was neatly kept. As Jiang Hao passed by a table, he reached out to wipe it and found that there was not even a speck of dust on it. It seemed like this small temple was maintained very meticulously. Inside the temple, there was an idol of celestial lord that was surrounded by stars. But the name of this lord was unclear. Beneath the statue, a woman was tied up and lying on the ground. Si Chung leaned against the statue as he drank his wine. Fellow disciple Jiang, he mumbled, did your beloved not come here with you? Jiang Hao was speechless. It was a good thing she hadn't come with him. Jiang Hao looked at the woman on the ground and noticed that her waist and legs were a little exposed. For a moment, he thought these seniors were being a little improper in capturing her like this. The woman had long hair. She was gagged with a white cloth, and she looked furious. This is a member of the fallen immortal clan. Her cultivation isn't bad. Based on the information you provided earlier, we tracked her down, Wan Xiu said. Jiang Hao was surprised that they had been busy with this for the past half-month. What are they planning? Jiang Hao asked. The fallen immortal clan has collaborated with the End of All Things, as well as a special group called the Saint Bandits, Wan Xiu said with a smile. Now, the most obvious thing is that these three parties are teaming up, and they have clear divisions of labor. The End of All Things wants to disrupt the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment by using certain things, such as the Earth Extreme Heart Devouring Pearl. The Fallen Immortal Clan has powerful individuals who are taking action and want to undermine the reputation of the Bright Moon sect by spreading rumors about us. This will make the others doubt us, and some might choose to willingly withdraw. The Saint Bandits are the strangest of them all. They wait for an opportunity and will only strike when the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment is about to be completed. At that time, if the seniors of the Bright Moon sect are held back, things could get quite fatal. Can't the Bright Moon sect handle these three forces? Jiang Hao asked. They can. Si Chung stood up. Dealing with them is not difficult, but the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment will take the strength and focus of all the powerful individuals. The whole of the Bright Moon sect's strength and power will be focused on the Heavenly Tao at that time. Jiang Hao nodded. It seems attaining the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment was much more difficult than he had imagined. The Bright Moon sect had to use all its strength and power, and the other forces were simply taking advantage of this vulnerability. Now, we plan to find the Fallen Immortal Clan and deal with them first. However, this person isn't talking. Wan Xiu looked at Jiang Hao. We want to ask for your help to find their hideout. Trying to spy on them proved difficult. They aren't weak and have acquired treasures and methods to help them. If we try anything, they might notice and move elsewhere. Jiang Hao felt helpless. He didn't have any intelligence to offer. Should I use the daily appraisal? After some thought, Jiang Hao decided against it. He had already made use of this method in the Lawless Tower. Now, with these two seniors watching, it was better to keep a low profile. After observing the woman for a moment, Jiang Hao shook his head. I was just lucky before to come across the information. I can't do anything right now. In that case, would you like to compose a poem to express your regret in this situation? Wan Xiu quickly asked. Jiang Hao was speechless. Why are you so obsessed with poems? Jiang Hao didn't say anything. If these two people continued watching him, he might get into trouble. Fortunately, this was the eastern region and he belonged to the south. If they were in the south, it would prove to be risky for him. Disciple Jiang, no poem at all? Wan Xiu pressed him. I really can't remember anything right now, Jiang Hao said. Just one line? Then, we'll never ask for it again, Wan Xiu said earnestly. Jiang Hao was at a loss. In the end, he bid farewell to the two. He didn't recite any poems, but he did promise to do his best to help. He also learned one thing from Si Chung. Early July was the most suitable time for the advancement of the Heavenly Tao. Just half a month remained till then. Back at the inn, Jiang Hao informed Hong Yuye of the situation. Three forces? Hong Yuye was silent for a while. Then, she said, if the Earth's extreme heart-devouring pearl falls into the hands of the End of All Things, the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment this time will most likely fail. Do they have it? Jiang Hao asked. Hong Yuye smiled. The disdain was clear in her eyes. It seemed they didn't have any more fragments. But why was Hong Yuye so confident that they wouldn't be able to get more of the fragments? The day before July, Jiang Hao received another message for a gathering. Tomorrow is the day for achieving the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment. Jiang Hao looked at the stone tablet. The gathering was scheduled for midnight. When it was time, Jiang Hao entered the gathering. Senior Dan Yuan was also present this time. After greeting the senior, they all sat cross-legged on the ground. You should all have guessed the purpose of this gathering, Dan Yuan said. Friend Xing, please go on. With a nod of thanks, Xing said, if nothing unexpected happens, tomorrow will be the best time for the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment. Borrowing of the power can happen at any time. I hope Gui and Jing can assist me when the time comes. No problem, Gui said with a smile. I've obtained quite a few good things this time, but competing with the strong for the top spot is too difficult. I'm fine with it too, Jiang Hao said in a low voice. He was also curious about what would happen tomorrow. He hoped everything would go smoothly. If anything went wrong, a small fry like him couldn't handle things. Unfortunately, Xiao Li and the others would be present too. He had been keeping an eye on them for the past month. Han Ming was the most active participant. He constantly challenged people. Sometimes he won, and sometimes he lost, but his insights were improving, and his experience was growing. After obtaining a pill, he quickly reached the peak of the Foundation establishment realm. He was full of confidence and went around telling people that he was lucky to have advanced. Han Ming's performance attracted the attention of the seniors in high positions. They openly acknowledged his blessings and his ability to use his blessings to propel himself to the top. The location is not a problem. Now, let me tell you about some information that I found out recently, so you can be prepared, Xing said. I've heard that members of the fallen immortal clan will launch an attack at the crucial moment. They might hide themselves in the most prominent locations, so you are still safe. But please be careful. If there is a problem, the people from the Bright Moon sect will rush over to you immediately. Chapter 441. Chapter 441. I'm not a match, but I have someone backing me up. Chapter 441. I'm not a match, but I have someone backing me up. Is someone attacking already? Gui didn't look concerned. If they can break through my encirclement, then it's beyond my ability to deal with. Please do your best, Gui, Xing said. Jiang Hao remained silent. He didn't want to say it, but despite his weak cultivation, he had someone strong backing him up. His silence surprised both Xing and Gui. Do you have more information? Dan Yuan asked. I found someone from the end of all things who was carrying a fragment of the Earth Extreme Heart-Devouring Pearl. There should be more people like him, Jiang Hao said. I found members of the fallen immortal clan. They're quite stubborn, but under my curse, they spilled some information. The fallen immortal clan is cooperating with the end of all things. It seems like they've come for revenge, Gui said. I don't have any direct information, but I heard some related things. Many places want to resist the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment. They claim that it damages the overall great luck of various regions. These people have formed a force to stop the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment, Lu said solemnly. Many people had such thoughts. It was inevitable. Jiang Hao frowned. He felt helpless. However, he had a different opinion and perception of things, mainly because he had more exposure. If he knew nothing, he would hide in a corner and act when the time was right. Survival came first. Only if he survived could he attempt other things. After all, the battle of major forces was not something an ordinary cultivator like him could interfere with. I heard about that too. The Bright Moon sect has made preparations on two fronts. One is with Senior Shang and from the Clear Sky School, but he hasn't appeared for some reason. Even if his master allowed him to leave, he hasn't shown up, Xing said in confusion. Jiang Hao understood why. It was because of his appearance. The Clear Sky School had the means to heal Shang Yan's face, but he might have refused. Tomorrow probably won't be without issues. You need to stay vigilant. When the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment begins, it will inevitably attract attention from nearby. If other strong cultivators aren't pleased with it, they might intervene. Nothing is certain, Dan Yuan said. Jiang Hao understood that stopping the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment would require the intervention of very powerful cultivators. The gathering then ended. Daybreak would mark the start of a crucial moment. Jiang Hao informed Hong Yuye of the situation. Hong Yuye didn't say anything. So, Jiang Hao could only wait and watch. After brewing tea, he began to study the 7 forms of the heavenly blade. During this period, he also learned the one-heart palm and the 4 forms of the heavenly blade. Although he hadn't had much opportunity to use the 4th form yet, he needed to study it in case he had to use it soon. He wouldn't use it unless he was pushed to the brink. When he thoroughly understood it, he could modify it and teach it to Chu Chuan as a parting gift when he left the sect. The other 3 forms became more powerful and easier to understand the more he studied them. As for the one-heart palm technique, he had studied it sufficiently. He had attempted to imprint it on animals, but it had failed. It seemed that even for casting an imprint, the right person was needed. He couldn't find the right person for now, so he had no choice but to wait. The two of them gazed at the moonlight and sipped tea as the sun slowly rose on the horizon. A new day began. Along with the rising sun, the vast power of the bright moon sect awakened. This was the culmination of this month's efforts, which had reached its peak. "It's starting," Hong Yi said. Jiang Hao nodded. He looked ahead. He was eager to see how special this event would be. At daybreak, a group of people emerged from the underground. They split into several teams and moved ahead. One group headed towards Star Moon City. "Are we attacking the Bright Moon sect directly?" "Just a few of us might not be up to the task," said someone mid-flight. "No, we're not launching a direct attack. We're cooperating with some of the members of the End of All Things to attack from specific locations," said a middle-aged man leading the group. "Will we succeed?" a young person asked. "Maybe not, but it will have some effect. Unfortunately, we couldn't catch Chu Chuan. Otherwise, we could have caught them off guard." The leader sighed. They quickly flew over Star Moon City and continued onward. "Where do we sneak in?" "We can see the location where the attainment of the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment will begin from that side." "Is that an important location?" "Yes. For such an important location, the Bright Moon sect will undoubtedly send people to guard it. Why don't we contact the End of All Things and choose a less prominent location? I think our chances of success would be higher that way." The leader stopped in his tracks. "What if that location also has guards? In that case, we can find a wider place. We can either enter or retreat if we have to," suggested a young woman. "What place would be suitable?" "The Line Canyon to the south. It's dangerous if we get ambushed, but it's a suitable location." "Is there any other place?" "The Twin City Peak to the north. It's spacious, but it's also easy to be noticed." They continued discussing the terrain. Finally, the leader pointed to the Twin City Peak. "Let's enter from here. The terrain is complex, with mountains and rivers, and high altitudes have some restrictions, which can be advantageous for us. The only drawback is that we need to figure out the direction." "We can do that. Gu Qing and her group infiltrated from there before, so they've mapped out the best route." Someone produced a map. "Good. Prepare your magical treasures. After entering, we'll strike at the weakest point. After that, we'll retreat, regardless of success or failure." The others nodded, and they continued on their way. Inside the Bright Moon sect, Xiao Li and the others arrived at the square. "I feel like something's off today." Chu Chuan looked around. People seem very serious. "It's probably because of the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment," Mu Qi said as he joined them. "It's the purpose of the Tao Conference, after all." "What is the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment?" Xiao Li asked. The spirit beast stood on Chu Chuan's shoulder and looked at the sky. "This doesn't look good. The spiritual energy around us doesn't make me feel good." "It's as the beast said," Mu Qi said solemnly. "The Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment is the most important event that is going to happen today. They will use all their power and even borrow ours to attain it." "Who would need such a massive power just to reach the Foundation establishment realm?" Chu Chuan asked in shock. Such a grand exhibition just to reach the Foundation establishment realm was unheard of. "It's that girl, Chu Jia," Mu Qi said. "Everything is for her. It is to ensure her success in achieving the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment today. It's said that attempting the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment only happens once every few thousand years. It's even more rare and difficult to succeed at it. This goes to show how exceptional Chu Jie might be. Chu Chuan was stunned. He remembered what Jiang Hao had told him. Chu Jie was even more remarkable than he had thought. Nonetheless, he still hoped for Chu Jie's success. Normally, such an important matter wouldn't be disclosed because people might not want her to succeed. But now it's all in the open. It all depends on the showdown between the two sides at this point, Mu Qi said. Chapter 442, Chapter 442. All eyes on her, but not all hope rested on her. Chapter 442. All eyes on her, but not all hope rested on her. Chu Chuan finally understood what Chu Jie wanted to become and what she needed to face in order to achieve her goal. After a short walk, he found that rumors were everywhere, and they were mostly negative. Let's go back to our seats. You probably won't be allowed to challenge others today, Mu Qi said to them. Xiaoli didn't mind. She didn't like fighting with people. She just waited every day for this event to be over so she could go back and eat. Junior sister Xiaoli, how many people have you fought here? Mu Qi asked on the way. Just a few. They said they'd give me spirit stones if I won, Xiaoli said. Did you earn a lot of spirit stones? Mu Qi asked. Xiaoli reached for her storage magic treasure. These are for buying gifts for senior brother Jiang. Jiang Hao? Mu Qi asked. Xiaoli nodded. Mu Qi smiled. Don't buy anything too expensive. Considering junior brother Jiang's personality, he'll find it troublesome if it's too valuable. Xiaoli's mind was full of thoughts about buying desserts for Jiang Hao. She didn't know what senior brother Mu Qi meant by too valuable. Son, the people from the Heavenly Notes sect all arrived in their designated area. The peak master of the law enforcement peak, Cheng Lu, and the cliff master of the Cliff of Broken Hearts, Ku Wu Chang, were both on guard. Whether it turns out good or bad, we can't avoid whatever happens today. I don't know what might happen, Cheng Lu said. The Clear Sky School and other formidable sects are here too. It would affect us too much, I think, said Ku Wu Chang. Cheng Lu sighed and looked at Chu Chuan and Xiaoli. These two disciples of yours are quite remarkable. Ku Wu Chang frowned. Xiaoli indeed was promising, but he shook his head and didn't say anything more. He wanted to teach her many things, but it was a pity she couldn't pay attention. He then turned to look at Lu Xingchen. Your disciple is also quite unique. Although others are not lacking in talent, he seems to be different. Different? Cheng Lu smiled. If you knew his reason for joining the Heavenly Notes sect, you would find him even more unique. This caught the attention of everyone, including the master of the Heavenly Joy Pavilion, who hadn't spoken yet. Cheng Lu smiled. I still remember his reason. He said he was bored and wanted to join a demonic sect. While they were talking, there was a commotion nearby. Let me go. If I stay here, I'll definitely die. They want to harvest us to build their foundation. Let me go. They saw a young man struggling against two people who were restraining him. They seemed to be fellow sect members. They tried to persuade him. Junior brother, don't be like this. How could the Bright Moon sect harm us? I think they are about to explain everything. Just calm down. Calm down. They clearly want to smother us. Let me go. If you don't leave, you'll die. But I don't want to die, the young man said frantically. At this moment, a disciple of the Bright Moon sect walked over to them. He looked at the three people. What are you doing? Our junior brother believes in rumors too easily. If you explain things to him, everything will be fine. He still trusts you deep down, said one of the senior disciples who was holding on to the struggling junior. The Bright Moon sect disciple nodded. I see. Come with me then. I'll explain it to you. But before the young man could speak, the Bright Moon sect disciple used his magic treasure to take them away without another word. Mu Qi and the others watched this unfold. Do you think that is normal, senior brother? Han Ming asked. If this were in our Heavenly Notes sect, these three would be a source of spirit stones. Mu Qi shook his head and laughed. Most of the people who chose to stay in the Bright Moon sect could be categorized into three types. Those who believed that the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment was beneficial and harmless. Others believed that the Bright Moon sect was too powerful and didn't dare to oppose them, so they had to go along with whatever they planned. Some others were completely clueless. Apart from these three types, a few others were just looking for trouble. After all, the doors of the Bright Moon sect had never been closed, and everyone could return to the Star Moon City every day. Why wait until now? As more and more people gathered, everyone could sense the presence of a greater force, and they all seemed to become part of it. Everyone looked up at the highest seat, where all the brilliance seemed to converge. Footsteps sounded. "She's here," Muchi said. In an instant, all eyes were focused on the girl wearing a white gown as she slowly walked towards the highest seat. Her face was filled with determination. There was no one beside her. Her master had told her that everyone was there to help and support her. When she finally succeeded, she would have to face everything alone anyway. She knew she couldn't be afraid. She must overcome her weaknesses. When she finally reached the highest seat, onlookers could finally see her clearly. At this moment, it seemed like she could understand the emotions of everyone below. Doubt, mockery, anger, disdain, admiration, envy, jealousy, joy, encouragement, nervousness, anticipation, and various others. All eyes were fixed on her. As she looked at the sea of faces, she felt nervous. She almost wanted to step back, but she took a step forward and stood at a spot where everyone could see her. At this point, she couldn't retreat. "Esteemed seniors and guests, I, Junior Chujia, greet you all," said Chujia. Her voice wasn't loud, but could be heard clearly. People fell silent below. "I understand that all of you have heard the rumors. Today is the day when I am supposed to attain the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment, and we need your help." She sounded grateful and determined. "My master once told me that this is an extremely difficult path. He said he would understand if I refused, because once I set foot on this path, there's no turning back. Succeeding in this path would mean taking the responsibility of the world," she said. "I'm still young and inexperienced. I don't know about many things, but I know about my own merits and qualifications. My master told me that if I succeed today, it wouldn't be because of my qualifications or because of the Bright Moon sect. It would be only because of the help and support from all the guests and seniors gathered here today," said Chujia. "This is the path of the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment. It means the blessing of heaven and earth and taking responsibility for the well-being of the whole cultivation world and the people within it. I understand that this path is incredibly difficult, but with the help of my sect, I stand here today. I only ask for one request from all of you." Chujia bowed respectfully. Her voice resonated throughout the entire Bright Moon sect. "Please, esteemed seniors, help me reach the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment." As her words fell, the entire Bright Moon sect was shaken. A great force formed. It began to rise around Chujia. Below, the multitude of people also felt the shock. Chujia's words gave them a clear understanding for the first time. Chuchuan breathed rapidly. He realized that the responsibility Chujia carried on her shoulders far exceeded his expectations. Chapter 443. Chapter 443. I'm sorry. Chapter 443. I'm sorry. Jiang Hao could see the high platform and hear Chu Jie's voice clearly. He felt admiration for her. She's only 17 this year. At the age of 17, Jiang was still at the 8th stage of the lifeblood refinement realm. He was living cautiously in the spirit herb garden and avoiding contact with others. But this girl before him, at 17, was preparing to attain the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment. She was taking on the responsibility of all the people of the world. She was even prepared to stand alone. The level of self-awareness far exceeded that of others. The pursuit of the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment was for those with great potential, and such individuals often had to sacrifice themselves for the sake of all living beings. For example, If the heavenly fate misfortune pearl exploded, Chu Jie would have to willingly go and suppress it. How many people could compare to such a formidable 17-year-old girl? 17, Hong Yuya said in amazement. Indeed, she's quite extraordinary. As they talked, a figure suddenly leaped up. He had a green light around him. It looked like an aura from the earth, extreme, heart-devouring pearl. However, the moment he leaped, a blade swept past and cut him into shreds. He turned into ashes. The green light dissipated into the air. People nearby were terrified, but others hadn't even noticed anything. However, the Bright Moon sect disciples who had been observing everything were shocked. Is there a powerful expert helping us from the shadows? This caught them off guard. Whoever had attacked wasn't someone ordinary. How's it going on your end, senior brother? Subai walked over. It's stable for now. It seems a strong individual is helping us out in secret, which has helped a lot. However, those from the end of all things won't give up easily. The big problem now is that the Saint Bandits could appear at any moment. They might not stay idle once they're here. I don't know how long I can hold out against a senior from the Saint Bandits. A man sighed helplessly and looked at Subai. The other areas are up to you, junior brother. The Fallen Immortal clan isn't a major threat, but don't underestimate them. They're good at sneaking in. All right, senior brother, please be careful, Subai said. He quickly left to complete his task. Outside the Bright Moon sect, intruders began to infiltrate the area. The Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment had begun, and it was a crucial time for everyone. Boom! Suddenly, a light descended and was about to crush those below. Whoosh! A wave surged, and then a figure appeared. His hair was disheveled, and he held a wineskin in his hand. He appeared drunk. Si-chung, you know me? The person snorted, and the battle erupted. The opponent seemed to want to disrupt the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment in the aftermath of the battle. At this moment, Jiang Hao on the Twin City Peak could vaguely feel the violent fluctuations of energy in the surrounding area. From his position, he couldn't see the battle. He only occasionally caught glimpses of it. Power erupted and continuous explosions were apparent. It seemed that even a slight trace of that energy could severely injure him. Such a battle made him anxious. If it reached here, it would affect him too. The impact brought about by the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment far exceeded his expectations. He couldn't even get involved even though he was in the Soul Ascension realm. It was fortunate that many formidable seniors were around to lend a hand in the fight. What he needed to do now was wait for Chu Jie to seize the opportunity and advance to a higher realm. At this moment, Chu Jie closed her eyes and her aura began to surge. She resonated with the force converging with the Bright Moon sect. Then, the force resonated with heaven and the earth. Then, she used the aura of everyone present to guide and absorb the surging force to form the essence of the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment. In this way, she would ascend to become a Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment realm cultivator. The first step went smoothly. She was already resonating with the surging force and was beginning to resonate with the heavens and earth. Many people below watched her. They were nervous. The Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment was obviously special. Now they had the chance to witness it firsthand. They also felt that if they assisted in this, they would gain some rewards. Chu Chuan stared intently at Chu Jie. He realized that the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment far exceeded his expectations. With great power came great responsibility. The two of them had chosen different paths, each with its own unique difficulties. Chu Jie's determination to choose this path was not something to be underestimated. Xiao Li and the Beast were also closely watching everything. Boom! The surging force began to move upward toward the heavens and earth. Boom! A bolt of lightning suddenly struck down and hit the converging force. With a bang, the entire surging force endured tremendous pressure. At the same time, Chu Jie trembled slightly, and blood oozed from the corner of her mouth. However, she did not stop what she was doing. Several more lightning strikes followed, and even Xiao Li had trouble standing. Then, the heavens and earth began to glow radiantly. The surging force also changed with it. It was vast and boundless. However, several dark auras swept over. The dark auras began to destroy the surging force as if they didn't recognize the heavenly Tao. The disciples of the bright moon's sect frowned, but they weren't in a hurry to act. Chu Jie would have to overcome this on her own. As long as she maintained the aura of others, she could destroy these dark. If it really couldn't be done, they had a backup plan. On the high platform, Chu Jie's brows furrowed. She seemed to hear the voices of all living beings. What kind of heavenly Tao foundation establishment is this? Are you using our lives to help you build it? You're a demon. Kill this demoness. Do you think ordinary people like us don't have a right to live? You took away our luck and our lifeblood for the sake of the heavenly Tao foundation establishment. How can we survive? What can we rely on? Please spare us. I'm begging on my knees. Don't pursue the heavenly Tao foundation establishment. We're all just ordinary people. Why do you want to hurt us? There was a massive flood. The heavenly Tao foundation establishment has taken away the protection of the immortals. My child is gone. Give my child back to me. There's a flood. Help. What kind of heavenly Tao foundation establishment is this? Does it have to deprive us of our cultivation? Why are you taking away our aura? On what ground are you doing this? What do you represent? Give me back my father and my mother. Countless voices and numerous complaints rose over all other sounds. They aimed to shatter Chu Jie's resolve. Tears welled up in Chu Jie's eyes as she heard them all. She murmured, "Please, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. If it weren't for me, they wouldn't have come looking for you. They wouldn't have brought disasters upon you. Everything is because I wanted the heavenly Tao foundation establishment. Everything is because my determination has harmed you. All your lifelong suffering is my doing, and I won't deny it. I'm willing to shoulder your pain, but I can't give up now. They want to make me surrender, and I can't. Once I bow down, there will be no chance to stand up again. I'm sorry. They fear me, and I can't fall now. I'm sorry. My success is built upon your sacrifices. I'm sorry. Even if I succeed, I can't make it up to you. Please forgive me. The only thing I can guarantee is that if a great calamity strikes the heavens and earth, I will walk at the forefront without hesitation. I'll stand in front of you and block the danger. I won't retreat or perish. So, please lend me a helping hand. Please help me achieve the heavenly Tao foundation establishment." Chapter 444, Chapter 444, To See the World. Chapter 444, To See the World. Something had changed. Jiang Hao noticed could see numerous auras pouring in and becoming one with the surging force. There was a brilliant golden light and a blackness that corroded everything. Resentment and hatred seemed to be rapidly taking over the surging force, but the person in the center did not retreat. The surging force began to stabilize. If she took even one step back, everything might collapse. "Senior," were the words in the black mist test. Jiang Hao asked. Han Yue glanced at Jiang Hao. Her eyes seemed to ask if he was really so naive. Does it need such a test? Jiang Hao was amazed. This is the force of heaven and earth, not just the collective power of the eastern region. The heavenly Tao foundation establishment integrates the will of all beings in the world. The voice that came from the depths of that force is the voice of those from some corner of the world. No matter how powerful the Bright Moon sect is, they can't take care of everyone, Hong Yuye said calmly. Did that mean the end of all things attacked ordinary people? Jiang Hao lowered his head and thought. Louis had told them that the end of all things was spreading rumors everywhere. To make the rumors sound real, they might have harmed others. Even if someone figured out the rumors were false, they would be helpless. Not all people wanted the truth. They just wanted to vent their grievances. Even if they couldn't understand the heavenly Tao Foundation establishment, it didn't matter. If the person trying to achieve the heavenly Tao Foundation establishment felt guilty and faltered, the heavenly Tao would fall apart. Boom! Chu Jia soared into the sky and entered the surging force of heaven and earth. She was attempting to become one with the force. She needed to accept it first before absorbing it. At this moment, a lotus flower appeared under her feet, but half of it was eroded by darkness. Chu Jia sat cross-legged on it. Regardless of darkness or light, she accepted both. She didn't evade or retreat. Everyone watched, but the surging force of heaven and earth didn't seem very stable. Why aren't they harnessing luck yet? Jiang Hao asked. You have to ask her that. Only after passing this test can she qualify to harness the luck that will help her integrate with the force of heaven and earth. Then, she will successfully achieve the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment, Hong Yuye said. Ask her. Jiang Hao didn't know how to go about it. Let's go take a look. Hong Yuye was also curious about this. None of those present had experienced the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment before, and they were curious and puzzled. With a flash of red light, Jiang Hao felt his own while entering the surging force of heaven and earth. Immediately after that, he entered a white light sphere. The surroundings instantly changed, and he was in front of a pavilion surrounded by immortal clouds. Two people were standing at the entrance, a slightly dark-skinned young girl and a middle-aged man. From now on, this will be your residence. Do you like it? The middle-aged man asked. My residence? It's so big, the young girl exclaimed in surprise. It's not that big. Rest for a few days, and I'll take you out for a walk, the middle-aged man said. Go out for a walk? Didn't you say I need to cultivate? The young girl asked in confusion. Why are you in a hurry to cultivate? Senior sister Bai told me that as long as my cultivation realm is high enough, I can go find young master. The middle-aged man burst into laughter. A high cultivation realm is not easy to achieve, so don't rush it. Enjoy your time for now. The young girl nodded. How should I address you? They all call me Hao Yu, but for now, you can call me senior uncle. All right, my name is Chu Jia. Young master sometimes calls me Shao Jia. You can call me Shao Jia too, Chu Jia said. All right, I'll call you Shao Jia then. When the conversation ended, Jiang Hao noticed that the scene began to disappear. Next, they were standing by a small stream. Chu Jia was excited as she stepped into the stream. Senior uncle, the water here is so cool. Young master used to take me to the stream to catch fish, but he often fell in. Is that so? Then, you should be careful, Hao Yu said with a smile. Jiang Hao was puzzled, and he turned to look at Hong Yuye. Is this a test too? Hong Yuye didn't respond. Jiang Hao had no choice but to continue watching. They played by the stream for a while, and then Hao Yu led Chu Jia to a riverbank. Here, the water began to deepen, but fortunately, the current wasn't too strong. After some time, Chu Jia arrived at the bank of a great river. The water surged and left Chu Jia in awe. After that, they reached the coast and looked out at the sea. Chu Jia, who had never seen the sea before, was stunned. She had never realized that something could be so vast. In the next scene, Chu Jia stood on the surface of the sea. She was surrounded by the ocean on all sides. There was nothing as far as the eye could see, except for water. Then, the water under her feet turned dark. Chu Jia cowered behind Hao Yu in fear. She was afraid of falling. Hao Yu smiled and flew into the sky with Chu Jia. As they flew over the boundless sea, Chu Jia was shocked. The surroundings changed again, and they stood on a small pile of rocks. Is the sea beautiful? Asked Hao Yu. Yes, it's beautiful. Chu Jia nodded. Can I bring young master with me next time? Of course, Hao Yu said softly. Rest for 2 days, and then we'll explore the mountains. After that, Jiang Hao and Hong Yuye saw Chu Jia play among the rocks, climb up the hills, weave through the small mountains, shout from the mountain peaks, and gaze from the high summits. Finally, They witnessed the magnificent scenery among the mountains. Jiang Hao noticed that Chu Jie was gradually growing taller, and her skin was becoming fairer. She saw some animals in the forest. She even played with some mythical beasts and rode a powerful divine creature to the mountain peaks. "Is it beautiful?" Hao Yu asked with a smile as they came upon a city. "Yes, it's so beautiful. It's so high and magnificent," Chu Jie exclaimed excitedly. "Rest for 2 days, and this time we'll meet the people." Hao Yu chuckled. Jiang Hao felt somewhat overwhelmed. He could see the light in Chu Jie's eyes. And after experiencing mountains, rivers, and landscapes, she had acquired a kind of grandeur. Jiang Hao was looking forward to the next thing. The scene shifted, and Chu Jie arrived in a small village where she lived for a month. She was very accustomed to the way of life there. They then moved to a place filled with refugees and survived on relief supplies. It was difficult to do anything other than survive. Later, they went to a slum area where there was nothing except a place to shelter from the wind and rain, and they had to beg for their livelihood every day. Then, they moved to a small town and started a business. 1 month later, they moved to the city and met some wealthy families. Another month passed, and they entered the imperial city. It was a grand place with numerous high-ranking officials and nobles. After witnessing their lives, Hao Yu led Chu Jie to stand on top of the imperial city. At night, they ascended into the sky and stayed among the stars. "Shao Jie, look at the sky. What do you see?" Hao Yu asked. "Stars," Chu Jie said. "Do you still remember the mountain and water you saw earlier?" Hao Yu asked. "I remember," said Chu Jie in excitement. Despite the hardships she had endured these past few months, she still yearned for distant places. "Do you know what all those mountains, rivers, and landscapes add up to?" Faced with Chu Jie's confusion, Hao Yu smiled. "It's the world and its people." Chapter 445. Chapter 445. 100,000 spirit stones are just pocket change. Chapter 445. 100,000 spirit stones are just pocket change. Jiang Hao listened to Master Hao Yu's words and was surprised. "So, is this how the Bright Moon sect teaches its disciples?" He was very curious. The Heavenly Note sect never taught anyone like this. Even their most talented disciples had never received such teachings. "It's not suitable for everyone, but those who are suitable are usually extraordinary," said Han Yuye calmly. "Is this the test?" Jiang Hao still couldn't see what the test actually was. "Her inner conflict should be emerging soon," Han Yuye said. The scene changed back to the small attic. "This is for you." Master Hao Yu tossed a storage treasure to Chu Jie. "There are 100,000 spirit stones here." 100,000 spirit stones? Chu Jie exclaimed. "Isn't that a lot?" "Not much. Just enough to buy some tea leaves," Master Hao Yu said. "If it's not enough, come and ask me for more." Jiang Hao was speechless. "Okay," Chu Jie said joyfully. She placed half of the spirit stones in another storage treasure. "What are you doing?" Master Hao Yu asked curiously. "Nothing." Chu Jie immediately put it away. The scene shook and returned to the small attic. This time, Master Hao Yu looked serious. "It seems that the situation has exceeded my expectations. What I showed you before was not enough. Now I need to show you something else." At this moment, Chu Jie was a graceful young woman. There was no trace of her previous self. It was as if she had completely transformed into a different person. She was puzzled. "What do you want to show me this time, Master?" "Good and evil," Master Hao Yu said solemnly. "This time it might confuse you. If you get it right, we will decide whether you can truly pursue the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment. If you get it wrong, whether you like it or not, you'll have to give up on the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment. No matter how talented you are, it'll not be enough. The Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment cannot be achieved with talent alone." "What is it?" Chu Jie asked in confusion. "Do you remember when I showed you the suffering of the world before?" Master Hao Yu asked. Chu Jie nodded. "I do. That was to broaden your horizons and lay the foundation for your state of mind. Your future success depends not on your talent for cultivation, but on this." Master how you pointed to his heart. You can think of it as your state of mind and willpower. The Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment also requires these qualities. If you doubt yourself, you will fail instantly. Life will end, and the path will disappear. So, this time, you need to find the answer to good and evil. If you can't find it, focus on your cultivation and stop thinking about the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment. If you find it, you need to think carefully. I will support you whether you choose to give up or persevere. Chu Jia nodded, but she didn't quite understand why she needed to find the answer to good and evil. Wasn't it straightforward? Jiang Hao was also curious about the answer. He saw things without a definitive concept of good and evil. If someone treated him well, they were good. If they treated him poorly, they were evil. However, he never harmed ordinary people just for the sake of it. The scene shifted, and Jiang Hao saw a person breaking into a house in the city to steal something. Is this act good or evil? Master Hao Yu asked. It seems wrong, so it's evil. Chu Jia hesitated. Should we stop them? Master Hao Yu asked. Of course. Chu Jia nodded. Master Hao Yu pointed at the scene, and soon, someone noticed the thief. The thief was beaten half to death and sent to jail. The scene shifted again. In a city suffering from a severe epidemic, a middle-aged doctor opened his doors to help others. Is he good or evil? Master Hao Yu asked. Definitely good, Chu Jia said. The scene shifted once more. This time, a group of bandits emerged from the forest, killed the guards, and stole medicine and some silver. Are they good or evil? Master Hao Yu asked again. Evil, Chu Jia said. Isn't this quite simple? Chu Jia thought. The scene changed once more. This time, a group of righteous individuals surrounded the bandits and killed them all. What about this? It should be good. Chu Jia was unsure. She doubted whether the master would throw such simple questions at her. All right, let's start over. Master Hao Yu snapped his fingers, and instantly, they saw the entire city. At this point, they saw a doctor who wasn't respected. He carried the medicine and threw it into a well. The next day, many people began to feel ill. A few days later, a poor man with his dying daughter went to seek medical help everywhere, but no one dared to treat her upon hearing about the disease. That night, as he watched his daughter on the brink of death, he decided to take a risk and steal the medicine that could cure the disease. He went to medicine hall, and he was caught stealing. He was beaten half to death and thrown into jail. He never made it back to his daughter, who survived for 3 days but eventually died from hunger, not the illness. On the same day, the doctor who had poisoned the medicine in the medicine hall was highly regarded by everyone. In the prison, the man heard that relief was being sent from the capital, but the local lord secretly diverted it. After he was released, he looked at his daughter's lifeless body with great sadness. In the end, he gathered some people and took the relief that the local lord and his cronies intended to divert to another city and distributed it to the refugees. However, the lord and his group quickly realized what was happening. They assumed the man and his group of people were bandits, and they were killed. After seeing all this, even Jiang Hao frowned. Chu Jia was even more shaken. The scene shifted once again. It went back to the beginning and showed someone stealing. Now, is he good or evil? Should you warn the people inside that someone is stealing the medicine? Master Hao Yu asked Chu Jia. This time, she remained silent. Let's look at something else. Master Hao Yu led Chu Jia to a farmer's home. They raised cattle and sheep. Suddenly, a wolf rushed in, snatched a sheep, and was about to flee. Is this wolf good or evil? Evil. Should it be killed? Shouldn't it? Then kill it. The wolf died. The scene then showed a den of wolf pups. Some of them were still nursing. They were waiting for their mother to return. However, the mother wolf did not return. Several wolf cubs starved to death. Tell me, was killing the wolf an act of goodness? Master Hao Yu asked. Chu Jia hesitated. Then, don't let it prey on the sheep. The The wolf was isolated from the flock. Because it couldn't find food for a long time, it eventually starved to death, and some of the wolf cubs died, while others survived by eating the mother wolf's flesh. But they still couldn't hunt any sheep, and eventually starved to death. When you show kindness to the sheep, you show cruelty to the wolf. The same goes for humans. When you show kindness to one person, it might mean that someone else receives your cruelty. Master how you said to the young girl beside him. So what is truly good? What is truly evil? Is what you do an act of good or evil? Chu Jie fell silent. Jiang Hao sensed that this was the test. Good and evil. If Chu Jie couldn't provide an answer that she felt confident in, she would fail the test. The Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment would also fail. But what is the answer to good and evil? In Jiang Hao's view, it was all about perspective. But was it enough for a person with great luck to just accept that? Chapter 446. Chapter 446. This is my answer. Chapter 446. This is my answer. Jiang Hao lowered his head. In his view, the concept of good and evil was elusive. Once you get caught in them, you would enter a whirlpool and lose yourself. Jiang Hao's answer to both choices presented by Master Hao Yu was to ignore it entirely. It didn't impact him in any way. However, Chu Jie was different. The Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment couldn't be a self-centered endeavor. The Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment was the blessings from heaven and earth. If she could maintain a calm and rational state of mind, she would reach the peak of this path. She didn't have the luxury to detach herself from this dilemma. Do you have an answer? Hong Yuye asked. Jiang Hoa shook his head. No, because I never think about these things. Hong Yuye was silent. Jiang Hao looked at Chu Jie. He didn't know if she had the answer yet. The question troubled Chu Jie for a long time. She looked melancholic, and she seemed unable to find joy in anything. It wasn't until she grew up into a young woman that she went to see Master Hao Yu. Do you have an answer now? Master Hao Yu asked. Master, I want to pursue the foundation establishment, Chu Jie said solemnly. A regular foundation establishment realm? Master Hao Yu asked. The Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment. Master Hao Yu frowned. That's not the answer I was hoping for. But it's the answer the sect wants, Chu Jie said. The sect? Master Hao Yu chuckled. Who am I? The sect master? Chu Jie said. Yes, I'm the head of the Bright Moon sect, and the sect follows my will. So, you don't have to be influenced by others, Master Hao Yu said firmly. But I still want to pursue the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment, Chu Jie said. Do you know what your decision will bring? Master Hao Yu asked. Some of my seniors in the sect will die on the day I pursue this path. The eastern, western, southern, and northern regions, and even farther places, will suffer hardships because of my decision, Chu Jie said. Master Hao Yu was shocked. Who told you that? Chu Jie shook her head. I thought of it myself. If someone supports the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment, there will definitely be others who oppose it. If someone benefits from it, there will be someone who suffers because of it. It's what you taught me. When one receives goodwill, someone else receives cruelty. If the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment is considered good, then evil will occur somewhere. Master Hao Yu looked at his disciple. He felt that her aptitude was much higher than he had initially thought. Do you still want to pursue the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment? I do. Do you understand what is good and what is evil? Chu Jie lowered her head and said softly, I don't. After a moment of silence, she looked up at her master. Good and evil are definitions created by others. How can someone like me understand it? Then what is your answer? Master Hao Yu asked. At this moment, Chu Jie began to integrate with everything in the world. Her lips moved as though she was saying something. There is no good and there is no evil. There are only consequences that one bears for making decisions. Everything shook, and Chu Jie's aura was everywhere. Jiang Hao also started to withdraw from that place, but Chu Jie's voice still echoed in his ears. If they consider me good, I will continue to stay in the sect and become a good person. If they consider me evil, I'll go to a demonic sect and become an evil person. They can define me by their assumption, but my path will never change. The path I choose, and my will remains unchanged. This is my answer. At this moment, a light shone and became one with Chu Jie. As Jiang Hao withdrew, he saw mountains, rivers, starry skies, and a vast sea. Withstanding such power was far from what he had imagined. Moreover, he felt as if a dark force was enveloping everything around him, and countless voices were ringing in his ear, like the whispers of darkness. Why? Why do I have to suffer? Why must you harm me? You'll be fine, but what about me? What about me? Your goodness is built on our corpses. Jiang Hao withdrew and looked at the darkness. He lowered his head in silence. The ones who had inflicted suffering were the end of all things, but the one bearing the burden of responsibility for all the pain inflicted was the one pursuing the heavenly Tao Foundation establishment. At this moment, he felt something surging within him. It's starting to draw upon your luck. As long as your luck doesn't encounter any issues, you can guide the power into your spirit and help establish the Foundation establishment realm, said Hing Yuye. Jiang Hao stared ahead. He knew the moment had come. Success or failure hinged on this one action. At this point, the surging power was moving toward Chu Jie's body. She was already beginning to establish the Foundation establishment realm, and the heavenly Tao was her spirit. Everyone present could feel that they were helping her build the heavenly Tao Foundation establishment. Once they faltered, it would affect the progress of it. Jiang Hao didn't dare to leave from here. His luck seemed to be good and had a significant effect. As he paid attention to his surroundings, she saw the sky changing. The clouds began to surge. A faint laughter echoed somewhere. Ha ha! This foundation building is truly unprecedented. It's a pity to give it to a little girl. Give it to me instead. From the sky, a pale hand shrouded in clouds reached out toward Chu Jie. Such a strength made Jiang Hao's heart race. This kind of formidable expert was not someone he could contend with. He glanced at Hong Yuye and realized that she had no intention of intervening. You want this? What a joke. Who do you think you are? A figure from beneath the bright moon's sect soared into the sky. A powerful force clashed with the hand in the sky. With a loud bang, the hand retreated, and the person who had acted revealed themselves. It was a young man who appeared to be around 26 years old. What shocked Jiang Hao wasn't the appearance, but rather the feeling he got from that person. A brat like you thinks he can stop me? A voice echoed from high above. You little scum, the young man sneered. Me? Ha ha ha. You really dare to say such things to me. Courage? You flatter me. I just don't have the time. What you worth anyway? Young and arrogant. Let's see if you can survive to say such things again. At this moment, mist covered the area, and a tremendous power surged in the sky as if the two were engaged in a fierce battle. Jiang Hao looked at the sea of mist and felt it to be somewhat familiar. However, he was more concerned about how long the young man could hold out. It was apparent that the young man was at a disadvantage. With the appearance of the hand, several powerful forces began to converge around the Bright Moon sect. However, strong individuals from the Bright Moon sect confronted each of them. Jiang Hao was powerless in the face of all this. If Chu Jie could successfully achieve her heavenly Tao Foundation establishment, the strong individuals helping her would be free to fight. Then, everything would be resolved easily. Chu Jie frowned. The darkness in the surging power was affecting her progress. It seems that the influence of the end of all things is significant. I need to help her. Hong Ye turned to look at Jiang Hao. I'm not sure my strength is enough, Jiang Hao said. Activate your cultivation technique, Hong Yuye instructed. Jiang Hao didn't hesitate. He activated the 100 revolutions of heavenly note. Hong Yuye still stared at him without doing anything. Jiang Hao didn't say anything. He circulated the Hong Ming Heart Sutra. In an instant, purple energy enveloped him. Only then did Hong Yuye reach out and grab his hand. Chapter 447. Chapter 447. The Purple Aura from the East. Chapter 447. The Purple Aura from the East. To the south of the Bright Moon sect, some intruders turned into puddles of blood and died on the spot, while others struggled. I already wrote on a paper and pasted it outside. It informs everyone that this place is dangerous. Why didn't you believe it? Baiju sat on a tree branch and looked very sheepish. One really didn't want any conflict with you. The people stared at the woman in front of them. They hadn't expected that what was written and pasted outside was true to this extent. As soon as they entered the encirclement, they fell under a curse. They were unable to guard against it. They opened their mouths as if to say something, but couldn't utter a word. Baiju sighed in helplessness. There were people who came in here before you. Fortunately, they were not very strong. Then, she looked up in the direction of the Bright Moon sect, where mist covered the area. The power inside was formidable. Even she dared not approach it, because she might end up dead. The impact brought about by the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment was astonishing. Now that she was here, there would be some benefits if she could help them succeed. These benefits couldn't be sensed or touched, but they would manifest in the future. I wonder if she will succeed. Baiju looked at the girl amid the immense power. How can such a young girl accommodate a power like this? She could even sense the curses within that power. Indeed, many people wished for the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment of the Bright Moon sect to fail. Even if she succeeds, it'll be too difficult for her. Baiju sighed. She had no choice but to guard this place as best as she could. This was the only way she could help. To the east of the Bright Moon sect, Subai killed someone, but he didn't feel any joy. Instead, he felt that something was wrong. There are fewer people. He immediately sent someone to check. Soon, a woman flew over to him. Senior brother, I found out that they split up. Some of them might have gone north. North? Subai was surprised. Where? Maybe the Twin City Peak, said the woman. Subai didn't hesitate. Leave some of our people here. As for the others, come with me. Soon, they arrived at Twin City Peak and tried to track down the people. Soon, Subai and the others were surprised when they found some people on the ground knocked unconscious. A young man used his magic tool to investigate. They are unconscious. Subai and the others examined the people and found out that they were indeed from the fallen immortal clan. They had a map in their hands, which showed the route they wanted to take to infiltrate the sect. Who could have done this? Asked a woman who was inspecting the surroundings. It feels like they were walking and suddenly passed out. They might not know what might have happened to them, even if they wake up. At this moment, one of the people woke up in a daze. What happened? He was confused that he and his group had been captured by the Bright Moon sect. Subai looked at Twin City Peak in amazement. The method used was quite sophisticated. Let's go back, he said. The others also didn't say much. They felt that there were powerful experts involved in this. Boom! Suddenly, there was an explosion in the sky. They saw that the surging power seemed somewhat unstable. It seems junior sister Chu Jie's progress is slowing down. Is it because there are too many dark auras? Someone asked. Is there no way to dispel them? Subai fell silent. That depended on the seniors. The only thing they could do was control the situation outside and let the people inside do what they had to. However, just as they were about to leave, Twin City Peak began to shake. Several people turned to look and saw a purple light soaring into the sky. It radiated an immense purple aura in all directions. Everyone was shocked. They couldn't understand what was happening. Subai looked at the purple aura in astonishment. At this moment, inside the Bright Moon sect, some of the elders were assisting in stabilizing the surging power, but the darkness was becoming worse. They were uncertain what the final outcome would be. We can't wait any longer. We need to get Shang and from the Clear Sky School. We need him to use his sage's heart to help guide the surging force. Tell them we are ready to pay any price they want, said someone. Others shared the same thought. At this moment, the person behind them moved to execute the plan. However, just at that moment, a streak of purple light shot into the sky. The purple aura caused a commotion in heaven and earth. Everyone was astonished. They didn't understand what it was. Then, the direction of the surging force changed. The purple aura that should have been in the north seemed to shift to the east. The purple aura became even brighter. It was a purple energy from the east. Several people who were sitting cross-legged suddenly stood up with a gasp. They stared at the purple aura in disbelief. Purple energy from the east, the auspicious sign of heaven and earth. What kind of person is willing to do this? Such aura, such courage. The appearance of the purple aura startled everyone. Even Wang Xiu and Si Cheng were shaken. The uniqueness of the purple aura and the strength of its presence left them momentarily stunned. What kind of expert was this? As far as they knew, apart from the Bright Moon sect and a very few strong individuals, there were only 2 individuals who seemed mysterious around here. In a moment of daze, Si Cheng recalled Jiang Hao. You've really helped us a lot, Si Cheng said with a smile and raised his wineskin. At this point, the purple aura entered the surging force and swept the darkness away. With the addition of the purple aura, the mysterious hand began to retreat. It no longer dared to interfere. Both the surging force and the purple aura were extraordinary. Touching one of them was risky, let alone facing both. That would be like willingly seeking destruction. What an impressive person. You have a purple aura, yet you are willingly playing a supporting role. At this moment, there was only the young man left in the sky. He was covered in blood, but he managed to hold his ground. The appearance of the purple aura caught everyone by surprise. However, they all understood one thing. The Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment was about to succeed. With the addition of the purple aura, the darkness began to recede. It didn't disappear entirely, but was soon overwhelmed by the other auras. The golden light began to emerge once again. Voices emerged along with it. Are you confused? Those evil people harmed you. What does it have to do with the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment? Can't you see? They are afraid of it. Right now, you're helping the oppressors. People can't be brought back to life. These people are clearly afraid of the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment, and they don't want it to happen. That's why I'm going to support you. Wake up, will you? The Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment is the way of the heavens. It's the heavens themselves. If they wanted to harm us, why would they go to such trouble? We have been suffering here for many years. If you need it, I can trade my life for one good deed. The voices sounded in Chu Jie's ears. She relaxed. Thank you. At this moment, the lotus that had been covered by the darkness began to shine brightly. As the darkness receded, a golden light emerged. Guided by the purple aura, the surging force entered Chu Jie and transformed into the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment. When the entire power was completely absorbed, Chu Jie opened her eyes. The aura of the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment appeared, and her body was surrounded by a rainbow. The Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment was a success. Chapter 448. Chapter 448. Appraising the Demoness. Chapter 448. Appraising the Demoness. The Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment was a success. The entire Bright Moon sect seemed to relax. At this moment, a middle-aged man walked to the spot where the hand had disappeared in the sky earlier. He tore open a crack with his bare hands and sneered. You want to leave just like that? Then, the man entered the crack. Roars and explosions could be heard from within it. Powerful members of the Bright Moon sect also went to join various fights. Strong individuals emerged from various parts of the Bright Moon sect. They headed toward the rear. Today, none of you will leave alive from here. We, in the Bright Moon sect, value peace, but it seems you don't appreciate it. The enemies wanted to flee, but unfortunately, they had already lost their escape route. When they tried to break through forcefully, it turned disastrous. The bright moon sect came upon them like thunder. Apart from the ones who had left quickly, there was really no way for them to escape. Jiang Hao was quite shocked. The bright moon sect was indeed powerful. It was apparent how difficult it had been to establish the heavenly Tao Foundation establishment. Except for the bright moon sect, the clear sky school, and other immortal sects, no other sect could even hope to achieve the heavenly Tao Foundation establishment. At the same time, a middle-aged man stood at the top of the bright moon sect and bowed toward Twin City Peak. "I am Hao Yu, and I thank you for assisting us in this time of need. May I have the honor to meet you?" Jiang Hao could sense that the sect master was waiting for his response. "Do you want to meet him?" Hong Ye looked at him. "It's better not to meet him right now," Jiang Hao said. His cultivation was too weak. He shouldn't be seen getting involved with too many powerful people for now. It might attract unnecessary danger. The reason why the purple energy had such a great impact was because of Hong Yuye's help. Without her, he couldn't have done anything. "Let's go then." Hong Yuye turned and left. Jiang Hao followed her. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared from their spot. Hao Yu didn't receive a response and knew that the person had probably left. He felt a little regretful. Under Twin City Peak, Su Bai and others watched the purple energy soaring into the sky. They were moved. However, they didn't linger for long and quickly left. After they left, two people landed on Twin City Peak. One gelled a wineskin and the other looked a bit tired. They were Si Cheng and Wan Xiao. As expected, they already left, Wan Xiao said. He wasn't surprised. Si Cheng sighed. "I want to see their true power someday. Do you think we can win if we join forces against friend Jiang?" Wan Xiao asked. "It's hard to say. We haven't fought him." Si Cheng shook his head. "It seems that trying to make friend Jiang remember the other lines of the poem is hopeless." Wan Xiao sighed. Si Cheng drank the wine and sighed. "Yes, it seems hopeless." Jiang Hao was unaware that someone was still thinking about him. He returned to Star Moon City. He was curious about the impact of achieving the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment. "You'll know in a few days," Hong Yuye said. "Can the southern region sense it too?" Jiang Hao asked. Hong Yuye smiled. "You'll find out when you go back." Jiang Hao didn't press for more information and instead asked about their next step. However, Hong Yuye remained silent. Jiang Hao understood that he would have to figure out on his own. The Bright Moon Sect's Tao conference was still ongoing, so there was no rush to return to his own sect. There was still a month left until the end of the sect's mission. During this month, he had to complete the remaining tasks to avoid passing the deadline. He also needed to make a decision regarding Qi Tian's matter and whether to have Xing make a move. As far as he knew, Qi Tian was indeed of value. But he wasn't sure if his senior brother would intervene right now, because that would prevent him from going overseas to return to the end of all things. However, it wasn't a problem to make Xing take action against the elder. Hong Yu's intervention had already laid the groundwork for his achievement, and killing one person shouldn't be too difficult. Moreover, the people at the gathering knew that he was on Twin City Peak, which meant that they would have a deeper impression of him as mysterious and powerful. It should keep him safe for the time being and prevent anyone from probing further. "I should have a gathering in a few days to find out the situation with Qi Tian," Jiang Hao thought to himself. With these thoughts in mind, Jiang Hao strolled around the city with Hong Yuye. Along the way, they saw some small animals scampering about. "Have you completed your studies of the one-heart palm?" she suddenly asked. After a brief moment of confusion, Jiang Hao nodded. More or less. During these days, he had been studying various spells, including the one-heart palm. "Have you tried it?" Hong Yuye looked at the animals nearby. Jiang Hao hesitated for a moment. He had indeed tried it out of curiosity, but he didn't want to tell her. "No," he said slowly. Hong Yuye smiled and looked at him. "Aren't you curious to find out if the one-heart palm works on others?" "It would be too offensive to use it that way," Jiang Hao said. He didn't want to try it on anyone, whether they were male or female. It would bring him trouble. What about animals? Hong Yuye glanced at the nearby animals. She looked forward to a good show. Senior, you must be joking, Jiang Hao said. Hong Yuye chuckled. Is that so? She didn't press him further and instead headed toward the inn. In the inn, Hong Yuye sat at a table while Jiang Hao brewed some tea. After that, she asked him to prepare the bath for her. When Jiang Hao had finished preparing the bath water, he approached Hong Yuye. However, just as he was about to speak, he noticed that Hong Yuye was resting her head on her hand as if she were about to fall asleep. Senior, he called out softly. There was no response. He walked up to her and waved his hand in front of her. Senior, there was still no response. He instinctively looked at her chest, which was rising and falling. It indicated that she was only asleep and not dead. However, for some reason, he sensed that she was still able to conceal everything from him. He couldn't sense an aura or even life force from her. He could only rely on his eyes to observe her. Jiang Hao sat down and drank his tea. He didn't know what else to do. He could only sit beside her. He didn't dare to shake her awake. This wasn't the first time it had happened. Anyway, he wasn't surprised. If he got too close to her, she would wake up. Jiang Hao sipped his tea and wondered if he could discover more about Hong Yuye when her defenses were down this way. He didn't dare to try to appraise her when she was awake because she would notice it. But now, she was soundly asleep. He could use his daily appraisal ability without getting too close to her. He appraised her. Looking at the information provided by the ability, Jiang Hao was even more puzzled. In previous appraisals, he had never been able to find out so much. This time, he did get some feedback, but many things were lacking. Her origin and her purpose weren't mentioned. He couldn't determine if her reduced defenses were due to her drowsy state, or if it was because his cultivation had grown stronger. Chapter 449. Chapter 449. Did you throw your caution to the wind? Chapter 449. Did you throw your caution to the wind? Jiang Hao looked at the woman in front of him with some confusion. He couldn't leave, but she had told him to prepare the bath for her. He had no choice but to wait. It wasn't surprising. At this moment, he used his techniques to maintain the temperature of the bath water, so it would be ready when Hong Yuye finally woke up. However, the flower petals inside might bloom earlier than expected. If she didn't use the bath, it would be a waste of 1,000 spirit stones. This time, he had used the silver flower petals. 1,000 of them. Junior brother Han has reached the peak of the Foundation establishment realm. It's been 2 years. I should try to advance too. He still had more than a year left before Han Ming returned, so there was no need to rush. Advancing now would be too noticeable. But once Han Ming returned, things would be different. After noticing Han Ming's progress, people wouldn't see his progress. Moreover, there was the Blood Wish path to protect him. This way, most people wouldn't pay too much attention to him. After all, he was just a Foundation establishment realm cultivator. As long as he stayed in the Spirit Her Garden, no one would cause trouble. Those with lower cultivation realms wouldn't dare to come there, and those with higher cultivation realms had no reason to pay attention to him. The Candlelight Pill Pavilion and the Hindered Bones Forest wouldn't bother him again. As for other matters, it only remained to be seen. But no matter what trouble might come, there would be something along the lines of the Golden Core realm or the Primordial Spirit realm. All of this was within his capabilities. He took out a book and started reading. It was the Nameless Manual. After a while, Jiang Hao looked outside. The sky had turned dark, the moon was bright, and the stars sparkled in the night. The night seems more beautiful than before. He put down the book and looked at Hong Yuye. She was still asleep with her chin on her hands. He wondered if her hands were sore. Any normal person would have laid their head on the table to rest after a while. Her head was propped up on her hands for so long. It almost looked like she was only pretending to be asleep. When he saw Hong Yuye sleeping so soundly, he had the urge to use the heart palm on her. But he dismissed that thought. Luck only helps so far. Oftentimes, he could endure her attack and still survive because she didn't intend to kill him. Doing something foolish like that would be terrifying. The person in front of him was not an ordinary cultivator. She was someone who could make strong individuals in the Bright Moon sect take her seriously. Testing her patience would be suicidal for someone like him. In the middle of the night, he noticed that there was a surge of spiritual energy coming from the direction of the Bright Moon sect. It indicated that a strong cultivator was teaching the disciples there. This was considered a fortunate event for many people, and he also wanted to go and listen to the lecture. Unfortunately, he couldn't leave at the moment. Inside the Bright Moon sect, Master Hao was giving a lecture. People of all cultivation realms could learn something from this lecture. It was easier for those below to comprehend the teachings, especially under the radiant light of the heavenly Tao Foundation establishment. Some were delighted and some were worried. Ku Wuchang looked at Shaoli, who had fallen asleep, and sighed in helplessness. He understood that the lecture wasn't boring. Shaoli simply couldn't pay attention enough to listen to it. He had given her trying to make her listen. Chu Chuan, on the other hand, listened intently. He felt that he had learned a lot from this lecture. But what shocked him even more was Chu Jie's advancement to the middle stage of the Foundation establishment realm. Many were in disbelief. Chu Chuan felt that his own progress was still too slow. He needed to consult Lord Beast and his senior brother when he returned to the sect. He needed to find his own path, which might be arduous. However, he couldn't back down. "Those are mine. Don't steal my meat, Beast," Shaoli mumbled in her sleep. Many people heard her. For a moment, everyone from the Heavenly Note sect was on their guard. Ku Wuchang felt awkward. This was still okay among his fellow sect members because they were used to it. However, with so many powerful people around, what would they think of their sect when they heard this? The Tao conference was still ongoing. The next morning, Jiang Hao closed the book. He had spent the whole night studying and had learned a lot of things. As he delved deeper into it, progress became increasingly difficult. It would take some time to reap the full benefits. At that time, he would observe more, control his power better, and enhance his perception. By then, the world would be truly extraordinary from his point of view. His danger perception ability would also become stronger, as would his ability to conceal his cultivation. When he raised his head to check if Hong Yuye was still asleep, he found that she had disappeared. Then he heard the sound of water splashing in the tub. Quickly, he turned and saw a person pouring water over her shoulder behind the folding screen. He was at the side, so the screen didn't cover her fully. He could see her shoulders. It seemed that she had felt his gaze because she turned to look at him. Their eyes met. Jiang Hao was speechless. Bang! Jiang Hao struggled to get up and sat with his back facing the folding screen this time. "Did you throw caution to the wind?" Hong Yuye asked. Jiang Hao sighed. "Senior, you misunderstood. I was just concerned that someone might be in your bath." Jiang Hao was surprised that he had been so focused on the book that he hadn't noticed Hong Yuye getting up and going for a bath. It made sense. Her power was far superior to his own. Sometimes, it was impossible for him to sense her. The stone tablet vibrated. There was a gathering tonight. It seemed that Xing was ready to pay their reward. He also needed to go see Qi Tian. He could use this opportunity to see how determined Qi Tian really was and prepare for tonight. After informing Hong Yuye of his plans, he left after she finished her bath. Before leaving, he brewed some tea. At noon, Jiang Hao arrived at a guest house. It was Qi Tian's residence. Jiang Hao had long known about Qi Tian's whereabouts. Otherwise, how could he have kept an eye on him? However, when he entered, he smelled blood. Qi Tian was injured on his chest. "You're injured?" Jiang Hao asked. Startled by the sudden voice, Qi Tian prepared to defend himself. When he saw that it was Jiang Hao, he breathed a sigh of relief. "It seems that my enemies sent something and sent someone to kill me," Qi Tian said. Jiang Hao nodded. He appraised Qi Tian. Jiang Hao looked at the feedback from the divine ability and realized that there was use for Qi Tian after all. He didn't know how long Qi Tian would remain true to his goal. "Are you planning to leave?" Jiang Hao asked. "Yes, our sect doesn't plan to stay any longer. We've obtained everything we needed, and we'll be leaving in a few days, Chi Tian said weakly. Jiang Hao tossed him a healing talisman to help alleviate his pain. Are you prepared to go to the end of all things? I'm ready, and I'm willing to do anything it takes, said Chi Tian eagerly. In that case, wait for my message, Jiang Hao said. He then left. How will I contact you when I reach the end of all things? Chi Tian asked. Just wait for me to contact you, Jiang Hao said before disappearing from Chi Tian's sight. Chapter 450, Chapter 450. How do you prove you didn't steal it? Chapter 450. How do you prove you didn't steal it? At midnight, Jiang Hao sat in his room and looked at the stone tablet. Then he entered it. The stone tablet had turned out far more useful than he had anticipated. However, finding the owner behind the stone tablet was challenging. But he wasn't in a hurry because he knew that the owner must be incredibly powerful. He was relatively weak. Finding them might even lead to his death. He needed to wait for the right time. He needed to wait until he could stand a chance against them. Time was running short, but he had to make arrangements with Hong Yuye. Chi Tian was part of that arrangement. After that, he could continue to delay for some time, during which he could focus on getting stronger. In the public forum, Jiang Hao took his seat. This gathering was likely to catch up with the recent developments, especially considering the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment. As soon as he arrived, he felt the gaze of others on him. It seemed like they wanted to ask him something. Please don't look at me. Don't ask me anything. I can't answer your questions. Jiang Hao sighed inwardly. Because Hong Yuye had intervened this time, it had left Gui and Xing in awe. Although he had succeeded in establishing himself as a mysterious and powerful figure here, he knew nothing much. Lu looked puzzled. It seemed like something significant had happened, but he didn't rush to ask the others. The four of them greeted Dan Yuan and then sat down. Since the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment has been a success, you will feel the changes. Be vigilant, Dan Yuan said. What do we need to be vigilant about? Gui asked. This was good news for everyone. Jiang Hao was surprised. The fact that this affected the Heavenly Fate Misfortune Pearl was intriguing. He would need to check it out later. This time, the Saint Bandits made a move. You need to be cautious of them. The previous mission is still in effect, and any information regarding the Saint Bandits should be reported to me, Dan Yuan said. Then, it was Xing's turn to reward them for their help. I need something cursed. The stronger, the better. Anything will do, Gui said. All right, I can provide it to you in a few days. Xing readily agreed. Then he looked at Jiang Hao. Gui also turned to look at him. The atmosphere seemed to change, and Lu couldn't help but ask, has something major happened? Dan Yuan smiled. I heard that during the process of achieving the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment, the end of all things influenced the cultivators with negative rumors. At a critical moment when the Bright Moon sect was facing difficulties, purple energy suddenly emerged and swept the dark auras away. That was why it was a success. Lu understood what Dan Yuan implied. Xing had informed them that the Heavenly Fate Misfortune Pearl hadn't erupted before because of the same purple energy. It was probably Jing's doing. After that, Jing informed them that he had given the pearl to a cultivator in the demonic sect. Jing had become mysterious and unpredictable. What do you need, friend Jing? Xing asked earnestly. I will make sure you are satisfied. Help me severely injure someone, Jiang Hao said. Severely injure someone? This puzzled Xing. Who is it? Chen Yi of the Blood Shadow sect. After injuring him, it would be great if you could hand him over to Chi Tian of the Blood Shadow sect, Jiang Hao said. Xing nodded in agreement. Then, Lu brought up the matter of the small island. I investigated and found out that the members of the End of All Things were looking for a great evil on the small island. I think they were searching for the Earth Extreme Silent Pearl, but I don't think they succeeded. After discussing a few more matters, the gathering came to an end. Since it was an impromptu gathering, they didn't have much to discuss. After leaving from there, Jiang Hao breathed a sigh of relief. Now he just needed to wait. Everything that needed to be done had been done. The matter was over, and he didn't need to worry about it for a while. Back at the sect, he could finally focus on his sect duties. If the sect wasn't causing any trouble, he could concentrate on growing spirit herbs and accumulating spirit stones. The holy medicine seed would likely be a helpful aid. 3 days later, outside Star Moon City, Chi Tian walked along the road with a pale face. They were about to return. There was nothing left for them to do here. However, he was somewhat unwilling to leave. That person hadn't shown up. Moreover, he would likely die at the hands of Elder Chen Yi of the Blood Shadow sect on the way back. It seemed Elder Chen Yi no longer wanted to keep him around. The gap in their cultivation realms was too vast. Any defense from his side was meaningless. With his golden core realm cultivation, he couldn't do anything. Now, he couldn't even escape. He had missed the opportunity. He didn't want to run away. If that person was willing to make a move, he could finally have his revenge. If he escaped, he would be giving up on his hope. Poor revenge. Suddenly, the group stopped. Chi Tian was puzzled. Chi Tian, someone called his name. It was a middle-aged man with white hair. Despite his age, he had a powerful aura. Elder Chen, Chi Tian said respectfully. Do you know what you did wrong? Elder Chen asked. Chi Tian was bewildered. Elder, I don't know what you mean. I heard that you were seriously injured. Is this true? Elder Chen asked. Yes. Chi Tian nodded. And you've almost recovered? Elder Chen asked again. Yes, after proper rest and recovery. I should return to full health soon, Chi Tian said. Proper rest and recovery? Elder Chen sneered. I heard that someone in our sect lost a healing pill. Did you steal it? How could that be? Chi Tian was astonished. I have never done something like that. Are you saying it wasn't you? I told you before that I had a healing pill. It was with me until you got injured, said a woman furiously. I used all my savings to buy it. This is too much. No. Chi Tian looked at the crowd, pointing fingers at him. Please, Elder. I implore you to investigate this matter. I don't believe you took it either, Elder Chen said with a heavy heart. You are someone I watched enter and grow within our sect. I know what kind of person you used to be, but people change. Especially when faced with death, it's understandable that one would take desperate measures and go down the wrong path. If you didn't steal it, then prove yourself. Yes, prove it, someone nearby said. But how can I prove it? Chi Tian asked through gritted teeth. You see, you can't even prove your innocence, and yet you claim you didn't steal it? The angry woman said once again. Then, do you have any proof that I stole it? Chi Tian asked furiously. You asked me to find evidence, and yet claim you didn't steal it, said the woman. If you didn't steal it, why are you so nervous? Chi Tian was momentarily speechless. At this moment, Elder Chen said in a low voice, Chi Tian, it seems I can't help you. If you really did steal it, then I'll have to represent the sect in punishing you. Elder Chen, Chi Tian realized that they intended to kill him here. He would die whether he stole the pill or not. Chi Tian felt despair when faced with the immense power of the Elder. He hadn't even taken his revenge yet, and now it seemed like he never would. Suddenly, a voice called from behind them. Excuse me, which one of you is Elder Chen Yi? Chapter 451. Chapter 451. It's time for a poem. Chapter 451. It's time for a poem. A voice from behind caught everyone by surprise. Elder Chen Yi looked across and saw a man standing there. He appeared unremarkable at first glance, but for some reason, he felt that something was wrong. The man's demeanor and presence should not have been so ordinary when his aura was so powerful. Who are you, fellow disciple? Elder Chen Yi asked with a courteous bow. I've been entrusted with a task by someone to come here and do what I have to, said the man. May I know who entrusted you with this task and what you're here to do? Elder Chen Yi asked. He sensed danger, especially in the man's vast aura, which seemed like that of a giant. After a moment of thought, the man said something that astonished everyone. "I've come to take your life. How dare you?" Elder Chun Ye's aura erupted as he struck out with his palm. Boom! The palm dissolved, but Elder Chun Yi had already vanished into the sky. He fled. Elder Chun Yi was uneasy. He feared that this person might be unbeatable. The crowd below was bewildered. Some were unsure of what to do. Chi Tian had a guess, but he wasn't very sure of the event happening here. Rumble. The power in the sky rumbled. After that, everything began to calm. Elder Chun Yi crashed heavily to the ground. His body was battered by the destructive force. He couldn't even move a muscle. The man descended from above. He looked calm and composed. "Are you Chi Tian?" He suddenly looked at Chi Tian in the crowd. Yes, I am," Chi Tian said. He didn't dare be disrespectful. "He's yours now. You know what to do, right?" the man said. Chi Tian nodded. "I understand." He then approached Elder Chun Yi, drew a long knife, and thrust it down under the gazes of the group. Elder Chun Yi was shocked. "Do you think I wouldn't do it? You dare to look at me like that?" Chi Tian scowled as he produced a dagger and stabbed it into the elder's neck. "Do you know how long I've been waiting for this day?" He kept stabbing at Elder Chun Ye's neck. "When you slaughter my wife and my children, did you ever think this day would come? Did you think your profound cultivation could save you from my hatred? Did you believe you could do whatever you want?" The knife went in and out of Elder Chun Ye's neck, and the shadow of death filled him with terror. No one dared to come to his rescue. He was stabbed repeatedly until he finally perished. Chi Tian was covered in blood. He looked at the woman from earlier. "The pill," he asked. What pill?" the woman stammered. The powerful man hadn't left yet, so they dared not behave rashly. "The healing pill," Chi Tian said. It's here," she said as she took out a small bottle. Chi Tian took the bottle and stared across at the woman. "Did I steal it?" "I know." The woman shook her head. "Now it's mine. Tell me, did I snatch it from you?" Chi Tian asked again. "I know." The woman said fearfully. I gave it to you. You didn't snatch it." Chi Tian slapped her and left. Once Chi Tian left, the powerful man also disappeared from the scene. Jiang Hao was wandering around outside. He was thinking about whether he should sell the heaven rejuvenation pills he had on him. Currently, he had a decent amount of spirit stones. He had a total of almost 35,000 spirit stones. Selling the pills could fetch him even more, although the prices here were somewhat lower. Near the Heavenly Notes sect, he could sell them for 7,000 to 8,000 each, but here it was common to find them at 4,000 or 5,000. Occasionally, the prices were lower. After considering it for a while, he decided not to sell them and kept them for now. If necessary, he could sell them later. After some thought, he spent 3,000 spirit stones to purchase a heavenly return pill. Even at that price, he could still make a decent profit back at the Heavenly Note sect. He continued to walk through the market and came across some collars. "How much for the primordial spirit collar?" Jiang Hao asked. 5,000 spirit stones, the middle-aged vendor said. "What about the golden core one?" Jiang Hao asked. 2,500, the vendor said. Jiang Hao nodded. It was cheaper than at the Heavenly Notes sect, and the quality shouldn't be much different. However, 5,000 for a primordial spirit collar was a bit expensive. He hesitated and then prepared to leave. The vendor called him back. "Wait a moment. Friend, are you really interested in buying this? Can you offer a lower price?" Jiang Hao asked. "It depends on which one you want." "The primordial spirit collar. I'll give you a discount of 200. I guarantee you won't find a better price on this street." "Is that true? You can take a stroll and see for yourself, but I can't guarantee that this piece won't be sold out in the meantime. After all, it's the last one." Jiang Hao frowned. After several exchanges, he managed to purchase the primordial spirit collar for 4,500 spirit stones. Later, he saw several other collars but didn't bother to ask about their prices. Once he bought something, he preferred not to know the price of other things afterward. A primordial spirit collar for 4,400 spirit stones? Are you kidding me? Wait, don't go. I'll sell it to you. It seemed that someone had successfully negotiated a lower price. Jiang Hao was speechless. Today, he had lost another 100 spirit stones. After that, Jiang Hao stopped at a dessert stall. He ordered a regular pastry and sealed it with his palm-sized spatial seal. He made sure he had everything he needed. With his preparations complete, he left the market and found two people blocking his way. It was Wan Xiao and Si Chen once again. After a short while, the three of them sat in a noisy inn's dining area. Despite the noise, the place had a good ambience, and the wine was fragrant. "Do you two have anything important to discuss with me?" Jiang Hao asked. "We consider this a poetic gathering among friends. Can we find some time to drink and compose poetry together?" Wan Xiao smiled. "Who among us knows how to compose poetry?" Jiang Hao thought about saying this, but found it somewhat offensive. "I'm here on behalf of someone." Si Cheng placed a jade pendant on the table. "This is a gift from the Bright Moon sect for you." Jiang Hao accepted the jade pendant and saw the characters Bright Moon inscribed on it. This was the third jade pendant he had received. You can use this jade pendant to ask the Bright Moon sect for help once. It may not be their full support, but they will definitely do their best, Si Cheng said. Jiang Hao looked at the jade pendant and pushed it back to Si Cheng. "I shouldn't accept rewards without making contributions." The jade pendant had likely been sent to him because the people thought that he had assisted during the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment. They probably didn't know for sure whether he had actually taken any action. They might only be suspicious of it. There was no evidence. Although the jade pendant was quite tempting, it came with too much responsibility. He might not be able to handle it. Moreover, if he accepted it, he would probably be confirming that he was the one who had helped with the purple aura. That would be dangerous. While they didn't seem likely to take action against him, who could say what they might do in secret? Considering all this, it was best not to accept the jade pendant. Si Cheng didn't insist. He put away the jade pendant. "In that case, why don't you compose a poem, friend?" Jiang Hao was speechless. He felt it was necessary to come up with a poem to get rid of them. That you're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.